สวัสดีครับเฮเรติก20
20แน่นอนมินิบูจัดนีออนมาแล้ววันนี้อย่างแรกที่ต้องทำนะ สั่งข้าวก่อน ฉลองชัยชนะ
ผมเห็นพี่มั่นใจอย่างนี้ตั้งแต่เป็นเล็กเลย
ขออนุญาตเลยสั่งข้าวก่อนฉลอง
Oh yeah. We saw all the changes. It just makes for Miniboo to go on this.
มินิบูวันนี้มินิบูจัดตาละ30 คิว
โอ้โห
เปิด
มีภาพอยู่
แต่พี่โบ๊ทจัด40 คิว2 ตา13-0เลยบ้าเกินโอ้เปิดไฟหน่อยดิข้างหลังไฟเส้นวันนี้ไม่เดินนะเกียดเดินมา3 วันแล้วยิ่งหายวันเออไหนต้องหาดิ มีแฟนแฟนาติกกี่คนแล้วแฟนทีเอสกี่คน
But we're not back in the past. We're not in those days, and Heretics have looked in form as of right now.
Talking about the past, Stage 1, Upper Bracket Finals and Grand Final, this was the matchup going back to last year. You've just seen the stat pop up there, 70% win rate when it comes to their opponent's map picks for Team Heretics. And of course, this is Fnatic's pick. Let's see if that stat is going to be hurt and harmed here today. As Fnatic on the defense, getting aggressive, and it's Kayak with a double opening. The flash helped him out for the second, but the first was all hit. Little bit of space taken by Heretics in response, but a 5v2 that they're now left in.
โดนพี่โบ๊ท
I think they did the exact same thing in the pistol versus Liquid. This aggressive defensive side push, and has left Miniboot in an almost impossible position. But bear in mind, Kayak's low, and Miniboo. When you talk about statistics, when you talk about ACS, this has been the guy throughout the season that's been able to take rounds home in scenarios that never should have been. With this crossfire, it should be impossible.
What?
But the first one comes cleanly.
มันต้องหัวเลยเหรอ
The next two might be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, there's still some room for this to swing back in the favor of Team Heretics. A strong squad when it comes to that pistol round win rate. See if it can be converted by the crossfire in play. Chronicles contact and the swing from Crashies down below. In fact, it was Miniboo going diving in towards him. He meets his fate. The shot to the head secures a 1-0 start for Fnatic.
Yeah, and as I was saying during the round, this is something that we saw from them last time out when they played Fracture, this very aggressive stance when it comes to Dish and the pistol round, and I think it's something that Kayak just thrives in. You set him up, you put him in positions, and he's going to put up those
Catchy, man,
numbers.
good,
Now,
good.
that game did obviously slip into absolute turmoil, coming down to Boaster having to
Fnatic
save
มา
them.
ล่า
So
รอย
we'll
ยิ้ม
see if
พี่เอ๋ย
that's going to
ใช่
be
ป่ะ
the
วัน
case
นี้
here, because I think for Fnatic,
Yeah,
getting off to a strong start on Fracture is going to be fairly important.
ไม่ชินกับการที่ทุกคนมันใส่ชื่อดำหน้าเลยเห็นนะ
Team
ปกติ
Heretics,
มันจะมีแค่
they've
ชื่อ
come in and given them that opportunity. At least it will be a light buy from that attacking side, playing the orbs early on, keeping space across the map. You can see
อะไรก็แล้วแต่วันนี้ขอให้
sitting
YouTube ไม่หมุนก็พอ
outside. You've got 2 players locking down that control, keeping
ตี
those
มันมา
orbs
หลาย
out
วัน
of
แล้ว
their opponent's hands, and they can rotate in and take them later on. Now for Heretics, that's really the best that they can hope for in a round like this, where there's not that
จะมา
much
ฝั่งไอ้นี้
to
ยัง
fight with. But if Miniboo gets
เรื่
a
อง
few
อันไหน
opportunities, if
ยัง
that
อะดิ
Sheriff is given a chance, we know just how dangerous a round this can be when the pack
ไอ้
is
เรื่องไงนี่
facing
ป่ะ
them. For
ใช่เรื่อง
Fnatic,
อะไร
it'll
วะ
be all about avoiding that danger, and I think they're doing a great job. Just looking at B, there's 1 player passive and a 3-man south side push, a lot of space taken in response.
อ๋อ
Yeah, they have so much of the information.
Here's the danger.
They're even going to steal an orb or two, but I think they're very aware of the few spots on
อุ้ย
the map.
เรื่องที่จะมา
They're
ตัน
saying
ว่ะ
that
คนนี้
Rios
เกิน
is the first to take a jewel, but Chronicle at range should have them dead to rights. Obviously not wanting to overface, but here's the steps coming and just farming up those orbs.
เอาชิบ
Eventually
หาย
he's
โดน
gonna
ฟาร์ม
get
อย่าง
off
นี้
the wall. Problem.
ล่ารอยยิ้ม
Look at the guns that are left for Fnatic. They've only got the pistols remaining. One comes up for Alpha here, but this is all
เดี๋ยวโดนพี่
falling
โบ๊ท
apart.
พี่โบ๊ททเวิร์กแน่นอนช็อตนี้
Boaster's got a chance. Still gonna hurt the economy,
Ui.
but oh, never mind. He
Hi
can't
liền.
do it back in their favor. The
Check
round
chửi.
2 response from Team Heretics, a resounding victory. They look to play
ไม่
the
เอเน
orbs.
ถึง
They
ดราม่า
moved as
พี่เอ๋ย
a
ลัง
pack,
ล็อกผล
but
ให้ทุกวันเลย
their odds, it didn't seem to be in their favor. Isolating the first fight, though, that's it's worked wonders.
Fnatic need to make sure they go off to a strong start, get that momentum in their favor. That's not lasted very long at all.
พี่โบ๊ทอย่าทำอย่างนั้น
Let's go.
พี่โบ๊ท
I think, yeah, Miniboo maybe as surprised as the rest of us, because that didn't look like a round that should have been remotely possible. But with the aggression of the weapons and the pistols left behind, you now look at the economy available. I guess it doesn't
ไม่
matter.
ไม่ต้องซื้อกันแล้ว
I
มั้ง
guess
ปื
the
น
Classic is a much better gun than I'm giving it credit for.
Fnatic coming into this game at least the best anti-eco team in the league. Well, that statistic just took a big hit in a big game as well. Trying to fight back with an eco of their own. And at least for now, it looked good. A Classic found the opening. Alphier shows the Guardian. Put some credits on the line and the reward. Well, it's looking
Neon
decent
Laser.
with Heretics already feeling the burn. Moving into the A site though, filling in a lot of space here.
ขอบคุณนะครับ
Give them an opportunity.
ขอบคุณน้อง
Grab
โซยัน
battle plan.
สำหรับ
They still have to
ผม
get
ตัว
past
ใหญ่ด้วยนะ
crashes,
ขอบคุณครับ
but again, it's only the Classic in his hands. Boaster coming
Không
into
lọc
position.
thọt được luôn.
Only a Sheriff.
I think fighting back in is always going to be that little bit more difficult. Utility to try and hold them into place, and well, it's not the prettiest of shots.
อิตาลีปล่อยเมาส์
Rios
เกิน
has been dropped to the deck. Still though, now back into a 2v2 scenario.
ดูเป้าเบนจี้ดิ2
Benji
วัน
trying
3
to
วันแล้ว
find
นะ
a
ที่
little
เป้า
bit of
เนี่ย
extra space. He's been in
Lệch
top
luôn à?
form as
มัน
of
เหมือนแบบ
recent games, but
อย่างที่พี่เอ๋ยบอก
still not
แผ่น
an easy
ของว้าว
position
เล็
to
กหรือ
get
อะไร
out of.
Covered weapons for Fnatic. They can pack a punch
Great
in these
stuff.
fights, but they haven't got the
Hand up,
shields to last.
Deploy.
When
Hand up,
shots
yok.
land in the other direction. Heretics walking out with 2 players. A solid early start for them, though, considering they were 1-0 down.
Yeah, they make that one a little bit costly.
ไม่น่า
That's
เชื่อ
the
นะที่
problem, is
เฟ
that
ร
you
ติก
look
มัน
at
จะ
this
เสียโบ
from
นัสเรา
Fnatic's perspective, you go, okay, you did
มั
a
น
bit of
โดน
damage.
ทำมา
In the round that you have, it's not too bad, but when you consider how things went, and the economy is obviously, even with those 2 guns only being saved, for Heretics is still building up. You're going to
Code
have
Soul.
to get it available as well for
Long
Boots,
That
which
was not
easy, but
ไม่ไหว
มันกลายเป็นเหมือนคนเล่นเกมแล้วลกตลอดเวลา
it wasn't easy.
We what, though?
Got the job done, lads.
Ah, yes.
He learned that one from Benji.
Good cut out a little early there for me. All good.
Oh, there is the Armageddon immediately. Clearly wary of that aggression onto
ถ้าเมื่อ
Dish
กี้ไหว
once
ตัว
again.
ช้า
It
ก็
was
เรียบร้อยเลยอะ
mentioned. This time though, Kayak on the other side
เอาละ
might have actually found a
อ๋อไม่เห็นด้วย
gap
ถ้าปิดกล้องอีกทีเดินแน่
on
นอน
the edge of the cam. I don't think Benji's going to have any idea.
Oi!
He's hit.
Oi!
And it's not the prettiest of shots, but
เกือบนะคัดจักร
Kayak is still
Đi quá.
standing.
Somehow, yeah, he gets there in the end. Alpha Air above the
What
smoke
the
onto
hell, Mao?
Miniboo, and now the numbers in Fnatic's favor. The weaponry there, the ult's online, and it's the neural theft finding the information. Big swing from Kayak.
Yeah,
Shots
yeah.
though
Miniboo
just not landing. And a rolling thunder in response is going to slow down that main take.
โอ้โหโพซิชันแม่งอย่างโหด
Still flying under the radar up top.
ทิ้งในไซด์ไว้ตัวเดียวพอ
Chronicle may well have heard those steps as he swung
เอาบู
out
ไป
wide.
ค้ำเมน
Boo tag
บูกำลังจะโดน
blow
ทืบ
this
แล้ว
round easily fall apart for Heretics.
เฮ้ย
It's
เดียวไป
a
หนึ่ง
brave stand out in the middle of the open. And he will find one on
ตาย
low
ในหน้าที่
HP.
ของผม
That's as solid as you could hope for, but Woot being rooted leaves Rienz alone. The last man standing. Players all
Ow.
around, but he
Don't
isolates
show
it to just Chronicle the time ticking, and it's already gone.
Wee.
Headshot confirms it. A Red Bull clutch for a 3-1 lead.
I think we've heard
โอ้
it
โหคน
from
นี้
so
เคลื่อนเครียด
many
เลยเจอ
players
แบบ
throughout
ไม่
the league so far.
รู้แน่นอนว่าไม่
Like, who's the best
ไม่เล่น
player?
เชิงแน่นอน
You look towards like the star duelists, maybe a Kayak, a Miniboo. You talk about players like Whoop, but the answer that crops up the most is Rienz. The safest pair of hands in these sort of clutch scenarios, individually sound and doing it all while playing supportive
มันจะ
agents.
เป็นต้องป๊อปปิ้งขนาด
This
นั้น
was
เลย
someone where you sort of look at him, look how old he is as a player, and that is experience
แต่
beyond
มันก็ทำให้
his
กระ
years,
จัง
just
มันดี
how
ไม่โดนนะ
calm,
เฟิร์สช็อต
collected,
เกือบอยู่มั้ย
and easy he made that look.
Top of the other team is Alfiair's former teammate, looking on as his friend of old outshines him here at least to start out Fracture.
โอ้โห
Heretics.
นี่ถอดถ้าอัพเจอร์เป็นบัก
Times
กี้
they
นะ
play an
ผมบอก
opponent's
เลย
map, they
เฮ้ย
steal it away. Alpha fired up inside of main. He finds the opening. He's dancing through the smokes, but
ทำไม่ได้
eventually
ตัวเกิน
he
ไป
will fall. The weaker weapons that are
Bolt,
left in
Bolt,
this
Bolt.
round still managing to pack quite a punch. Boaster's taken down one. The numbers are somehow in Fnatic's favor. Damage is done too. And now the players are coming back up through main. This south side push from A main. Well, it bought them a bit of space. But that orbital strike takes it right back into Heretics' favor. 2v3.
Yeah, he'd normally want to save that for the post, but
ไปเลย
they
เปล่า
desperately
ไปเล
needed
ย
that
ว่ะ
extra space. With Armageddon available, well, not anymore. Benji will win the fight that
เข้า
takes
หั
the
วนะ
ult
เฟิร์ส
out.
ช็อต
Even still,
เดียว
an immediate trade.
ดู
But
ดิ
this
เล่นไหน
allows
บู
Boo back into those post-plant
โปรโมชั่นไม่ได้
scenarios.
เอาปืนมาด้วยวะ
We've seen this many a time. Might actually get an early fight.
โดนละบูอะ
Chronicle has managed
Oh,
to
don't
slip
like
the
it.
net into the close corner. I don't know if he's going to check it whatsoever. Just a smart play from the breach now on the other side. And what Fnatic will
They check
break
reload.
back, maybe a little earlier than expected, as that low buy succeeded.
Yeah, I think Chronicle might have just heard the very end of the reload as he was walking into main, realized that you're not going to win in that head-to-head battle a lot of the time, but yeah, taking him down from the side, nothing he could do. 3-2. Fnatic, this is a round that they needed early on. We talked about getting off to a good start, and it looked like they were there with the pistol under their belts, but oh man, it's a
หัน
nasty
ไปไหนละกล้อง
return.
ฮะ
The game's so desperately close here, and it's stun. Absolutely perfect, yet you see,
On B
even
main,
still, that player goes
I'm
down to
lost.
16.
They're also lost. Like, I'm walking to work out what is going on.
We got to see that POV just in and out of the smoke. But eventually, yeah, he was caught by Miniboo. Heretics right back on the horse though with a
ยิ้ม
full
ได้
buy.
ไงเพิ่งเกมเพิ่งเริ่ม
Still with a purchase. Overdrive available. Ults firmly in the favor of Fnatic, though. This is where they could look to build, but you can tell not wanting to overplay their hand, especially Alfia in this round with a full setup available.
จริงๆมันน่าจะมีตัวที่สโมองแบบ
Trying to
ยิง
make
เย
sure
อะ
they
ๆ
don't
ที่
get
แบบสโมอง
anything
คุ
for
ณ
free.
ๆเนี่ย
Miniboo, someone we talked about confidence issues in the
Oh.
past, wanting to
They
see him get
thought
off to a
more,
good start. Of course,
They
up
need
against
to go
Kayak,
more.
he has been shut down in week
คุณ
5
เลย
when they played each other. It was the Kayak show. Now his opportunity for redemption up against the man himself. Benji Fishy is caught in the
ได้เฉย
corner,
เป็น
finds
จี้
himself
งงเลย
one anyways, and a
ก็เลยว่า
little
จะ
bit
โด
of
น
extra info. Cage trying to keep himself alive. Rien's at least able to trade it out, keeping favor in Team Heretics camp, but the spike still needs to be planted. And Crashies is here waiting for that cross. For now, though, it seems like they might be expecting the rotation. Alfier steps away from the site, leaves Crashies alone, and maybe they don't want this fight. Heretics could get a free plant. In fact, they get a free pick onto Alfier. Though I don't think those shots were meant for him.
This leaves
ดูดิมัน
Crashies
เฉียบขนาดไหน
not
ขนาด
available,
ไฟลง
but
มันยังล็อกรอไปเลย
chance of victory slim.
เจอลักไก่
Ultimate probably not wanting to be expended unless he can find a quick pick, and just look how far back this rotation is already going from Woot, knowing that soon he'll have the salvos available.
ใกล้ละใกล้หมด
Time
ย
that
ก
he
เท
can
โจ
buy holds so much more value.
เ เปิ
Oh,
ด
in the end, Crashies is forced to fall back.
บางนามันมีอะไรวะ
Something
ทำไม
you
มัน
said in that round,
รถติดอะ
the
รถชนเหรอ
head-to-head
หรือ
between Kayak and
อ๋อ
Minibu,
น้ำ
because
ท่วม
it's an interesting point because
มา
although Kayak
ย้ายไม่อยู่พระราม
dominated
สอง
that
เนี่ยชีวิต
battle,
ดี
Minibu is still the top fragger in the server. So that kind of showed how weird of a dynamic that you have one duelist that's winning the battle, but everybody else who faced Minibu was not having a good time.
Yeah, no, he was decimating the rest of the squad.
เดี๋ยวนะ
You
ผม
look
ตั้ง
at
สตรีม
the stats back in that game. I think Boaster might have landed one shot on him.
ตั้ง
Like
สตรีมไว้
he
แบบ
seemed invulnerable in a lot of those fights until he came up against Kayak. That's where it was a complete difference,
ได้แล้ว
night and day. And you can see Minibu definitely off to that
โอเค
strong
ตั้งแบบ
start,
ดีเลยนะ
confidence builder,
ไหน
getting
ลองนับ
aggressive,
นับ
being
นับ
the
เลข
point
ตาม
of
ผมดิ
contact
หนึ่ง
through those smokes.
สอง
Courser's utility to
3
back him up.
4 5
Getting caught by some himself.
I only killed one, but thank
เฮ้ย
you.
ดีเลยขนาดนั้นเลยเหร
It's
อ
getting old, needing those stretches. Well, the
Well,
early
look,
20s, you know, it's
Catman
really
did that,
difficult time.
Hands of time, man. They're
เอาใหม่เอาใหม่โฟกัสไปนับ
Boaster's
ที่ทวิตเลย
another highlight as well. He's had a good season individually,
จะดูเหลี่ยมกล้องมันหน่อยพี่
but struggled when it came to this matchup. Maybe having to focus a little bit more with how aggressive some of these plays can be.
โอ้
Chronicle though,
สวยเลยอย่างงี้
ready and waiting.
แล้ววูดมาอยู่ในไซ
Always
ด์แล้ว
been one of his best maps over on
แบบคนเดียวเหงา
Fracture. And for now, at least they have the opening advantage.
เฮ้ย
Oh, that timing perfect.
Wait,
Dom
oh, far,
swinging
man,
off
good,
here.
but he
Took
hit
a
that.
while to get there. He's a little quicker. Swinging on to Boo though. Benji Fishy only got one last round. He wasn't
How many
happy with
you
that.
hit?
Steps up for a second, but not quite the third. It's Alpha
ๆ
here
ไม่เดี๋ยว
to
มัน
take
จะ
it across
บัง
the
ตา
line.
ขนาดนั้นเลยพี่
Putting
4-3
just Rien's
the
up
ปืนบัง
against the rest. They know exactly where he is. He's tripping wires. He's caught by the ult, and now he's in a fight with Kayak. Not one that many get to live to tell the tale of. Another round for Fnatic.
Again,
Now
EMEA.
just one away,
EMEA.
but considering they came into this map
พอมัน
winning
คล้า
the
ยๆกัน
pistol round, they would have wanted
เหมือน
a stronger
เมตาโซน
start
มัน
than
อะ
this. We're going to need to see them streak
ฝ่ายที่อยู่
together.
นะ
I would say a few rounds. So far, they haven't streaked together too.
The interesting thing so far in this map is I feel like they've been doing in rounds where the purchases are actually a little bit weaker. Like they're a bit more aggressive. You see Alpha actually actively taking more fights in a lot of these rounds, and that has been the difference maker. Because look, 9 and 6 on the board right now. When he's free to be aggressive, it seems like Fnatic take over, and when he's having to play around that util a bit more, it doesn't seem to work.
Well, there's util off rip from Heretics. They're looking for aggressive space take. Much to Rien's chagrin, he goes down to the salvos in main. Quick trades back and forth. And it leaves Fnatic with the advantage. Fast rotations from that A site. We've seen this a couple times now. But
โคตรรักไก่
manages to find one with a classic. He's going to need a little bit more though, as he's now all alone.
Got a lot of time to play with, but yeah, the unfortunate truth is it's only the sidearm that sits in hand for now.
Can recover one here.
I think just wary of what ground has been taken though. You know where the spike is. You're always going to be nervous that any of these angles could have a player sitting on them, and he's seen Boaster. Boaster still only has a stinger, by the way. Started the round with it. I think has got the majority of kills with it. But is waiting for the swing out from Chronicle. If he gets this kill, it could be a completely different story, knowing that his opponent was playing at range with an SMG. And now with Spike in hand, you can see Boaster's just standing in a position where he can hear any steps. If his opponent was to start running, he could make it quickly back to the A site. But they're already starting to doubt if Boo has made that move.
Yeah, they think that maybe he shift walked all the way to that north side and is now coming down through Dish. Boaster moves into position. He's got the orbital strike to deny. 15 seconds on the clock. Boo knows the ults he's up against. Got to make a move. The plant is a tap 10 seconds. The orbital strike comes into play. He had a chance there to rip both heads off, but a difficult fight.
มันเป็นห่วง
Fnatic set him up
แหลมขนาดนั้นเลย
for years, all smiles as they've now equalized 4-4.
คุณออนซันเดย์นะครับสาร12ขอบคุณครับให้ผมให้เฮลิติกไปอะ
Round again with a fair few weaknesses. A nice early setup. This is something that I think has been challenged quite regularly by Fnatic, has taken away that arcade control, making sure that teams can't execute through that direction.
This guy is smoking, bro.
Okay. Chronicle maybe not happy with the disrespect. I'm not sure, but it's now going to be that tactical timeout taken for Heretics. You said needing to build on that defensive side. Fnatic have done that 3 of the last 4 rounds. But this is where not only the purchase comes back in for Heretics, but also you look at those ultimates. Already having the overdrive, Rolling Thunder close, Orbital Strike close as well, Armageddon just a couple away. And that's what can be the difference maker, because for Fnatic, there is nothing available.
Yeah, I mean, the orbital strike was there, right? But it was taken out of play in that last 1v2. You can see how desperate Fnatic were to get that round on the board, dispensing that, the respect that they're giving to their
นี่
opponent
เปิด
as
ได้
well.
ทีนี้
The
เปิดได้
stun, orbital strike, all that they had to work with. Now, when we talk about rifle rounds that we're about to see one play out in front of our eyes, these teams, Heretics #1, Fnatic #2 in the region, separated by just 1%. I mean, they are essentially the same when it comes to taking on opponents with equal weaponry in hand. 87% retake win rate. Okay.
Yeah, the 8th worst, it doesn't sound that bad, but when you realize that includes the majority of teams in other regions, it's not the best. Especially for a team that has always been known for a lot of those utility setups you'd expect that on a map of their choice, they'd be strong in it. Pace change though coming in, and wow, Alfia, he's been at the right place at the right time, dominating that B site. This time swaps to A, and already that's Miniboo gone again.
We already mentioned, you know, early on, it was his former teammate Rian's the one putting up those numbers, but Alpha very much leading the charge on the server in these last couple rounds. And on the scoreboard, as we see more bodies thrown at that site, they'll finally deal with him, but the reinforcements are here. Players covering all the angles from sand and spawn. They will take this round and the lead out of Team Heretics' hands.
Yeah, no, Alfia looking incredibly comfortable right now. And as said, you put him in the right place at the right time. He is definitely one of the hardest players to play against. I think maybe at kickoff not quite having the form that would have been desired of someone who, well, we know can play at the very top level, at the very peak of it. But so far in this map, he has been the difference maker. And as said, like you're watching Miniboo try and run into these angles, try and get up in his face, but the immediate shots being connected, Fnatic's reads have been sublime.
It's always dangerous when you see Alpha here start to giggle and have a good time down on that stage. Some more brazen plays, surely around the corner. Big stun on the Boaster. He's going to be caught again by Miniboo. Opening duel goes his way, but he's caught by Chronicle. Trade back, and it's only pistols now. That ultimate was the one thing to bridge the gap. The weapon inside that cage maybe can help them out. And there it is, finally recovered by Benji Fishy. Now they've got a rifle in their hands. They've got a potential plant, but the spike goes back the other way. They think the A site is going to be an easier solution to this problem of Fnatic's quick rotations, and it has been left mostly open.
เล่น B ต่อ
The fake.
Absurd amount of space to be
มา
had
แล้วดิมาล่าแล้วดิ
by Kayak. Could definitely create
Malad
some
por
awkwardness
luta
with
di.
an operator. He needs to land the immediate shot. Benji gets a kill on the
Oh,
other
liep
side,
loi
but
ครับ
Kayak is well aware. Another for Rians though. And again,
สอง
both
ได้อยู่
teams have had relative success
บนบท
with
ใครแม่งอยู่
these
ไหน
lower
บ้าง
พี่
purchases.
เหรียญมีอันติด้วย
Both players now having guns with a rolling thunder available. It's going to come down to the timing of what Kayak can get.
รู้ว่าอยู่ในสายหนึ่ง
It was a
ไม่รู้ว่า
crazy
พี่เหรียญอยู่ไหน
cerebral round from Heretics to fake back to A, late play into B, but
Ui,
now
Benji.
they're gonna finish their dinner. Left down to just the operator of Kayak. Damage done to Benji, but that doesn't matter with this weapon in hand. And he's sent flying backwards by the rolling thunder. The clock here could prove to be his biggest enemy so far. As he makes his way towards this site, so much stands in his way. Still a stun for Rians and a big weapon in his hands. He's made the realization this round cannot be won by Kayak. It's Team Heretics equalizing at 5-5. And the competitive series that we hoped we'd see here today, well, it's materializing in front of our eyes.
สามแมปแล้ว
Especially
ได้
considering
สามแมป
that obviously we haven't seen much of Heretics on this map whatsoever, going all the way back to kickoff. It's a pay safe card Thrifty. Another one, like I said, I think both teams with the low buys have been very effective in where they choose to go in these rounds, the sort of aggressive start to it,
โดนจับ
and
กุม
then having these sort of late round lurks, these aggressive mid rounds. I'm liking the choices, the risks that are being taken by either side when they have pieces missing. In this round, at least, that won't be the case. Both teams again coming in with a fire, but I mentioned it. The ultimates have been really building
ถ้า
up
มันโดน
for
หัว
the side of
ทาง
Heretics. And now they come in with an Armageddon orbital strike. If they get a plant, it's over. But it could also be used just to get them the space in the first place.
Yeah, or one for one, right? One to get in and one to lock it down. For Fnatic, a lot to worry about in those early fights. And they're looking for this deep A main aggression alongside that operator. It's going to lock down control for them late into the round. They still have to be worried about drop down though in that late play. and a much more passive approach to this B site. Again, though, that comes off the back of seeing these ultimates, expecting an Armageddon to clear exactly the space that it's going into. No one needs to move on Fnatic. They were already set up for this. Those fans come desperately close to taking someone down. But in the end, Fnatic survived behind those smokes. In fact, Boaster gets in front of them, hoping that Boo will make a mistake. Denying this plant, though.
เฮ้ยโบส
Big attack. Boaster's pushed out. Big
โบสบอกกด
orbital
ดันกู
strike.
กระดาษนี้เลยแหละ
Yeah, you think they're not going to ult the same place twice, but are clearly realizing that
ดู
that
ดิ
round
แค่เข้า
has
ใส่
been
ไม่สแปม
taken.
กันจะ
They
ตาย
will now get themselves a pick off that orbital strike. And finally, that plant will come in. Retreat should be impossible.
รอดได้ยังไงวะพี่บู
Who
เนี่ย
manages to get away? There are a lot of tag players though. Benji Fishy looking to hold on to the cross. Rian's already eliminated by Alpha here, putting things back into that 4v4 scenario, and now looking to try and clear things together. They need to get this close position out though, and Miniboo's just looking to try and survive in the corner, just dancing with death. But he survives all the way back around.
โหแล้วไม่อยู่
Are trying to clear
อะไร
him.
วะน่ะ
That spike has been slowly ticking away. Chronicle with another. The trades coming back and forth, but still the attack have the time on their side, and with the salvos buying an extra few seconds at a peak, able to come from either side. But Kayak manages to land both shots and defend Chronicle on the
ไม่นับ
defuse.
เลขไม่พีพร้อม
เอ
กัน
อ
วะ
มัน
Well,
มัน
we
ไม่
came
พี
in
พร้อมกัน
singing his
งง
praises, Tom, and I think you
Wow.
see exactly why. Oh man, that was unbelievable. One of the main things I'm worried about going back into that retake is the fact that Boaster was the one to fall. You lose your smokes. It was a great orbital strike by Boo. A little bit of desperation as well because he had the spike. He couldn't just go swinging through that smoke. So he uses that to buy time, to force a fight, and eliminating their smoker. I mean, imagine they smoke main, they can defuse underneath their nose. Instead, one man has to hold
fair,
while the
fair.
other defuses. Time was desperately close. Even one missed shot there and the round goes the other way. But Kayak saves the day, keeps the lead in Fnatic's favor. And they can close this out 7-5. They won the pistol. They looked like they were off to a good start. But disruption early on from Heretics has slowed down. Now it could be Fnatic's time to shine. Big pick for Kayak early. At dish control working wonders. And the response on the other side is to try to push Boaster. Try and fail.
All already.
Oh,
Ultimate thrown in.
no,
Both
no.
players hit. Wook just trying to survive at the back of the site, and they know exactly where he is, clinging desperately to life. There should be no way out of this round for the side.
ถ้าเป็น Vandal นะ
Boaster
ไป
adding
สอง
his
วิ
third to the death toll, and eventually we will see that half going in the direction of Fnatic. 7-5. They'll keep the lead.
มิกวิล ซื้อดิ มันอยากให้ซื้อขนาดนี้ต้องซื้อแล้ว Heretic Win เป็นเดอร์เก้ต้องแฟนทอมงูดิวะ
มันเป็นคอนเทนต์ครีเอเตอร์ที่เลติกปะมิกเวล
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
time when they've pushed
แต่มันเป็นผู้นำเชียร์เฮเลติกนะ
now it's a different story. I mean, he's going to have to hold on to a lot of those lurk.
ตอ
I
น
think
เป็น
we
แชมเปี้ย
saw
นเสียง
that
โคตร
a
ดัง
lot of the time Fnatic were just leaving either him or just trips on one side of the map and then just going very directly in for a lot of these takes.
ไป
I'll see how Heretics now co-playing their own composition against them. Of course, they've got a very competent cipher of their own, and you already see the setups being put into place to force back that A main control.
It is, though, a plan from Fnatic early, sending Crashies through to break that camera, leaving Alpha on north side, and now taking advantage of the space as they heard that A main crunch. They heard a lot of utility, they heard steps, so they know there's space, and Alpha has just walked out of heaven, taken down Voot with ease, and the B side open for the plant. Boaster gets a little too aggressive, punished forward, expecting a gap, and there certainly was not one there. But a 4v4 post plant for Fnatic as a result. The camera even spotting this two-man north side push. A lot of information now for that attacking side to work with.
โคตรสเตอร์
At least reclaim the ramp. And Alfie already picking off Benji. This is looking like a second pistol potentially going their way. They're going to have one of these fights going their way. And
พลังของเพื่อน
completely wrong Koreans though. Never count him out. The salvos will buy that extra time. That's a bigger issue. He was hoping force players in. He's actually clipped it, and now an aftershock as well. The two players you didn't want to come up against in the post. It's the util rats. 8-5. Fnatic extend their lead a little bit further, but they do have to win the second round.
Yes, exactly right. Look at the timeline when we get back in. It was the pistol round followed by a 3 consecutive round loss. Alphier playing such a huge role though in this round. The lurk up through north side, the camera to keep information late, the trap that allowed Kayak to sit in B main and not worry about his back unless someone was mad enough to take the ropes to cross.
ผมว่า TL ชนะได้พี่แนทเลยนะ
from behind, and him being able to
พี่แนท
focus
แก้
on
เกม
that fight just puts another gun
พี่แนทคนเดียว
into
ไม่
the
ไหว
mix.
ดิพี่แนทบอก
ถ้าพี่แนทเป็นอาจารย์นี่คือแบบว่าผมคิดในใจสิ่งที่กูสอนมึงทุกราว
Although they may be a strong
ไม่
squad
จำเลยเหรอ
when it comes to eco
ไม่จำใส่หัว
rounds, I don't think the Fnatic are going to make that same
พูดจน
mistake
โอ้โห
twice.
เจ็บคอ
They
หมด
do
แล้ว
still have the same amount of pistols, but it also means that they can afford a little bit of extra damage. That was close.
เกือบได้แวนดอลมาเล่น
Not worried there, Tom.
Kayak down to just 21, but you can see immediately that rifle has been juggled over into Alfia's hands for the remainder. Again, it comes down to just how much damage
มี
can
ไฟ
they
รอ
get.
เลย
That's at least one for
แวน
Miniboo,
ดอล
but
ตก
anything more from this stage, be a bit surprised.
And even then, as long as Crashies is the one going down or
Bang,
close
there you
enough
go.
to retrieve the weapon, it doesn't really matter. Miniboo just
แวน
now
ดอลไม่
seeing
ตก
that
ไป
there's only
ไป
a
อยู่กับ
ghost
พัชเจอร์แล้ว
that's left on the floor. And the benefit of Kayak being one of those players that will just juggle over the weapon. We've seen a lot of players, 20 HP, still swinging with the rifle, making that mistake, but the discipline on Fnatic, no surprise to see it. Hello. The orb a little more valuable to Chronicle. He'll get a chance for another. Potentially now the spike cuts it short. Luckily Woot didn't go swinging. That could have ended in disaster. But yeah, Fnatic 9-5 now, converting that second round, unlike in the first half.
Yeah, and this is now where their map starts to get a little bit away from the side of Heretics needing to kick this defensive side off. Strong indeed. Now we go into those buy rounds, but that's the difference. Fnatic can now just invest straight back into this one. They didn't buy much up. The credits are still going to be very good, so they come into this round with equal, if not better, than what their opponents currently have on the other side.
Here we go, deep salvos. We've seen this to put the cam in place, but this time there's a drone following it up, stunned to slow. And a good thing too, because there was about to be a lot of aggression around the corner. They now get the idea, the relay bolt
อะไร
fired
มั่วไป
in
หมด
from
เลย
up
วะ
close. Miniboo was looking to swing that corner, was looking to take that fight, but they've got the idea. There's a few other players waiting for them there. Now, Alpha, I don't think he's going to get a chance for a pick here, but even destroying that utility, putting question marks into play for the defense could have its value. That orb farming on Chronicle, we saw him go aggressive with the Marshal, looking for the picks early on. He's not far away from Rolling Thunder, but it won't be there for this round.
Caution here.
แอบลึก
Almost
ด้วย
the
ไหล
timing
เข้า
on
มาได้ด้วย
Taboo,
นะ
but instead they'll be held back.
นั่นแน่
Looking like it's
ได้
gonna
ข่า
go
ว
back in the other direction, but it will leave them with limited amounts of time 40
Ui.
seconds left on the clock, and they've still got an awful lot
Ah,
of
let's
ground
see
to clear.
timing.
Timing here for
โอ้
Wu.
เดฟ
It's
แมน
going to
ว่ะ
be absolutely everything. If he gets this pick, it could be a problem, but Kayak has been an unstoppable force so far in this map, and now just sells a ruse. You see the aggression going through on that top side of the map, making that realization that, okay, they're going to A. Let's start clearing out the other side, and now the smokes fall, and they are nowhere to be seen.
They already got rid of that camera early on inside B main, so it's not to be worried about. Rien's dealt with. He was already so desperately low. Boom, ahead of the curve, but Chronicle still picks him up. Now just one away from that Rolling Thunder and one pick away from putting double digits on the board. There's Rolling Thunder online, one way or another. And Miniboo doesn't stand their greatest chance of taking this across the line. I don't know how far away Crashies is from those salvos, but I think they'll be online fairly soon. Even as Miniboo continues to chip away at this task, it's like Atlas, it will never end. Certainly not in his favor. As the players continue to be picked off, salvos come online, time keeps ticking, and it's still not halfway. Beautifully played, no matter how strong Miniboo is in those fights. Fnatic had all they needed.
นี่ถ้าเท
to put 10
โจ
to
มัน
5
มี
on
แบ
the
บ
scoreboard.
สองลูกแล้วเหลือไปโพสต์แผ่นผมว่ามันชักคนตีนนะ
A little bit.
Not
A little
really.
bit.
The amount of
แบบยิงทีละลูก
time
แปะ
that could just be
แปะ
bought of the clock by Crashies alone, and this is why you might look at him at the bottom of the board right now, 6 and 9 in terms of the kill feed, but just the time he's able to buy, the space he's able to take, it just makes things so awkward for the remaining player. 10 rounds on the board. Calls for Heretics, the story has been for a while about that second place curse. And you go back to stage 1 and stage 2 of last year, or the reason they never won it was because of this squad in front of them. Even if internationally they did better, Kayak, he definitely knows that there's a target to be had, and while is waiting for Rien's to make his move, so aware of these positions, and even under pressure, he's still landing the shots. Boo is all that's left.
Spike planted.
มองไปที่ไอ้บล็อกแมป2ดิ
This rifle recovered. Miniboo managed to chip away at them last time, but what stopped him? It was the salvos, and guess who's still online, still alive. Now, salvos aren't there just yet, but we've seen it. They'll be ticking away in the background, and other players throwing themselves at this fight. Boo would have to root Crashies out first. He has found him and taken him down. Recovered the weapon from the magazine, finds his third. Now it's down to one. A few shots away from an unbelievable clutch.
จริงๆไอ้
Booster
ตอน
pulls
ฟนาติก
Fnatic
เจอ
across the
BBL
line.
ด่านนี้ยังเหนื่อยกว่านี้อีก
11
นะ
to 5, 4 rounds in a row, and Team
น่า
Heretics
จะไม่ถนัด
calling a
เออ
pause.
เฮติกน่า
They
จะไม่
know
ช่ำ
that their chances of closing this map out, of even competing here on Fracture, are fading away round by round.
บิ๊กแบนแบบดี
Oh, it was an incredibly nice try from Boo, switching guns
That's unreal.
midway through, and
เกือบโดนนะพี่โบ๊ท
man standing Boaster had to put him down to stop that.
Good job, boys. Very nice.
About 11 to 5 up. A 6-round streak for Fnatic.
เดี๋ยวลองเปิดบทอ๋อเดี๋ยวเกี่ยวอะไรกับบท
I think you can't take anything away from him when it comes to that second. Oh, here's a great stat as well, backing that up. In their last match, Kayak won 80% of opening duels against Miniboo. Like, unbelievable to see this guy go head-to-head with a player that many in the world have learned to fear. but he does seem to be his kryptonite. 11 rounds on the board for Fnatic, and something has got to change for Heretics. They've got ultimates, Rolling Thunder, and Orbital Strike coming into this round. And on attack side, that can be used to great effect to take space and deny in that post plant. Here on the defense, well, you've got to have players left alive, right? And Fnatic have been so good at pushing and pulling this map that Heretics can't feel certain that off one piece of contact, they can throw everything at it. It's a little harder to find the space to use them.
You got the camouflage cam, and on the other side, the aggressive peak coming up, but it's definitely been having a struggle so far. And this Teo, someone we know that normally individually sound has not won a lot of these opening fights, but will take Boaster out. The orbital strike gone, and so are the smokes.
Hasn't deterred them. Salvos force players to the open, the smoke shielding them for now. Alpha picked off going up into heaven, and now, well, even Orbital Strike committed. 5 versus 3, 25 seconds on the clock when that ult is taken out. I'm a little surprised. The respect being shown, perhaps for good reason, but they drop Kayak right away. 10 seconds, Salvos to deny, and the round is already done. If this spike makes it down, I will be very surprised indeed. I suppose it does make it down onto the floor, but not planted. Chronicle to save his weapon, and a round back for Heretics.
Yeah, clearly feeling the pressure a little bit. The orbital strike, I think, just utilized to make sure that the round is confirmed. But I also think with other ultimates online and coming online, just making sure that the cycle of those ults is going to be further in that favor. But I think the most important thing was just the start. Woot being able to hold it down, denying both of that space, and then just having those quick rotations back in onto the site. It's the combo breaker. The 6-round streak ends before it hits 7. But there needs to be a whole lot more for Heretics to make me believe in this map at least.
Whole lot more indeed. Now one player's got a pistol. It is Kayak. You check that ultimate. You look at the value found in the last half. Certainly far from an easy round. Trap already destroyed. Benji will be under pressure anytime now. An ultimate put into play. Kayak on his way straight through. There it is activated. But Miniboo's the first to draw blood. It's Benji under the pressure as predicted. Miniboo to fall as well. Numbers kept even, but the attack side has space. Rolling Thunder keeps the spike in the defender's hands. They've got it drop in towards main for now, but Alphayer with a quick double puts this one to bed, smoking off the spike and taking it from under Rien's nose. And now a 1 versus 3. A big play coming in as well. Down below you can see that Alpha is lurking, making his way around to close this out from behind. Rien's worried about the players in main. Now he's got an idea though. Alpha hits the shot anyways, returning to that first half form. A 3-piece, and that puts them again double the rounds of their opponent, just 1 away from taking their map pick.
He's had so many high impact rounds throughout this matchup so far. Took his teammates to sort of get him into position, but then just swings versus 2. Both players headshotted and is there to close out the round as well. It is one of those things in esports when Althea is in form, there's not always a lot that you can do. Well, for Heretics, it is a mixed bag buy. You've got an operator alongside ultimate for Miniboo. It feels like they've almost put all their eggs in one basket. He's dead immediately. Althea again with the opener.
I was saying earlier, you can't take anything away from him. His utility is so important here on the attack, but now he's starting to claim a name for himself with the gun in hand. I think just 1 behind Kayak. In terms of frags, Mike just matched up there. Benji down on the ground, and the dominoes all falling in favor of Fnatic. Boo even lost on that south side push. There's almost nothing to fall back on here. They've at least dealt with Alphayer, but let's be honest, there's very little when it comes to weakness here on the Fnatic side. I think Boaster 1 away from having, in fact, there it is, the same amount of kills as the last time these two met in a series. This is a Fnatic fired up in the upper bracket finals.
ถือว่าไว หรือพี่ใหญ่จะกลับมาแล้วแชมป์โซน
ถ้าเอ็มติกได้แชมป์นี่คือแบบมาเหนือเมฆจัดอะ
แต่ฟอร์มอัลฟัเจอร์มันเริ่มกลับมาแล้วนะ
วันนี้โหดจริง
ระหว่างรอครับ ไป 1 ตาเดทแมทตามธรรมเนียม วันนี้มีปลูกผักต่อไหม โอ้โหEMEA น่าจะจบตี 4อะถ้าปลูกต่อก็น่าจะไม่น่าปะแต่จริงๆอยากเล่นนะ
Match found.
ว่าจะตัดคลิปด้วยไว้ให้พวกดูย้อนหลังดูอะแบบว่าตัดแล้วใส่เสียงภาคลงไปเพิ่ม ช่วงนี้เวิร์คฮาร์ด วันนี้แอลฟัเจอร์มันลั่นจัดเลยว่ะพี่จิตวิทยา
มัน
ชาก
ลับมาฟอร์มตอนที่มันโหดวันเนี้ยมันกลับวันนี้ด้วยนะ
จริงๆน่าไปเจอพี่วูดที่เฮเว่นกันนะแบบยิงวัดให้คมไปก่อน
วันนี้ไม่มีเฮเว่นเลยดิ
เสียงความมั่นใจปกติวันที่พี่โบ๊ทเอาให้ฟัเจอร์นี่คือแบบยังดูแบบทรงไม่ค่อยดีนะ
วันนี้คาจักรก็ท็อปฟอร์ม
Richman Shop เอาอะช่วยกันทำมาหากินเนี่ยเอาไปไม่ได้เอาวิดีโอขึ้นอะอืม
เดี๋ยวมาแป๊บนึง
อุ้ยไม่ได้เล่นเกมนี้อย่างนานทำไมมันเป็นเป้านี้วะต้องเป้านี้
Gotta go. See you right back.
ให้มันมายึกยักอยู่ทางซ้ายมือวะ
Go, go. Slowing them down. Perfect. Got one. Reloading. Taken out. Gotta go. Watch out. In a flash. I'm out of here.
โอ้เป้าเยอะจริง
Go, go, go. Stage 2. Gotta go. Go away. Reloading. What? Coming through. Gotta go. Yeah. Still in sight. I'm out of here.
It's you and me.
Go, go, go. Back up. I'm out of here. Down. That's 3. Take this. Insane. Go, go, go.
10
Coming through.
Stage change.
4 down. Gotta go.
Stage 3. Jet stabbed her way to a rampage.
ๆ โอ้เกลียดมุมนั้นวะเฮ้ยโคตรยากว่ะเท่าไหร่ก็ไม่รู้
Gotta go. I'm out of here. I'm lost. Nice job.
Begins.
Go, go, go. Stop.
โดนไปดิ
Gotta go. There we go. Headshot. Too slow. Reloading. Oh, pissed. 4 down. Ultimate is ready. Light 'em up.
อู้ยังเยอะ
I'm out of here.
โอ้แล้วดูจีไปอย่างซ่า
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
I win again.
Smart move. Go, go, go. I'm out of here. Gotta go. Be right back. Who?
Charge your ults. To go.
Gotta go.
Cutting their vision.
Go away. I'm out of here. Shocking. Go, go, go.
เออ
I'm out of here.
เฮ้ยมันเริ่มแล้ว
5 kills left. It's you and me.
to Team Liquid, who, again, like historically have been very good at this map. And then more so, you look at the fact that Kayak went, I think it was 27 and 17 while playing a Sage, and you go, okay, you get one or two other players stepping up alongside him, and this could be a very different story. Then you add in momentum. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, the Battle Sage, it really was a treat to watch last time. We'll see if it's going to be the same again here. Team Heretics on the attack to start us off, but it's Fnatic who are taking some space, some ground. The two being pushed, but Heretics are ready. Benji fishing, alongside Boo, and they'll find the opening pick as a result. They even suspect that he wasn't alone, but Crashies bides his time. Unfortunately, was isolated. One shot left. And he'll be executed from behind. Does well though to find his one there. Still a disadvantage for Fnatic.
Alfia playing yellow and only getting one kill. Can't believe it. Thought he'd have at least two. Boaster under serious pressure. Wingman can get the plant in, and well, that gives the space for the others to push. They've spotted Crashy's flank. Both players on Fnatic completely isolated. Both pistols went their way in the last map. It got them that extra little bonus of a start. And well, maybe this one still has some legs in it. 2 quick kills.
Where has this hope come from? Oh, the stun perfect though. Chronicle gonna be caught out. Rian's the one to take him down. She's all alone. And they're lined up. The high-low setup almost isolates one. The shot's not quite landing. 4, 3, 2 bullets left, and he's out. The reload they'll swing on, but that's a mistake. Unfortunately, time is too far gone at this point.
ถ้ามันกระโดดข้ามไปกู้เลยจะ
Pulls it across the line with 1-0. It's the first pistol of the series.
ไม่หมายถึงตอนได้พี่เหรียญปุ๊บก็ตอนวันรีโหลด
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited playing this Gecko as well. I think it's worth noting that obviously a lot of the duelist players have kind of just gone, I'm going to play Teo because I can just place you to down. I don't know, at times I feel like it doesn't work for him. Whereas I look at a Gecko, okay, sure, you have to plant, but you have a little bud to do. Sure, you have to flash, but you can flash for yourself. Like, there's a lot of very aggressive things that you can do with a Gecko. That's why I can think of a duelist main or two who just swapped to that and started playing it on his streams.
A second ago, I said that it was a great stun. I think that was Chronicle's own wingman from down below that stunned him. Because in the kill feed, there was no assist for Rian's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but his utility belt doesn't do any stunning, so that's a little bit unfortunate. It might even be through the floor as well. I'm not sure I've seen that before, with that kind of height to it, but Wingman, a very effective buddy, I suppose, although this time not for Chronicle.
Wingman just too strong. Maybe that's the
wanted to help out Woot.
น่าจะคอมนี่แหละยอดฮิต แล้วเลือกดูดิเอา
Everyone wants to help out Woot. But Benji, you look back to his previous performance versus BBL, a 14-12 overtime, 26-16. He has been in
มันไปแค่เหลืองนี่มันคอกลับมาเลยเหรอ
especially in recent times. With the space he's taken, the team are actually going to rotate in to execute alongside, of course. Okay. Yeah, just spam him out. That's fine. Boaster wrecked. Not going to be able to do anything with his extra util to delay. And the rest of the team, Mitch, they're not particularly close.
No, they're not. Miles away, in fact. The weaponry certainly not favored for the post-plant for Heretics. Set up well.
Are they watching for a lurk? I think they're both watching to see
ไหนบอกว่าไอ้กล่องเนี่ยผมสแปมตลอดเลย
Benjamin Fish was going to be coming in from behind.
I mean, it wouldn't be a bad way to pick up even just that ghost to the advantage. Start to then box them in the post-plant. But Heretics not quite so brazen in this one. It's 5 players, tucked passive, late play from Rian's to wrap around, see if he can pick up. Because you get the sense here they're going to go down to the spike, right? He wants to get ahead of that. Find a couple of orbs for himself. Successfully lands an orb at least.
That's the rifle.
Indeed, the rifle, although it won't be recovered by the other side, it certainly won't be recovered by Heretics.
I think that was, that was the only Phantom that they had. So that kill was actually quite costly. A little bit irritating to lose that and for Miniboo to be the last man left behind. But
oh, here it is. Thank you very much, EVS. Yes, it was. His own wingman got him. That's criminal. That's criminal. Look how far away it is. Why
is there no self-assist? You were betrayed. I'd love it. Someone needs to edit that when the wingman's eyes just goes red. Evil wingman has entered the server. Heretics with a little help from a little friend. For now, though, there might definitely has a piece or two missing. They're going to have dropped another gun over to Miniboo. not having the best of times on the previous map, but if this season is anything to go by,
ซิกแมน
he's gonna have a response. A 2-0 start.
ทีนิติก็น่าจะอยากได้
For
เหมือนกัน
Fnatic, this is sort of a must-win round. Otherwise, we could see Heretics just run away with it.
ไอ้โคตรโดนแฟดตัวเองได้ด้วยเหรอ
เมื่อกี้มันโดนไอ้ตันแต่แฟดไม่น่าปะ
Seen Heretics do
But okay,
more with
good. Yeah,
less,
man.
even just in the previous round, or previous map, I should say.
Drone is down.
Fnatic with their rifles in hand, already sensed that presence towards the A site. The drone gone through
ทำ
and
ไมคอม
met
เป็น
some
ติกมันดูแบบ
opposition, met some resistance, but Heretics I think are playing this
มัน
as
ดู
a
กัน
fake
ได้นะแต่มัน
drone and flash go up.
ว่า
Players
ได้
spotted, noise still being made, but now
because
the
of where
rotation
Benji
back
is.
around to the
คื
B
อ
site, and
คิด
indeed
ว่า
because
มัน
of
เป็น
the space
เสกเพราะ
taken,
ว่า
front yellow
โล
watched
เขา
by
ตัก
Benji, back by Boo.
มันโอเคกับเสกอะ
It's not been abandoned completely.
ข้างใน
30
อะ
seconds left.
There's a jiggle peak coming in through mid, and I
ปี
think
เจเอ็น
that
โดนมาแล้วแฟดตัวเอง
with no execution of that utility, that fake was not the greatest solve. No one's really fallen for that, but there isn't much in terms of denial. They've already used some of that extra utility, and instead it's a slightly different plant. But Wingman's been dropped 12
เขาก็
seconds
แผ่น
now.
สลึก
That
เลย
attack side has to get moving. They need to move forward and get somebody to try and plant that spike, and the fights are not going their way. Still yet to find a plant, and within the last second they're going to attempt it, but there are players peeking in.
เกือบ
The
ได้สอง
ball will go down, but Kayak
ถ้าได้สอง
is
นี่ได้
quick
เล่น
to
หมดเลย
make sure nothing comes of it.
It comes damn close to being a successful round. Kayak's healing himself back up there, but he
We
was
need
tagged
Wood up them,
pretty low. So was Boaster. And even those 1 or 2 extra picks
Fine,
coming
no,
across
man,
the line, they bring big value to Team Heretics in a round like that. So they definitely, considering the A site fake really didn't work out. I mean, you still had Kill close with Util, you still had Viper
Guys,
there
they
as well.
threw a dizzy in, everyone rotate.
And a drone! Oh no! Not even a fast lane
10
committed.
seconds later, no one here. No, he's still here, guys. Come
They
on.
might be.
Look at this damage,
They're
bro.
freezing. But yeah, it was a good read, I think, as well from that
Law
defensive side
Battalion.
to not over-rotate, to stay in position. They get the reward, and
If
they don't
anything,
lose too many
they
players.
rotated the other way. They were
Yeah,
like, yeah, that's fake.
Clearly
Didn't
a fake.
fool us so much that we're actually just going to go B now, lads.
เฮ้ยมันลงมาตรงนี้ด้วยเหรอ
It's also just the util denial. They had so much available to just make sure there was no safe place to plant. That is the value of those
รอด
salvos,
อะไรมา
especially,
รอดหน้า
but
ต่างมาเหรอหรืออะไร
nano swarms,
ตอนหน้าต่าง
snake
What?
bite as well. It is a lot that can deny. And that's something that Heretics are going to have to be very wary about. Even having the wingman doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get that plant for free. And without having that trusty Sage wall, it can become tough.
Obviously, a pretty intense read on this peak
Bam.
coming through middle. You can
But
see
fake
that it's
B,
a
there's a
high-low
gap A,
setup
A,
late
Maya
into the
Hinton.
round. They put pressure on B. They show tail so that hopefully somebody goes for that mid-aggression. In the end, it doesn't really come through. You could consider what we just saw from Chronicle there, kind of.
But look at where they pushed to, though. Like, Benji just got killed from a guy all the way up,
อุ้ย
deep in towards that A side of the map. But luckily, there's been a response. Again, the goal on this side has always been to delay, but Miniboo has decided, you know what, I'm not going to give them that opportunity. I'm going to try and get up in their face. Plant will go down. Armageddon, a little bit further up behind, was hoping to force them forward, but with the space already taken by
I think like it's something,
Miniboo,
อย่าพี่เหรียญ
weren't
มา
too
เอาให้
wary about it. Still looking to hold on to that
เฮ้ยมีอีกตัว
backline.
นึง
Kayak is the snake in the grass, the second layer to this rotation,
I mean,
and it
how do I
seems
bet
like at this stage the attack are completely unaware that there is another player coming in from behind.
แต่พี่โบ๊ทไงพี่โบ๊ทจะ
And
รีบ
they
ออก
have
มา
no idea. And now even less so, looking for that retake, looking for the fight. Alpha, 8 HP. All hope may rest on Kayak's head, but he manages to find one. Alpha buys that little bit of space. The
โอ้โห
wall
ขจัด
not quite
ใจพอ
lasting
ทำด้วยอะไร
as
ครับ
long as it needed to.
เออ
Getting involved early on, and a third round
ดีนะ
now
พี่
for
บูน
Team
เขายังมีกระสุนเหลืออยู่
Heretics. The early half, again, looking favored towards that attacking side.
The thing is, I really like the sort of isolation of Benji. I think they've realized how tough it is for him to just sort of hold on to that much of the map, and having a player push mid and then aggressively on A. It came down to the finest of margins and really solid
มัน
work
จะเอา
by
ครึ่ง
Wu
ก่อนใช่ไหม
to actually win that round home, because I feel like if you look at how it was actually played, I'd probably have favored Fnatic there.
ดีนะวูดมันเดินไวพี่
I think I'd be with you. Kayak's flank could have had so much more value, but a few early peaks by Heretics get them across the line. Pistols for Fnatic, a light buy across the board.
เป็นจี้โดย
It's Alpha Air, Marshall in hand, the biggest investment. Bar the stinger, I suppose, for that defense. It's managed to draw blood early. Still so much to worry about, and in particular, the outlaw in Miniboo's hands, a double barrel operator in effect, with nobody having heavy shields. Everyone is squishy. Everyone's a free kill, but he's got to land his shot, and now he's down to just 50.
Healing.
ดูไม่ค่อยดี
He
เหมื
will
อนกัน
get some of his health back. Live to fight another day, and Miniboo's being left behind. It's mainly again because this secondary lurk, this additional player of Boo, has taken a lot of space over on that A site.
นั่นไง
Problem though is that they are losing members. A 5 versus 3. Drone from Crashy's just waiting, knowing that there was a guy on the other side, and now I'm going to just try and slow them down as the full force of Fnatic looks to rotate into this side of the map.
This could be a strong start to the attacking side, but they're being chipped away at by Fnatic early on. A chance remaining for the defensive side. An early flank yet again. Guess who it is? Kayak wrapping up behind. Hasn't been spotted.
ไฮไลท์กำลัง
There's
คือผ่าน
presence
มาข้าง
being
หลัง
shown by Fnatic, but they
มีคน
haven't
หันหลัง
committed
ด้วยตอนนี้
just yet. Those weaker weapons, hesitant to
สวย
take
ล่ะ
the fight. Will Heretics worry about their back in time? No, they won't. Kayak strikes, picks off the first. They're managing to hold the line against the onslaught from Spawn. Kayak, the man with the rifle, buys time, grabs their attention, and Crashies takes them both out. With plenty of time for the defuse, and the orb given towards that Armageddon. Fnatic are back on the board with a pay safe card thrifty.
Again, it comes off a little bit of individual brilliance to start, but then just being able to isolate those flanks. That's happened multiple times where, well, firstly, that shot's just absurd.
Come on.
But the second they realize that Benji is gone, they go, okay, well, we can now flank. We can get in behind them without too many issues, and I do feel like that's happened a few times now where Heretics are just a little bit too unaware that, okay, we've lost our Sentinel. We need to be aware
ต้อง
of
เดท
it.
จนตายใจอ่ะนะ
100% with you there, Tom. I think that is the biggest downfall of that attack side in those 2 rounds we saw. The one that came close and this one here that fell, that crumbled. Kayak's being allowed to wrap behind them. Benji going down early. We can't see that repeated too many more times.
He's also being targeted. I think that needs to be said. It's not just like, oh, Benji's having a bad game. Like he's getting. No, they're actively looking for Benji so that they can have those flanks. So it's great work from Fnatic and something that Heretics have to adapt to.
Yeah, it was the A push that managed to find him earlier, and then just a mid hold. This time, the push from A is in Heretics' favor. They're running it down towards Kayak. No fight this time. He's dealt with that one. And Heretics finding these close range 1v1s, XV1s in fact. They managed to recover themselves some rifles. And look at the space on B.
Yeah, this has been another thing to talk about. Is the amount of space they've been able to get on B at times has been intentional, and there's been just util thrown into delay. But this round was just a single rifle for the side of Heretics. And Mini's done incredibly well. Like him and Benji both finding a pick, both getting rifles for Benji and Woot, and then the space that's been taken on the other side. Because it looks like an eco-direct hit into A, they now get the post plant that's been eluding them. And Fnatic now have to try and clear everything else that remains.
Man, Boo's been so patient. He waited in this corner with a classic, hoping that there was someone close enough by that he could punish. And in the end, he's forced back by this lockdown. Won't have his reward, won't be able to get back into position either. The snake bite, though, lands in time to delay. Buying that little bit more time. Oh, it's actually a little gap in it. They'll walk right past it, so a little bit more space taken. Boaster closer than expected already. Wrapping around yellow. Those recovered rifles now in with a chance. Alpha baits them into the open. Takes down the double. Boaster with another. And the round falls into Fnatic's hand. Just about. The wingman working hard to defuse that spike as they now equalize it in Fnatic's form 3-3.
Yeah, really nice retake.
That
didn't look like it was going to go in their favor, but Miniboo low and then being able to trade out Woot without too many issues. It's a round where they fight from a 2-man deficit to get back into position. And probably the more...
จริงน่าให้พี่บูไปยืนกับเพื่อนแทนพี่วูดนะ
This is Benji in my pocket. Fish.
Chop.
Yeah, I was going to say the more worrying thing is the fact that 2 ultimates went through there for Heretics. So you start off the round, you're not going to put too much in. You go, okay, well, we'll invest into that singular rifle, try and do some damage. And rightly so, when it got close, they go, okay, we'll use the Thrash. We'll use ourselves the lockdown. but then you still end up losing the round. So that cost has come up quite a bit more hefty. And even though the scoreline still sits 3-3, I think maybe getting some flashbacks to the last map where you had a decent start, it's looking good, and then Fnatic just start climbing back into the map. And for Heretics, you just can't really afford that right now.
Alpha's getting involved in some of those early fights, and you saw it there on the stage. We mentioned it in the first map as well. When he's getting confident, when he's smiling, when he's cracking jokes, that's when he's most dangerous. Had a phenomenal map going into the previous. And
when
now,
he's angry, he's also very dangerous, though.
Absolutely.
You have to say, like, I think it's only if you ever see him sad, that's when you're like, oh, he's gonna have a bad game. But I don't know if I ever have.
No. But yeah, you've seen him now. Said Benji's in his pocket. He's had those early picks. It's allowed Kayak to wrap up behind in the important rounds and the big ones. As you've seen here, two big teams when it comes to getting those early advantages. Something that Alpha has contributed heavily to so far in these first 6 rounds.
Yeah, I think this is when you look at the best teams in the world, you expect their 5v4 conversion to be very, very good. If that stat was bad, I think it would definitely be an anomaly for teams that have made it to international events, and we are hoping we'll compete at them. Here comes the TikTok plays.
เหลี่ยมนี้
Kayak
มีอย่างน้อย1ศพ
put into position, and you're not going to expect it. That mini who gone already. And there's not really anything he can do about that. You'd have to pre-fire every single angle on the map to find that kill.
Yeah, I think that boost has been around almost as long as TikTok. Kayak happy to take it out here. You haven't seen it for a long time though, right? Just with the lack of Sage being put into play. Sure, we'll get the one around mid a little bit later on. For now, that one was more than enough to find the early advantage. Hunter's Fury thrown through. Chronicles desperately low, but he dodges both blasts that come his way. The op, although it's looking for the pick, it won't find Wingman. The plant in play. Crash. Oh, it's got a lot of space and forcing the fights as they're out in the open and put in the dirt. 4 rounds now for Fnatic and a flawless round.
ใหญ่กลับมาแล้วอ่ะ Fnatic
Yeah, that's got to be brutal. Like you, as the opponents, you take a tactical pause. You come in where you have an ult or 2 of your own to play with. You try and get back into the game with the coaches, and then an in-zone flawless comes through seconds later. That's got to be a bit more of a backbreaker on the other side of things, because obviously it didn't start the way they wanted to, but you look at players like Kayak just thriving. Like we talked about this when it first came in. Like the Sage has always had its value.
แสดงว่า performance
sort of like, okay, you
Fnatic
can utilize the wall, you can have the
ที่มันไม่ทิ้งกันเลยนะ
slows combined with other utility.
อะไรนะ
performance มัน
But the AWPing Sage is not something I don't think we've seen that
3
much
ทีม
of. Unless it's just like,
BBL
hey guys,
แล้วตอนนี้ BBL ก็
we've
เข้า
seen
มา
it
แต่
just
เป็น
play
ทีมที่
Jet
4
every map, so well, I've seen it on Jet for once. It's like,
BBL ดูดีจริงเลย
Yeah, the CNET Sage is basically still a Jet. Just
like,
without
I
the
tried
He
to
had
dash
a
and it
move in that game.
didn't work. Back to the corner of my heel.
Well, Crashies has also got his claws out. Boaster's feeling jealous of his duo on the other side, picking off Benji. He's now in Boaster's pocket. This is a round where Heretics don't have a lot to play with. The Viper's pit. Well, it will allow them to get close with the pistols, but their HP decaying down.
มีผลซิตก
He's going to kill them all. He gets the salvos back online. There's going to be a lot of low HP players. They have ults to play with if this even gets close. They have a res. Like, it's looking like a brutal scenario. I think you can see the defense maybe starting to question if they've gone back in the other direction, but Minibu immediately falling. They do manage to get the plant down. There's not really been any other positive to this round so far.
Yeah, textbook attempt by Minibu to go running up onto rafters to take that Viper out of the pit. You know it's the spot they're likely to be in, but it's a different story altogether trying to take that pick. Rians, well, he was in a good position outside of the pit. Unfortunately, the wingman caught him, got onto his tricks early on, and that will be back-to-back in-zone flawlesses for Fnatic. Now, Heretics didn't invest a lot here, but what this does to the defender's economy is it bolsters it down. It gives them a lot of cash in the bank to fall back on. And with a 5-3 lead, with a lot, it's what, 5 out of the last 6 rounds going in their favor? This is now becoming an uphill battle for Heretics in a map that they absolutely must win.
There's few teams that I think about when I think of playoffs form. Maybe throw a crew in the mix with LCQ form, put them down because their group play.
They don't know what to do, bro. They actually don't know what to do.
Their group play is normally a little bit different, but Fnatic definitely have that. As like you see them play in the group stage, the series wasn't particularly close, went in the favor of Heretics, 13-5, 13-10. And right now, after a 13-6 victory in the other direction, they are being pressured. Minibu desperately searching for space to hide in, and while he might have found some space, but his teammate Imrians did not.
He's been picked off early. This round of all, you know, if this happened in the last, you'd shake it off. It's whatever. Benji going down in that early fight. Who cares? You got pistols. At least you get the ground as they fall back after the engagement. This time, though, an ult for an opening pick. And Heretics left without Rians, left without that drone, that recon that could be used to clear out this position. The op in play for Kayak, lined up, waiting for an opportunity. And with 50 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to give that opportunity soon. The flash ready for Woot. Maybe that will push him back. If it doesn't, they may be in a 5v3 very soon.
And time also becomes an issue.
BBL.
2 slows and the wall available. They're walking straight into that crosshair, but Minibu is going to find the trade. At least it's not another flawless. We're not getting the 3-peat of Inso flawlesses, but that's a bit of a silver lining. Benji's done well. Chronicle down. Still the salvos coming into play. Crashy's got to be the most irritating Teo to play against. With the timing, Woot has found some space. Unexpected, not known, but Outfear quick on the trade. In fact, he'll find both. It looked close for a second or two, but with the form that Outfear is in, it's not looking like close for long.
No, and as well, like I said, Crashy's getting his claws out in some of these previous rounds. Momentum well and truly in Fnatic's favor now, 6-3 after a 3-1 start. It's feeling like deja vu going back to Fracture. Rian stepping back just a little too far. The snake bite forcing him to be a little more cautious, but mistake made and quick reactions by Boaster to trade out Kayak after that opening pick. Indeed, a second pause coming into round 10. Heretics are fully panicking. They're in spiral mode.
Boo currently 0-8. I wonder if that is just a product of things going wrong, like having to try and call, micromanage, pick up different things. But this is what happens when you show Fnatic a trophy.
ถ้าไฟเยอร์มันกลับมาวันนี้ด้วยนะ
Doesn't look like a bucket.
ดูตั้งนานไม่กลับมา
They decide that it's worth fighting for. Because right now they are tearing them apart. You mentioned Crashies. I feel like the toughest part of playing against him is that he's doing damage when you can't see him. Like, I think we've talked many a time about who the best Teo is. And I think, like, you could put players like Sociable in that list in terms of just how many numbers he's going to put up individually. But I think if you're talking pure utility, like who's the most annoying to play against, I think it has to be Crashes at number 1. Because every time you try and plant, he always seems to have his salvos at the exact right moment. The cycling of that utility from him is just sublime. And then if you deal with everything else that's going on, you've got Kayak and Alfia who are just popping heads.
Yeah. Oh, Benji's got the longest name in VCT EMEA. I think Serial's old name would have beaten that, but we'll leave that there. 6-3 for the Fnatic side. It's been wonderful to see them on this kind of form. Playoffs form indeed. Upper bracket. Final right now, and the grand final seemingly locked in. Big changes needed, but Heretics call a pause to seek out those answers. Another opening duel for Fnatic. This time, punished quickly and cleanly.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Just making sure that he's not going to get away with too much. Clearly feeling like those light shields are in play for Heretics. Kayak has got the right read with that Outlaw in hand. And just look how much space they've got already. Now, this time at least Benji is alive. So the turret should give them that contact. But they've already spotted it. With how much space they've already managed to get, you can see that the Fnatic players are just waiting. They don't want to give the game away just yet.
Gonna let them fully commit their hand so they can't turn back. Here goes the ult, and now the flank from Fnatic shows its full hand. One player goes back to deal with him, but there's actually 2 players on the flank, and they find out the hard way. Benji at least able to pick off Chronicle. The players now are waiting on site. I say players, it's just one. It's Boo, isolated. But he has managed to fly under the radar. A free pick on Boaster and Alfia. Here's the round they needed. Even the lockdown committed and denied. Kayak, you've been sublime so far, but a little more needed. There's the pick and the rest. and that brings them right back into the round.
ชุบ
Finally
ชุบอัล
managed
ฟา
to
ขึ้น
deal
มา
with Alfie here, and someone
ทุก
brings
ใคร
it back
ก็
to
ได้
life.
ที่ไม่ใช่คนนี้
Counter lockdown going to be put into play. The round's so much more important than anything else. Alfie are actually looking to try and play ahead of it, and he'll be dealt with by Riens. And while there's not a lot of time left, it won't
Deadman.
matter. It takes a second pause, but there is a response. A solid individual round from Boo as well. I think that's now him onto the scoreboard for the first time in this matchup, but it wins them around.
Yeah, it was a surprise play. It was him sneaking his way through, fitting that while he's busy leading the team and forgetting about his own individual performance, it is the cerebral play that gets him on that board. I was worried there in the end, Tom. My heart skipped a beat. Seeing Kayak, 2 shots, loaded into the Outlaw, 2 opponents, low HP, below that 140, and they both swing him. He had a chance, and he fired at them both. Neither shot landed. Heretics get themselves around as a result. Alpha, he's avoided
จะมี
a
การ
mesh
ทุบ
of
การ
bullets
ทุบ
sent
ดัน
his
เขาสแกน
way.
อย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
Heretics finally back on the board, and it's not too late to finish this half on equal footing.
No, we've seen them versus both Vitality and Apex have incredibly clean defensive, 6-1 after getting enough rounds on that attack. So let's not pretend like this is over just because this half has been fairly firmly in Fnatic's favor. This A site has been a struggle. A lot of it has come down to delay. The amount that can be slowed off nano swarms, snake bites, salvos. But they are a little bit earlier than what we've seen in a lot of other rounds.
I don't think you're very ready for it though. Look, there's 4 players already on this site. And they are trained in on that position now. As 2 fall, they think it'll be a little bit more free, a little bit more open. But Heretics, well, they couldn't be more wrong. Left with just 1. He's on the ropes, quite literally, as Fnatic put to bed the 11th round, 7-4. A lead at the half, now guaranteed. The question is, how big will the lead be?
Honestly, their B-side defense is fantastic. Like, I'm genuinely enjoying seeing, because every time they're walking into this utility setup, but the goals change for Heretics each time. It's like, okay, this time we're going to try and get aggressive. We're going to try and play around it. And Bosa just puts a snake bite right in their path, so anybody that clips it gets stuck. Then behind that, you see the Mosh go in so that they can't stand in that ground anymore, forced into a new position. Then salvos come in as well. So it's just like, it's constantly having to shift and move everywhere you're going. And while you're doing that, Alfie is peeking you. So it's like, there's not really much more you can do.
Now, there's a reason you're seeing everybody here. You've got a Viper's Pit alongside a Hunter's Fury to work with. The Pit is the main thing. Look at the space they got in the previous round. Look how close they got to the site as Fnatic didn't look for those early fights. Instead, waiting for the wall to fall and taking the battles after. That means to Heretics, they can get in there. They can get that Pit in play and lock down that control, leaving their utility passively to cover their back from Killjoy. This could be a very dangerous round, and a couple of spams, the only thing really standing in Heretics' way. And the fact that they are taking a long time. I thought by now we'd already see them in there, but they're waiting outside of B. I don't know if this is going to work the way they hope it will, as Fnatic still have 4 players close by.
ไม่ถนัดลองแล้ว
มันต้องโฟกัสนิ้วซูมด้วยใช่ไหม
So having
นี่อ่ะ
man as well, that's important.
ที่เวลา
A quick
หลอก
pick, but
ซูมสไนด์หลอก
still
ตอน
all of
นี้แบบ
that delay utility is in place. 30 seconds. Now the Mosh comes through as well, that they're having to just wait out so much different pieces of utility that a Risk could do it all. Hunter's Fury thrown in to try and find some damage as the wingman goes for the plant. I don't know if it's going to fail. No, it's not. It's failed. And now they're stuck again. They have to go pushing. They have to go moving. Miniboo lands a second shot, though. He might just be keeping them in the round, but there's the swing. Spike dropped once again. With 7 seconds left, Chronicle, all he has to do is try and drop it one more time, but he will die. So it doesn't matter in the end. Your heart might skip a beat. Job done.
Well, they put the Pit in eventually, Tom. Jeez, they waited a while. How many fights were Fnatic given? Luckily, in the end, it falls into their favor. 7.
เดี๋ยวขอลองไอ้นี่ก่อนแป๊บนึงนะแก้บอทก่อน
บนนี่ก็น่าใกล้จอเหมือนกันเนี่ย
หลังเวเลยไม่ใช่ดู
They were very good on that defensive side. And I think the difference though today is that I think Fnatic have done really well to sort of disorientate them. And well, just look at the immediate rundown.
มาว่ะ
Heretics
ผม
are
ว่า
not
มีแบบ
feeling
3
the burn just yet as they will run it straight into their opponents. There's a lot of counter utility being put into play though. Still opportunities to try and fight this back, although has somehow managed to dodge that stun. He won't dodge the bullets, and what was a great start quickly diminishes into a Fnatic advantage.
I think we're going to see Chronicle having some stern words with Wingman after how it's gone for him in the pistol rounds. I don't know what's going on.
You stun me through a floor, and then you don't get him when he stood there.
You look him in the eyes and you say, I know you. I'll let you away with this one. You're my buddy.
จังหวะนี้แหละ
Well, a 3 versus 2. A good recovery by Fnatic, and they managed to find Benji coming up behind them. Not deal with him completely. Make him a bit modest with 70 HP remaining. He'll back off. The world is Fnatic's oyster. For Team Heretics, they've got a
โอ้
gamble
แล้วมันเชิง
on
หนา
where they
ด้วย
think the hit's
ติก
coming in.
ดูดิ
Patient stuff. Not wanting to overface, not wanting to gamble. Still having the
30 seconds left.
orb available as well.
โอ้
Now slowly making their way towards the A side, which is completely open. Nobody even remotely close. Eventually, the realization has to come through for the
เสร็จตามเรียบ
side
ร้อย
of
ครับ
Heretics that they are on the wrong side of the map, and you mentioned it, how
GG เลยอย่างงี้
critical this pistol will have been.
BG
And now we look at Mini Boo and Benji and see what they can do with it.
When it comes to pistols, Heretics have usually been pretty good. But here, Fnatic definitely upping the challenge a
อาจ
little
จะต้อง
bit.
มอง
This
ไปที่แกนไฟนอล
3v2.
ว่ะ
Everyone tagged on that attacking side, but they've got the numbers
โอ้สาม
and the unknown factor, the positions having to be cleared, swinging out from those corners. Fnatic with a 3rd pistol in this series. And you know, I say Heretics have been pretty good. They're number 2 in the region, right behind BBL, who we talked a lot about how strong their performances have been. So for Fnatic to step up to the plate here, it is a big deal.
Didn't their pistol stats take a pretty big hit recently, though? Were they?
BBL, yeah.
They
Still
lost a
number
lot
1,
of them.
though. Still number 1.
It says a lot about how good they've been in those sort of scenarios. We'll see if that continues later today.
แพ้ไม่ตกรอบ
It's the
นี่อยู่สายบ
qualification
น
match still coming up. This one,
Nice Alpha. Good job.
it's all about getting in towards that grand final. A chance at the trophy. Damn, nice shot from Mini Boo, but again, the first kill might go the way of
นึกว่าจะมี
Heretics.
ปาฏิหาริย์
But the
ไม่
second
เคยมี
and the
ให้ภูมิ
third
ใจเลย เฮ้ย
going the
Yeah,
other
malah
direction.
patahan.
Boo has picked up the mantle of his
คนน้องไม่
brother,
ได้คน
trying
พี่ก็ได้
to
มะ
do that little bit
คนน้องไม่ได้
more. Some nice shots, but the round still looks favored.
เนี่ยมาปฏิหารย์คลาสสิกด้วย
โอ้โห
Maybe the last man you'd want to come up
Yeah, I mean-
against here.
He's up
Oh,
close. He's
hey.
ahead of the curve.
Dihan.
He's taking crashies down, runs for the hill, and makes it round the corner. Plant will
เฮ้ย
come
แล้ว
through.
ว่าพี่
But
เกียนไป
a
เลยเหร
real
อ
chance.
แล้วพี่เหลียเขาไปวิ่งไปไหน
ไปสโลว์แมนจริงเหรอ
ไปทั้งไกลเลยโอ้โห
The big wrap
Oh.
around he's going for, hoping to
Okay,
catch
but
his
there was
opponent
that
off
guy.
guard.
Classic.
He may well catch him off guard. Look at where Alpha's going. He's so focused on this path, on even it being a side push, but now he's
Hey.
spotted him. What a shot!
เป็นไงปฏิหารย์
Connects two to the dome of Alpha Year. And while the pistol round may not have fallen into their favor, the pistol of Rehens
ปฏิหารย์
brings this round back into Heretics' pocket.
ปฏิหารย์ที่เหนือปฏิหารย์คือพี่เอ๋ย
Oh, look, Red Bull clutch, but more so, that's got to be the easiest bundle on planet Earth to sell when your players are doing stuff like that
ปืน
with
ไม่
it.
กวนตีนเดี๋ยวเอมาเซล
Just utterly ridiculous. And I said it in the moment, there is no one else you want in those clutch scenarios with how solid
แล้วพี่เหลียงก็วิ่งไกลจัด
individually.
พี่เหลียงแม่ง
It's just ridiculous.
And that's the right click. That's the right click.
How about the left click?
That was a left.
แล้วยิงใครไม่ยิงอัลฟาเจอร์ด้วยนะเสียทรงเลยเมื่อกี้
Close.
เจอคลาสสิก
I don't think he quite would have been right clicking Alpha Air from there. Now, Fnatic
It's
go
a
through
hero
2
mode.
rifles in play. Those players
เลิกเล่น
playing
ได้ไหมไอ้
pistols
ผม
have a
เนี่ย
chance to
แม่งดู
climb
ไม่
back
ค่อย
up
ได้
here.
เปรียบเท่าไหร่เลย
And they'll put their money on the line early on, not wanting to see that
Any
lead
bad
dissipate,
one,
not wanting to see Heretics 1 round away from them. They'll still have money for the next. Don't worry about that. It's not the biggest risk ever, but it gives them a huge opportunity. The opening pick already there is
Nia.
Kayak with another alpha, returning with the classic onto Woot, and all of a sudden, this round that had little to speak about in favor of Fnatic, just 2 rifles, now they've got 4. And there's only 2 rifles for Heretics, only 2 players left standing.
Benji's held the line at least for a little bit. He's managed to find a gap in the trade. Was
Benji
never going to
bet
not
ni
come
wah.
through from that position. It now leaves Boo a gap to run through, but almost seeming like suicide if he was to try and get through that
ไม่มี
gap,
ละ
knowing there's going to be somebody
ไม่มีเลย
either to the left, to the right,
อัน
or
นี้ยาก
up
ไป
above. And
อันนี้หมดใจละ
at
Fair
the
win.
moment, it seems like
No,
the
what-
majority of
what
them,
did
the
they
walls
win?
at least giving him a
Like,
gap to try and find
oh.
around, but he's hoping for a fight. And just look at where
เขา
Fnatic
ซื้อมา
sit.
2 กระบอกแล้วแพ้เฉ
They
ย
are all back passive, waiting patiently for a single tap to come through. And guess what? Those salvos are online once again. Crashes always so irritating in these scenarios that time is ever ticking, ever falling. And for Boo, I feel like at this stage it just has to be the retreat. And I think even the Fnatic players are starting to realize it. Look where Crashes has got to. He's just trying to stop him getting out of there, wants to remove that gun, and that's exactly what he'll do. The knife in the back, the thorn in the side. Fnatic, I've got 9 on that attack.
Taking the small advantage of that earlier economic decision, bringing in 2 rifles, finding the opening pick, arming to the teeth. Alphayer, the man top fragging, tied up with Crashies. Even finds one with a classic. Here it is.
Maybe it's just a Turkish thing. Then again, I say that, but Chronicle was always very good with it.
Oh yeah, listen, you see,
He's Turkish in
classic.
spirit,
Where
you
are you
know.
going, bro?
And they did. It was Woot going in to try to fight Kayak.
โอ้ย
That's one of your lineups, right?
Oh, shut up, Tom. All right, listen. It happened 1 time in ranked.
Oh no,
man.
sorry,
Let it
sorry,
go.
sorry. It's one of Scott's.
Look, stop coming for the Irish, Tom. I don't like it. Scott would never co-sign that. In fact, I reckon he's already
BBL.
writing that down in his notebook.
โอ้5
Double
He's gonna
digits
give him
now.
a stern
Oh,
high
Harmonia.
5 after this game.
Yeah, it's going to be Scout with Boaster and Chronicle with Wingman. Big talks to be had. 9-6, double digits now, looking probable for Fnatic. And you got to say, Tom, great course correction after that. Little bit of a bump in the road in this half.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say it was a big bump in the road, but then I guess somehow they've used it as a ramp. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Mini Boot, he's been struggling this game, and just look at the amount of utility that's being put in. They knew
That's your
exactly
rifle?
where he would land. And yeah, the hero gun has ended up as the zero
มีกระ
gun.
บอกเดียวด้วย
Nothing found.
น่าให้เพื่อน
A
แบบมา
lockdown to force
หลาย
any
ๆคน
players
น่ะ
off this
หลาย
site. You
ๆเป้า
had
แล้
the
วเพื่อน
stack.
ก็ยิง
You had the players in the right place at the right time. Unfortunately,
อย่างนี้จบเลย
you gotta run.
Seconds left.
And that was it. That was a worry.
ผ่านครับ
3 players tucked in,
กู
ready
เอา
for
แล้ว
the
ไม่ผ่านเล่
fight.
นโคตรดี
A real chance for Heretics with a lockdown
Spike planted.
wisely put into play by
จะมองไป
Alpha
ที่
here.
TL
Fnatic with double digits almost assuredly. The question was, would it be flawless?
โคตรแม่นเหรอ2-0 จริง
แคทที่อยู่กับ NRG อ่ะอยู่กับออปติกอ่ะไม่เคยมองแคท
As
ที่ว่าแบ
Boo
บ
is the last one
เก่ง
standing.
เก่ง
Picked
มา
off
กเลยนะ
Chronicle.
พอมา
Still
อยู่
no
นี่รู้สึกว่า
thrash
เก่งอ่ะเก่งมาก
online for
เล
the
ย
next round. Double digits secured, and Team Heretics on that
ตอน
familiar
อยู่ออปติก
scoreline
มัน
of 6.
โดนเยกบ
So round now, Fnatic just ran away with it,
ตอน
going back to
NRG ด้วย
Fracture. We may see
เหมือน
the
แบบ
same again. 4 players
ธรรมดา
alive.
ดูธรรมดา
Big
ธรรมดา
economy round as
พอ
well
มา
for that
นี่โอ้โห
attacking
ไม่เก่ง
side.
เลย
10 to 6.
นี่น่าจะแทนลีโอไปยาวๆเลย
Different story.
เดียวน่าจะไม่กลับแล้ว
We did not need a replay
That's just
of him throwing that into the
That
barrier.
is cruel.
เกิดเลย
I've already been mean enough beforehand. Don't need to double down on it.
Enemy remaining.
Shout out Scott again for the lineup.
All right, listen, Tom. You're on thin
เอ
ice
อ
now,
เขาดู
man.
UNA
You're on thin ice.
UNA ดูแบบนิ่งๆเล่นแบบคือเอาเล่นแบบเล่นเอาตัวรอด
10
อะ
to 6.
มานี่แบบโอ้โห
Ultimates building up the Heretics, but
ดีจัด
starting to question if it's too little too late.
คู่หน้า
Get
รู้
him
สึกว่า
crashes.
BBL
They've
น่า
had
จะ
so
ไปค
many
รับผม
set plays around this. Why
Wait.
he tries to run away. Oh, it's damage. They even had a salvo that goes behind. Rians is just trying to dodge every single piece of utility. Memes already
คำ
being
นวณมา
made
หมด
on
แล้วเนี่ย
Twitter to prove like Valorant. How difficult it could be to play. He does survive though, but well, his teammate has not. In fact, Rians didn't even last long.
Man, now Wood's looking the wrong way again.
พื้นที่
It
หลัง
was
ไปนะ
Kayak
ถ้า
to
บอกว่าแต
distract
ก
him
นะ
last
ยืน
time.
ไม่ได้
This time, he's the one
หันหลายทาง
surprising
เกิน
him. And either way, this has got to be a save. Look, they're already backing off. They're already giving up that control towards the B site. Boo and Benji look to hang on to these weapons and how quickly that round fell apart. And Tom, you're exactly right as well. It's not just the fact that you have this ult coming through, but behind it, you've then got a nano swarm and the salvos to block them in. I mean, those players were under so much pressure and they
Rians found the
struggled.
one gap.
The
He can
tiny gap.
stand it.
And immediately on the way back in, Fnatic, they're finding players trying to regain a spot to fight
Yeah.
from, trying to regain
Chill,
control,
Shabam.
and they go right in to the flood of Fnatic. The flood of that attack side wipes them clean from the board. Looks like they'll save their weapons at least, but it's a small solace.
Yeah, I think my favorite thing about Fnatic with these sort of setups is that they are aware of the space. Like they know exactly, they go, oh, we've done this amazing execution. And if they don't get a kill from it, they're not going, oh, I guess there was just no one there. They're going, okay, there was a gap here and here. So we're going to now execute into those positions and make it more awkward for players who have managed to survive our util. Like it's just such intelligent play. And we talk about Heretics and these explosive compositions, the individual brilliance of players like Miniboo, Wu. And they have been really struggling throughout this matchup so far, not been able to find that same value we've seen all season. Like you talk about Miniboo being the highest ACS player, but he hasn't been in this game. Boo though will at least start things off with an opening pick, and that's Kayak gone. So the rest won't be used. Unfortunately, you can't bring yourself back.
That is 2 rifles, though, for Team Heretics. Boo has 1, Benji has the other. The rest are sitting down with pistols. Space taken, but spotted. And on the way back, he's dead. Dead to rights. Good spam. Good opportunity to recover a weapon. Boaster tries to be the thorn in the side, but they've abandoned that control. Heretics with a 3 versus 5 in their favor. 3 weapons as well to work with. This is all that they need. And I like this. Immediately you see Miniboo back off from that fight. He doesn't need to risk it. Just spotting for the info.
Trying to make sure that there's no gap to be had. You've also got the deep alarm bot, so even though it might look like B is open for business, that will give enough information. That's why Benji hasn't gone any further forward, wanting to make sure he stays within range. This might ruse them a little bit though. If that push-up will come in, they'll destroy the util, and immediately, look at the rotation. Look how many people have just started running the other way. The problem is how much time can be bought. Wu needs to just try and get 1 here, and he doesn't, but there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, and that will do the job. That will clear everything out, and Boaster's late flank, well, it's too late.
Whoa, he almost gets taken down there by the Sheriff. Rian's going back for more. He'll be dropped. Another point towards that Viper's pit, but another round for Team Heretics, pushing past that barrier of 6, somewhere they were kept on when it came to Fracture.
Wow.
And a gap of 4 rounds now. This game is far from over if Heretics can keep this form up. That was a round that they had very little to work with. And yes, the Hunter's Fury was used, but that was really just the icing on the cake. The seasoning, the main dish though, was that opening pick by Boo, was that fight inside of Tube and the rifle recovered, and then passive play, allowing that clock to run down.
Potentially. Bit of a pace change. You see the orb is the main target. trying to continually build up the ultimates for the side of Fnatic. When you have that Thrash in play, there's a lot of space that can be taken. The thing is, though, you look over on the A side, it's just a solo defender in the form of Riens. The gamble has been made that they'll be able to get in, and a lot of that will come down to having this lockdown available for Benji Fishy. They are confident in the retake, so the only goal really for Riens is, okay, spot, see if you can find information. If you get a kill on the way, fantastic. But it seems like the rotation from the defensive side actually coming a little bit earlier. They have made that realization.
Monster on the loose.
And a good job that they're playing that bit more passive. Thrash is on its way. It's caught one, but Miniboo's down below, ready to pounce. Boaster gets caught in mid as well. Really nicely played by Heretics, covering all their bases, defending the man that got caught by the Thrash. And now 3 players on site ready for the battle. Fnatic walking right in to the fray. I like Kayak's spot, but no one's giving him an angle. Oh, here we go. He's up and above. He's caught them in the ult. The trade comes in quick with Miniboo shutting that down. Alpha all alone. He's been sensational so far. Gets the opportunity for one, but with 12 seconds left, that plant has to be stuck at this time, and the flank indeed should secure this round as he runs for that safe spot. Wasn't so safe with Boo around.
Yeah, you can forgive him for making the prediction that, okay, if they put that lockdown in, probably both players are going to come from the same angle at the end and not have separate 1v1 duels. But it was a long flank that came through from Boo, but a much better round from them overall. They had a solid read on everything that was going on. Benji, this timing was everything, because that was almost Woot dead to rights as he attempted to rotate in and ends up being a pivotal factor. And although he ends up being caught, the quick reactions from those players is enough. Fnatic, after losing a couple in a row, have made the decision now that, okay, well, we need to try and slow this down. We do not want to allow Heretics to firstly get back into the game, but secondly build that momentum, start seeing those superstars that we have done all the way through the season.
That's it. It's time to get back on the horse for Fnatic. 2 in a row. Doesn't seem like much, but we know what Heretics can do when given this kind of space. Now we're seeing them make those reads. The early aggression with the 2 rifles works out. The rotations that came into play there, perfect as they were ahead of the play. And you can see the coaching staff of Fnatic with a lot to say. That's a lot of holes to plug. But when it comes to these 2 boys, it's dangerous when they're given this much time to think. We'll see what Fnatic make as an adjustment. The res online, not much else for them, but they're competing against the ult from Miniboo that despite him having a quieter performance here on Icebox, this ult has done a lot for him before. Boo as well, having that Viper's pit. It's been a slow half, but if he's playing inside his pit, it's going to be difficult to root him out of there, even in the worst of times.
There you go. In terms of win rate in the retakes,
wow,
that's where we do see the best of this Heretic squad. As I said, with the rounds they played on the defense, a lot of the time it's been utter dominance. We've already started to witness them build back into this map a little bit. Still a long way to go. 2 rounds needed for Fnatic to close this series. 3 rounds just to level it up.
Locating targets.
For the attack. Bit of a slower pace. They were kind of steamrolling Heretics in a lot of these early rounds. So now that there's a little bit of resistance, back to the
แม่ง
drawing
ไป
board.
ฉี่แป๊บเดียวปวดท้องก็เลยเอาซะหน่อยแล้วกัน
Heretics are going for something different as
นี่
well.
มีหวังเหรอพี่เอ้ย
The stuns go up on B.
ห้องน้ำ
Go
อ่ะ
flash as well as they look to take that deep control. They see nobody and now sense it's an A play. The wall comes in from Fnatic, utility being heard, but they're a little slow to get that plant down.
ใช่เหรอพี่เอ็มไม่อยู่ทีเฮติกจะทำไม
Heretics have now rotated thanks to that early B play. They
ผมไป
have
เข้า
4
น้ำก่อน
players in position, ready to take that space. Ult pop, believed by Miniboo. The Viper's pit from the attack, though, that's going to be tough to fight back through with Alpha instantly rezzed.
They were hoping to try and kill him off again. Alpha are actually now 1 away from the lockdown. He gets a pick, and that kill on Tim might actually end up helping out. Chronicle as well, just holding the line already. They're trying to get it. Actually, I think that nanoswarm has missed. It's bounced off, but it doesn't matter. The spams have done the work anyway. And now all that remains is Boo! He's landed a multitude of kills, looking for a little bit more, but it was too much to ask. A 1v5 would have been absurd. Unfortunately, for them at least, it's not to be. And this place is Fnatic. right onto map and series point, and more importantly, a spot in their grand final.
Just one round away with 4 chances to close it out. Fnatic have come into this series looking clean on map number 1. That was their pick, but it was Heretics who chose to fight them here on Icebox. A big round from Boo, sure, a 3-piece put on the board without the use of his pit. But it'll come to nothing. It will amount to naught if they cannot find 4 in a row. It was them to send Fnatic through that lower bracket. Stage 1 of last year. Well, revenge can taste sweet. And Fnatic just 1 round away from that taste.
Might be a short trip to the lower bracket. A single match and they'd be right back into that grand final. But we know about the lengths you have to go through in those best of 5s. The energy they'll be thrown into it. And, well, we already saw this back at kickoff. Heretics thrown to the lower bracket, thrown to the wolves that were Team Liquid in form, and they did not come out of that lower bracket. Well, in one sense they did. Miniboo trying to get aggressive, trying to put some of that flair into play, but he's not found anything from it. Still sticks around.
The pit securing B, it's allowing them to rotate more heavily, and that's been sensed by Fnatic. Turret broken from down below. Nano active, just so Benji could clear below, but he's worried about someone being in tube, and he should be. He spotted the shoulder, spotted the elbow, and takes Alphayear down, ready for the rest, but Kayak bests him, and now the B site seems open, but they're not committing just to it. They've heard the steps up close. They know that there's players just outside, and use the slow to get themselves into position. The plant with 12 seconds left, the snake bite to delay, to give that bit more space, but they need to find some solid ground to fight from. Towards Snowman is where they're looking, but there's plenty of players waiting. In goes the Armageddon, it's caught one, Rienz is down, Woot forced into the open, and now the round seems to be in Fnatic's favor. A lot of ground to cover by Miniboo, by Boo. The pit falls and they know where he's coming from. They'll drop him right away. Grand finals bound are Fnatic, the first team to grace that upper spot, and they do
ถือว่า
pass the test.
เซอร์ไพรส์อยู่
Heretics
ทีมนักติดเข้าชิงอ่ะโอ้โหได้แชมป์ด้วยตรงนี้ได้แล้วนะโงเลย
อย่างแม่นเลยวะ
แม่นแต่เลขอะเลยทำไมมันไม่ฟอร์มนี้แต่แรกอะจะได้เดาถูกว่าใครแชมป์โอ้
ปะ TFT เซต10 1 ตา
อยู่ดีๆก็โหดเฉยเลยแม่ง ดูหน้ามิกเวลหน่อย มันดูกันยังไงมันเอากล้อง3 คนขึ้นอย่างนี้ได้วะนะเฮ้ยไหนสร้างยัง
กำลังเข้าเกม
มันทำไงเอาหน้าขึ้น3 คนอ่ะ
คุณน้องสตา
ดู
ร์
ช่องมิก
คำจ
เว
ง
ลดิ มันเอากล้องขึ้น3 คนเลยอะโคตรเฟี้ยว
วัดปาร์ตี้อะนะ
เออแล้ว4
ได้
คน
ดิ
เนี่ยอยู่เนี่ย
พี่ก็จับจอ Discord ใช่ไหมแล้วพี่ก็ครอบแค่กล้องมาแล้วก็มา
โอ้โห
กดเลย เดี๋ยวนี้พี่เล่นธรรมดาเหรอ ผมจะไปเล่นเซต
สิบ
10
เนี่ย
ขึ้นว่าพี่กำลังกดแรงค์กด
เคยทำอยู่ตอนที่ไลฟ์รายการโหดแคปโคตรลำบาก
อ๋อไม่ได้เปิดดิสเพลย์ไว้ ขอบคุณน้องโอย่านะครับเฟสติกผู้มอบรอยยิ้มให้เรา แต่ไม่มอบให้พี่เอ๋ยนะ วันนี้ผมถามพี่เอ๋ยตอนเจอในทีเอสทูเฟพี่เอ๋ยบอกให้ทีเอส20นี่ไงทีเอส20แต่โดนนะ ผมไม่เปิดเสียงเล่นได้ไง
โคตรเฟี้ยว
อะไรอะ3โอ้โหเอ็มเบม
สนุกสนุก
โอ้โหเลยผมยังกากเลย
ยุ่งเล
เฮ้ย
ยทีนี้
ไม่กากไม่กาก มีฮาร์ดสติลถือว่าไม่กาก
มีบุยเซอร์ เล่นบุยเซอร์เพนต้าวันนี้เฮ้ยจัดไปครับแนทจะมี8 บิตมาด้วยดิอุ้ยแล้วบุยเซอร์มา8 บิตก็มาอีกว้าวุ่นเลยทีนี้หรือว่าเล่น8 บิตดิแต่ไปเพนต้านี่ก็เพนต้ามีบุยเซอร์2อยู่แล้วไง ตู้เต็มคืออะไรอ่ะ
ทำไมตามันกากากวะโอ้ตาเขาถึงเขาอย่างดีเลย เหลือจะเชื่อ เอ็ดหลอดเหรอเอ็ดหลอดใครบ้างวะแอดหลอดนะ
เพนต้าดูว่าเล่นง่ายตอนนี้อุ้ย BBL ครับ
จริงเหรอเรื่องจริงอ่ะที่พี่เอ๋จะให้ผิด2 คู่เลยวันนี้
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวยังไม่เริ่มเลยผิดแล้วหรอ
พร้อมอะไรวะเนี่ย
เป็นไปได้ไงแพ้เฉยเป็นต้าใช้อะไรแบบหรือว่าไป8 บิตเลย
ยังใช้ต้องฟาส9วันสัตว์นี้
เพนต้ามันมีบูสเซอร์2ไงใช่ดิดูผิดนี่ว่า8 บิตเคทลินเหรอเล่น8 บิตดีกว่าพีเฮดติดเคิร์ดอ๋อ ชนะ2 แพ้ 1ชนะ2 แพ้ 1เหรอ
โอ้ยฮัตติวออกมาเยอะไอ้เฮียกูเล่น8 มอยเชอร์แม่งเลยดีมันไอ้สัสแต่เล่นฮาร์ดสติลไปกันแล้วก็เป็นไอ้3 เพื่อนเกลือแล้วไม่ได้เลยตั้งนี้ไม่ได้วะไม่ได้มันต้องเป็นตะคริวสักตัว ยาโอ้ยครับแล้วเป็นเพนตาคิวสักตัวคือไอ้นี่ก็ไอ้หมอนี่ มีคนเล่นหาดติววะโอ้โหเก่งทุกบ้านสบายครับเอาอันนี้ลงไปเพื่อความกาก
พัด EWC ดูในไหนเช็คแป๊บนึงนะมีดูหรือเปล่าไม่รู้มันมีดราม่าอะไรอยู่ไม่มีครับผมไม่มีให้ดูอะ
EDPC คัดไปไม่มีถ่ายทอดสด
ไม่มี
เชื่อโอ้โหมึงเหลือไว้ทำไมอ่ะนิดเดียวเอง
อุ้ย Aspire Edition เลยเหรอ ย้ายไปเพนท่าเดี๋ยวา
เดี๋ยวนะเป็นรีทวิตเฟสแล้วเหรอดิโก้มันครบแล้วเหรอพี่
นี่ก็6แล้วเหรอ
ไม่มัน
4เอง
โอ้โห
อ๋อ
รีท
ทวิ
วิ
ต
ต
เฟสทวิตเฟสมันมาใช่ไหม
เปิดอีกแล้วเอ้าสัตว์สลับไม่ทันแต่ไม่เป็นไรราวคีมันไม่นับอยู่แล้ว
ยาวเลยอย่างนี้ คุยกันได้ ที่มีเสร็จเราต้องรอเสร็จ2หรอ
User joined your channel.
ก็จะเล่น8บิตผสมกับ7หลอด
เฮ้ย
ดูจะโหดหรือเปล่า
โต
โต
อะไรวะเพื่อน
เราไอ้ดูอีมีเนี่ย
พรุ่งนี้ฟิตเปล่า
พรุ่งนี้ฟิตพรุ่งนี้ฟิต
เชื่อไหมกูยังไม่ได้ไปมาเลย5 วันแล้วเนี่ย วันนี้ก็ไม่ได้ไป
เอ้าไม่ไปวะ
อู้อ่ะพี่ยาม
กูด้วย มึงรู้เปล่าว่ามึงรู้เปล่าวันนี้ฝนตกหนักมาก และน้ำ
ดูดิไป
ท่ว
รั
ม
บลูกมา
ไม่ได้น้ำท่วมหมดเลยรู้ป่ะ คือรถแบบกูกดอะจากบ้านกูอะไปบุญถาวรอะ
เออ
มึงให้ทายว่าเท่าไหร่20 นาที
เฮ้ยแต่อันนี้มาเอามันจะล่ามันไหมวะ
20 นาทีนะเว้ยใน Google Map ขึ้นอะ
โอ้โห
จากบ้านกูอะ Google Map ขึ้น20 นาที แล้วกูลองกดแบบว่าจากตรงนั้นอะกลับมาบ้านกูอีกทีอะคือกูว่ามันบวกกว่านั้นอะมันขึ้น40อะแต่กูว่ามันบวกกว่านั้นอะ
ก็ปกติกูไปรับลูก15 ทีวันนี้กูรอไปชั่วโมงกว่า
ก็ใช่ไง คือมันติดมากเว้ย ติดจนแบบกูไม่กล้าออกเลย
แย่ละได้คอมโมเนนต์บุฟเฟ่แล้วก็ไดมอนด์แพนโดล่าปาจัดเอาอะไรลงไปวะเนี่ย
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยววันไหนว่างบ้างกันเดี๋ยวก็จะเข้าไปในห้องอะเข้าไปดู
เดี๋ยวค่อยว่า
เเดี๋ยวค่อยคุยที่ฟิตเนสกันนะ
ดูออกเมนพี่ดิ
เห็นแล้ว
ปาจัด
ตอนแรกผมพอนดอลล่าก็มาผมก็จะเอ๊ะผมมีบุฟเฟ่ต์แล้วนี่หว่า
โอ้เอาบุฟเฟ่เหมือนกันเหรอ
ใช่
โอ้พี่โอ้
โอ้
เฮ้ย
กำลังคุยกับVR เมื่อกี้เลยกดไปไม่ได้คิดอะไร
เปิดติกมาเหรอวะ
โอ้โหโหดจัด
นี่ไงเป็นอย่างที่เราคิดจริงๆมันกำลังดีขึ้น เพราะตอนที่กูเฟอร์นาติกเจอทีลิควิดอ่ะ กูว่าให้เฟอร์นาติกนะ แต่กูรู้สึกลิควิดอ่ะเก่งกว่าเว้ย แต่กูรู้สึกฟอร์มเฟอร์นาติกกำลังมาเนี่ยแต่ตอนเจอฟุตแล้ว ปลดล็อกแล้วเหรอวะ
มันปลดล็อกอะ
โอ้โหตบขาดทั้ง2แมปเลยนี่ว่า นี่แต่ไอ้บล็อกน่าสนใจกว่าคนมัน
ไม่มีอะไรเลยเมื่อกี้มันสัมภาษณ์แล้ว
บอ
ไม่
ก
ช
ว่า
อบเก็กโค้ไงถนัดเสกมากกว่า
เลยต้องมาจับใช่ไหมเลยมาจับเศษแทน
เคสโชจินใช่ไหมกำลังนึกอยู่ว่าเคสใส่อะไรกันหนึ่งทำโชจินเลยกันอะ
เดี๋ยวกูต้องเอาตัวอะไรแครี่เนี่ยเกี่ยววนไปไหนหมดวะ
กูต้องตัดว่ะทวิเฟตยังไงก็ต้องหยิบไม่งั้นวิกฤตแน่
ต้องหยิบเลยเหรอ่ะ
ต้องหยิบต้องหยิบ
นี่เดี๋ยวผมตัดอันนี้ให้ดีกว่าเอ็กโคเนี่ยมันมีของเวทไง
เฮ้ย โอเค
ไม่ได้
คน
เหร
ละ
อ
คนละไม่ได้ไม่คนละไม่ละอีนาแนนเอาไป
Hold up. We getting paid for this.
ไอ้เหี้ยผมปล่อยนี่ดีกว่าปล่อยเฮดไลเนอร์อยากเอารูทสตรีก่อนอะ
แล้วมันตัวเรียมโคตรโกงอ่ะ มีการเดียนกับดิสโก้อ่ะคือที่ทาริกก็เก่งเอง
ใช่เหรอทาริกกลับมาแข่งแล้ว
นี่ตัวละครเด็
อ๋อ
การเดียนไง คือมันโกงเลยอ่ะ
นี่อยากโลสักทีว่ะนั่นไงไอสัตว์ไม่น่าเลยขออีกทีแล้วกันขออีกทีแล้วกันไอ้เหี้ยไม่ไหวแล้วไอสัตว์โคตรไม่โคตรไม่เอาได้เข็มน่าเอาไปอัพเวลอะดำอะไรลงไปเดี๋ยวหาสติวอีกตัวเดี๋ยวได้หาติว5จะได้กล่องเยอะๆหน่อยเพราะบอร์ดทุกคนมันเก่งอยู่แล้ว ผมไม่ซีเรียสเลยว่าจะชนะหรือแพ้ตัดตัวเยอะเอาเลือดเล่นเดี๋ยว
เฮ้ย
โอ้โหไอ้การเล่นถึกอะไรเงี้ย
โอ้โห เป็นเอดหลอด ตาเว้นเฉยเลยครับ
อาจจะเราจะต้องปล่อยมือคาสติลละ
มันยังไม่ใช่รอบลึกมันแข่งนัวกันอยู่แล้วครับ เอ้า อะไรนะ
นี่ทรงคนจะแตกแน่เลยวะพร้อมอะไรก็ไม่รู้ติงตองชิป
ผสมผิด โอ้
ขายอยากกดยอมแพ้ไอ้นี่วะให้กล่องมันแตกเล่นเนี่ยเห็นแล้วมันเคี้ยวว่า
ไปฮาร์ดสติลเหรอ
เออ มันแจ้งแบนผมได้เลยนะถ้าผมทำกันอะเอาจริงไง
กดยอมแพ้เลยเหรอ
เออ
ไอ้โลกอะนะ
ใจร้ายปะ
โหใจร้ายไปแชมเปี้ยนฮาร์ติวแล้วทองโจมตี 4% ตามหน่วยทรัพยากรที่ผู้ใช้งาน
โอ้โหแล้วได้โยลิก
อะไรอะแชมเปี้ยนฮาร์สติลแต่มันส่งอัพเพดีออสแชมเปี้ยนฮาร์สติลได้รับพลังโจมตี 4% ตามหน่วยเอ้าทำอะไรลงไปวะนะคือบังคับเล่นใช่ไหมอย่างงี้
สับงงไอเทมไปหมดแล้วสรุปกูเล่นตัวแรมแครี่เนี่ย เฮ้ยที่หน้าขาย
ต้องคอมโบกับเคสลิน
คงต้องป๊อปปี้แล้วล่ะ ป๊อปปี้สวิง
เอฟติกชนะแล้วครับผม
Careful. This pack's a wallet.
ไม่มีโยเนะใช่ไหมไม่มีโยเนะก็ขายขึ้น9แม่งเลยวะล่ะ
โอ้ไปหมดแล้วครับบอร์ดตอนนี้
มั่วจริงว่ะพี่ตัวเนี้ยผมเมาไปหมดแล้วเนี่ย
มัวจัดเลยอ่ะตอนนี้
เฮดไลเนอร์ไม่มีงงว่ะมอยเชอร์ก็อยู่แค่
ดูบอร์ดพี่ดิ ทุกอย่างอ่ะ อยู่ในบอร์ดเดียวกันตอนเนี้ยอะไรก็ไม่รู้เนี่ยงงไปหมดเลยเนี่ยทำอะไรลงไปวะเนี่ยมีมีเอสเลียว2 ตัวยืน
งงเหมือน
งงจัด
เอาเย็นที่ไปแล้วกันอ่ะมึงช่วยด้วยแล้วกันน้อง ช่วยด้วยน้อง
โลก็ไม่ฮิต
เลยลงมันนี่มันแคสเอาท์เป็นปินอะแต่มันแคสเอาท์ได้แหละหมดละโหพี่เยี่ยเทคนิเชียน4 อันโคตรบ้า
โอ้โหสภาพมันได้ออกเมนที่ไทเทเชียนบวกดาเมจ
การทันตีผมไม่ตาย ฟัดก้าวได้อยู่ฟัดก้าวได้อยู่น้อง
ออกมาแล้ววะ
ยัง
หมายถึง8 บิตพี่มาละ
ตกใจถ้าไอ้โลกมันมี$1นะ มันผลิตเงินรัวๆได้เลย หรือไม่ก็ไอ้ที่ทุบอะ
บ้าเลยนะ
อุ้ยแรงไปน้อง นี่อ่ะโดนป๊อปปี้ผมทุบหมดบอร์ด ไอ้เชี่ยแบกก็เสือกโลเดียวกันอีกนะ
8 บิตกับไอ้นี่มันคอมโบพอดีนะว่า
โหอย่างเฮี้ยเลยของ
ฝากด้วยครับแคทลิน
วิของอะไรวะเนี่ย อย่างมั่วซั่วตัวเหล่งเลยใส่ไปก่อนแล้วกัน
ไม่ยอลิกมันถึกจังวะ
บอยเชอร์8อะพี่
ถึกจัด
ใส่เป็นตะคริวอีกตัวนี่มันเลยประเด็นคือไอ้นี่ไม่เป็นอีโม
อุ้ย
จริงๆเดี๋ยวจะเปลี่ยนไอ้นี่เป็นเคนหาเคนไม่เจอ
โอ้โห
โอ้จริงบ้าจัด
เส้นทางของคุณเดิมพันหรือรับรางวัล รับรางวัลนะวะ รับไปไหนอ่ะเนี่ย อุ้ย โอ้โหเอาอีลงไม่ทัน
ใส่หลังที่ต้องโล
ขอเล่นตาได้เปล่า ขอร้อง
หัวกะลิตายหมดบอร์ดเลยวะเดฟิว
เอ๊ะไม่รู้เลยนะ ไม่ได้เล่นนานตู้แตกอะไรเท่าไหร่
โยลิก
แต่เดี๋ยวไม่เอาอีกตัว
มันเอาแน่เลยนี่หยุดไปเจอไอ้โลกก็โชคดีแล้วเนี่ย
ตู้แตกเท่าไหร่อ่ะ6 บิตอ่ะ เคนขยโยกอย่างนี้340,000เลยเหรอ
3 4 5 6 7
นักจัด
เอาแล้วเรามาเจอกันเองไงพี่เอ๋ย
โอ้เป็นใครทีนี้ยุ่งละ
โอ้แล้วเคนพี่
ยุ่งละ F
เย้ย
ว้าว
เคนพี่แบบบาจัดตายเลยปะเนี่ยเฮ้ยไม่ตายตายผมได้เอาป๊อปปี้ลงอีกตัวว่ะแล้วก็เปลี่ยนของวีโก้คิดไม่ทัน8 ไวเชอร์2ป๊อปปี้น่าจะโหดกว่าเอาแม่งมาพอดีเลยวะ
เคนก็โหดจัดแต่ดิเพราะมันมีไอ้นี่บวกอ่ะ
นี่มัน
8
ปั๊ม
ลิตร
มันปั๊มเงินแล้วเนี่ยผมน่าดับปั่นมันว่ะแบบว่า
โอ้โหตังค์มันเด้งไม่หยุดเลย
มันรวยแล้วพี่แล้วพี่เอ๋ยก็โดนมันไป
เกียร์ตูแตกว่ะ
ใช่เหรอพี่เอ๋ยก็จะตู้แตกอ่ะผมไม่
ตู้แตก
ไม่น่าจะยากกว่าพี่เนี่ยมันลูเซียน3 ดาวแล้ว
ใช่หรอ
อืม
อุ้ย
ขายบอร์ดแล้วพี่มันจะโล3 บาทเฮเว่นสปิดแฟกเจอร์โอ้ยลิควิดจีว่ะที่มัน5 บาททุกตัวแล้วโลไม่หยุดเลยครับตอนนี้ TL BBL ให้ TL ครับ ถึงบ้าจัดพี่ไหวกับมันเปล่า เคยเจอมันนี่คือแบบซวยชะมดวิพี่เอ้ยออกเลยเหรอ
ออกเลย
เอาพี่เอ้ย
ไม่ดู
ออก ผมออก
เจ็บใจอาเว่นครับผม
ลิควิด20
เมื่อกี้ถ้าไม่เจอบ้านเวอร์8 บิตสล็อตแตกแน่นอนเมื่อกี้ไม่แพ้ใครหรอก
The players, it's not that great, but he bouncing back.
Yeah, and for me, this is where I think young
BBL
people
เปลี่ยนคอมป่ะ
นี่ไงลิควิดเล่นคอมทารอนว่ะเป็นไง
สงสัยไปดูมา
สมแล้วที่เป็นคนไทยด้วยกันใช่ไหม
ต้นตำรับมาจากไหนอะคอมเนี่ย
ไม่รู้อยู่ทารอนปะก็เห็นทารอนมาเล่นก่อนนะหรือมันอาจจะมีคนเล่นมาก่อนนะห้องเมื่อกี้แม่งบ้าเกินวะ จริงๆถ้าผมกดเซเลนเดอร์ตอนที่มันเจอผมนะตอนนี้มันร้องไห้แล้วอะเกมมันไม่สนุก
ไม่มีภาพนี้อะ
เกมมันไม่สนุกสำหรับมันละแต่ถ้าผมกดมาก็นั่งเคว้งเลย
มื่อกี้พี่ฮาร์ดสติลพี่แค่สามไอหัวใจ3 อันอะครั้งแรกอะกดเดิมพันอะได้ตังค์80ไปกดรับรางวัลอะมันได้เยอะขนาดนั้นนะคือแจ็คพอตมันสุ่มเหรอ
ticking that box. It's almost a positive to.
อ๋อเอาคะแนน8 บิตมาบวก
Bit of
ด้
an
วย
adjustment coming into today. Anything standing out to you there, or is it more just let's see how it lands?
I think let's see how it lands.
Well,
Like I said, for me, Levin is definitely the focal point here of the BBL comp, but see whether or not actually. For a moment there, looks like there's going to be a little tussle to kick off the pistol round, but yeah, seeing what he can achieve here on the ISO is definitely where my eyes are drawn to. Struggled previously on the jet. Creeping closer and closer here. Patitech.
พวกเจอทีมเก่าโดนเด้งมาจะ
Actually
มี
will
แบบ
catch a pistol poking out.
จะมีไอ้นี่
Yampy
พิ
will
เศษ
fall. Spike noted as well.
You're not going to get away with those kind of dry hits.
แล้วเข้า B นี่คือเข้าแก๊ปเลย
Creep up on that. Already punished and a lovely player advantage. Gonna have the security for the plant.
ตอนนี้ซีเรียลต้องมาปลายนี่แล้วนะ
Still
ปลาย
a
แห่
little
แต่
bit
แห่ไม่
into
มี
the
คูล
play.
ดาวน์
Smoke goes down towards B main, but you can see what BBL wants to do. Take space elsewhere. Nice jump spot, at least from the connector side, so they're keeping that in mind. Drop of the smoke though, Serial. Gotta be cautious.
Oh, hey.
What a snap from Lebanon.
Ah,
Again,
the
though, you look at the
pen
other
time
side, Liquid winning their fight out on the other side of the connector. Has to draw forward Magnum. He can't be passive
เกือบได้
anymore.
2
Camo with a brilliant beginning.
ทำไมคนเวลาซื้อปืนอย่างนั้นชอบ
Huge
ออกมาคลิ
play
กขวา
back
ใส่
in
กัน
here. Looks as if Levin was going to lock down the site all the way from C-Link, but a couple of backstabs. I think maybe didn't even catch it on the other side, but an awkward timing on the smoke dropping,
Yep.
particularly for Serial. Kind of left BBL a little bit exposed on the backside here. As soon as he's come through, Camo able to pick up a couple of easy kills and to clean onto Sociable. Just around on the board, and I think, yeah, just to come back to a point you'd made, they have to be conscious here that, you know, some of these contact plays well, dry contact plays almost, going to really struggle against Nats and Serial here.
Sound sensor
เฮ้ย
up.
แถบวันนี้เอาจัด
We'll see how this
แต่
does
เสีย
on
ให้ใครยิง
Fairs.
อ่ะแค่เบรก
Ready,
เฉย
Kiko willing to stick around.
โอ้ยเจ็บบาดเจ็บ
Summertime,
กันทั่ว
Camo
หน้า
meantime as well succeeding over towards from
อะไร
Sewer.
ทำให้แบบ
It's Profect to take away Kiko, who probably outstayed his welcome, but still damage done. You're
เอา
looking
ไว้
at
ที่
the
ก็
HP
ใช่
of
ปะ
Sociable.
เฮ้ย
Okay, screw the HP. Look at the shot.
ตอนหลัง
That's
ที่
Camo
โก
gone.
เป็นอย่างนี้ตลอด
Prices.
And this is early. This is still one of 18. They can get under
ติ
the
ดใจ
skin a
อ่ะ
bit here.
อารมณ์แบบติดใจอ่ะ
Plenty
อยาก
of
ได้
time
คิว
to
เลย
reset off this,
เห็น
but
ยิงมาแล้ว
Levin and Sociable tag down.
ก็เลยไม่ค่อยศรัทธา
35
ละเห็นมา2 นัดติดแล้วเนี่ย
พี่แนทสอนให้ทุกรอบทุกราวทุกครั้ง
พี่
ที่
เน็
แข่
ต
ง
สอนแล้วพูดอีกแบบโอ้โหไม่รู้จะสอนยังไงละ
Just a
ไม่ฟังกันสักคน
Again, one thing to note as well, the utility great
เน็ต
coverage
บอกกู
across
เหนื่อย
the map here for Liquid. So not expecting them to get too proactive in a situation like this, particularly on the anti-eco.
Feel as though obviously we know it and they don't, but
Well,
they'd have had to have
happy
dug a
to
little bit
have
deeper to get rid of some of that
กูจะแถบมัน
rather deep utility, and this now becomes, I don't want to say readable, but it's expected, as highlighted with that utility still in place over towards B and a long.
มันได้ยินปะ
Is there a
ยังไม่
cancel
ถึง
on this
ระยะ
progress
ด้วย
towards
ใช่ปะ
Garage? It looks like there is, probably from this.
Yeah,
Sociable
yeah.
getting as far as he can towards his B side, and maybe a gamble of a read here.
ยิงหน้า
They're
มี
just
อัน
gonna go
ติ
for the
ครับ
plant.
At least, well,
They
regardless of
burn, they
outcome,
burn.
they'll have the ultimate in the next. See what they can do here. 35 HP apiece and a 2v3 presented.
They're gonna need
So
some
Shibu
bangs in
inside,
this.
should
Already
even
hit
knock
one.
ball.
Gonna need another. Ah, he's just behind it. That's pretty much put the pin on
แต่ชุด
this.
มันสวย
But
ดีนะ BBL
Kevin, 1v3.
มันฟุตบอลลิสต์
Nah, not gonna happen. Liquid cleaning up
ชุดมัน
there.
โคตรสวย
Very well disciplined
ตัว
in the
ที
end.
มัน
And
ทีม
again,
เหมือน
you
แบบ
look at them
คน
depending on that
คนมาดู
utility.
มันก็ใส่
Didn't
ฟุตบอ
need
ลกันมาเยอะ
Yeah,
disrupt that stack towards
Along
C
with
at
that.
any point.
but also on the
Bad
flip side,
tool,
BBL have got a couple of
คนมาดู
rounds here at the
e-sport
start to
ใส่ฟุ
maybe
ตบอล
figure out some of these setups and how they want to
กีฬา
approach
เหมือนกัน
things.
กีฬา
Whether or
เหมื
not
อน
it's
กัน
going to be. I mean, you've got to assume that maybe it's not the composition they've prepped for.
Yes.
It's something that
โดนคลาสสิกเข้าไปเน้น
be
ผม
able to
จัด
adjust
คลาสสิก
accordingly.
ช็อตเนี้ย
Oh, it looks sharp from the other POV as well.
รี
All
เพ
things
ย์อี
considered,
มันให้ดูทุกมุมจริงๆนะ
ๆโคตรดีอ่ะ
necessarily going to come in here.
แม่ง
แถมตัดกลับมาอีกเหลย10 วิให้เราดูกระโดดเล่นนะ
Said Levin already
ของดีจัดอะคนตัดอะ
does Have ultimate available.
They get to counter with the clone. Obviously, seeing that ISO online does become something you keep in
ชนะแต่
mind
ต้อง
here.
อีโคซีเรียลเอาซีเรียล
That
ไป
is
โดน
really going to be necessary
Distractions.
at this point. Yeah, not going to find a soul here, but BBL going to carry
โอ้
on
โห
their
ถ้ามี
path.
จรวดมา
Really
นะ
good work up. Again, for Team
หลู่
Liquid,
เรื่
it's
อง
a bonus, so you're looking at those Guardians or maybe that
จับ
full
มา
local
ตีใครเข้ามา
Patatech.
เนี่ย
But beyond that, it feels like they've taken the first step here for BBL.
Clean sight hit though, so
ทำไมมันไม่
BBL
รอตอนที่แบบ
definitely
ว่า
now readjust towards looking keeping
วาง
five
แล้ว
alive.
หรือแบบได้อินโฟชัวร์ๆได้จับแบบ
Good set Nats in motion.
It's got to go soon though. It's a little bit early on that, and there's the trade. So again, BBL happy. They'll sacrifice one, Sociable willing to go down for the greater good.
ตัด
And
เลย
Patatech, it's really just see if he can maybe catch someone with you, lock him
They
into the
park
site,
the
cost him
cat
some of
on
his
it.
weapons. But they've got plenty of exits.
Doing actually the dart on that did try and tuck to avoid it. Not going to be able to do so here with the Bulldog. Feels like an awkward engagement. Yampy will fall.
ยังเอาไปหนึ่ง
They've been down to 20 HP, so forcing a repurchase on the shield at least. 2-1 here, and I actually thought Sociable was a kill backwards here, but it was actually Magnum to find Camo.
ได้ไงวะไอตัวแรก ยิงพลาด
It's
เฉ
going
ย
to feel nice as well from BBL. The first couple of rounds, yes, they've been competitive, as we've seen.
เบรก
Kinda
ดัน
getting
ไม่
the
แก
lay
ส
of the
แปน
land.
ที่เดิมอยู่เลย
Let's go!
But it was a good, as you said, clean entries on that C site. It didn't feel like there was too much, force back there. There wasn't too much pressure on their side. Now we're looking at ults. Anything close by? I mean, maybe Camo one away, but beyond that, still on the verge. Someone does over-deliver.
Okay.
Like Camo, for example.
Okay.
You're going to have your ult ready to go. And
Let's
Perfect
move,
being
baby.
removed
Wow,
certainly
really,
adds
really.
problems.
จำไว้นะ
Options
ว่าส
become
แกนแล้วเนี่ย
limited.
มันมีมุมยืนได้เนี่ยโอ้โหเดินมาแบบชิลจัด
That's the second layer to this. Early creep up, the Cam will spot it. No progress through here, no commitment. We can see the spike is elsewhere at the minute for BBL.
Here.
Now BBL going through the motions, removing some of this utility. And that's what's going to force the rotation, the adjustment. Side of Team Liquid. Flip side here, Patatech. Clearing back through so many tools for Liquid to play
เอา
off
ละ
of.
เป็นเรื่องละใครจะหลุดหรือเปล่า
Patatech over towards the outside, but oh my god, the timing serial. Oh, this is
Lucky to
really
get away with
tricky.
that.
Yeah, Sociable.
มันมาปาแบบไร้จุดหมายตลอด
Oh, and the paranoia. Kiko went in only off his own paranoia, which opens up opportunity for
เมื่อกี้นึก
BBL.
ว่าไอ้
Patatech
ปฏิ
playing
ทิ
it
น
well,
มัน
but
จะ
he
แบ
was
บ
disconnected
เตรียม
from
ปล่อย
that.
ของ
Unable to make much of the paranoia that was sent through earlier on, but he still gets his man.
เห
Putting
มือน
it
ไอ้
down
ซีเรียลมาปา
to
แบบ
Big
ไม่ได้อะไร
combo here, Camo.
30 seconds left.
Be able to sniff out this post.
ได้เบรกนิดนึง
Yeah, ult invested
Fire
already,
break, no
but
idea.
Magnum gets Patatech ahead of it.
I thought that they'd try and wait, be a bit safer on this. Let Camo cook it up a little bit, try and find something. Nat's now playing it in. I don't know if Magnum's watching. He certainly is. No,
Ui.
Lemon! Beautiful
Indio.
turn. And a couple of faults there from Liquid. It felt Mike a little disconnected.
Yeah, just got to take a breath, wait for the information to swing back in their favour. And the timing just seemed really awkward for Patatech. I didn't even catch if he was repositioning slightly. Caught out here, and especially in this scenario with a body to the good. And a retake is a huge fumble on their part.
And I'm going to roll your minds back. Keep in mind those words we heard from Nat on
Yeah,
Ascent.
ห็น
Right, when we're talking about
แจนปี้ตะโกนเว้ย
Liquid,
ไม่ยอม
get those
เอาหน่อยเว้ย
comms lined up, be assertive in what you're calling for, focus it. These sort of little, I guess, missteps, they're not major, they can be corrected, but those worry me, because that's going to be something in the forefront of at least my mind going forward. Is that Liquid obviously looked a little bit shaky up against Na'Vi, but they looked exhausted. I think that was a fair assessment.
This is
Do you
really
think
bizarre.
this-
Immediate walk out of B here, but
Good read.
yeah, I mean, there's a trip to hold this, but I don't think the cam was checked by Magnum.
Nat's feeling the pressure now, though. Can he actually land the shot?
What?
Oh, it felt so close.
Give it a chance.
Yeah, valuable still, right? There's still damage done here.
ไอเดีย
And
นัด
that
เมื่อกี้
flank,
สวยแล้วนะ
don't forget about the flank.
ที่
Camo
เปิด
is
เคเบิล
on
ให้
the
เวอ
way.
ร์
Now they should have the info on this. The ult was invested, so Magnum should be locked in and shouldn't lose. He doesn't. Security found here. Now it's throw caution to the wind and make the play happen. Lemonade misses.
Wow.
today.
Yep.
Yeah, he's farming it up, but he's got his ult ready to go
Keen
again.
ah.
That's the man you want feeling warm into this. And for Liquid now, a brutal scenario for Kiko, who's been a wonder for this side as of late. But this round isn't going to be his. 11 confidence builders now.
พอจบเกมเขาเก็บ
Great
คอ
start
ใหม่
here
เก็บอ
on
ยู่
the
แล้วพวกนี้
ISO. Second ultimate by round 5.
ส่งตะขาบไปให้
Huge win for BBL. But I was going to say Nat's going to charge. That's how it looks
แนท
from
เร่ง
the
สวย
other
ชิบ
way.
หาย
คือเมื่อกี้แนทเหลี่ยม
Can't really
เหลี่ยม
blame
แนท
him
โค
for
ตร
it.
ดีอ่ะ
Awkward amongst the cage and the smoke. Yeah, the momentum started to build. Energy already being
มันชน
shown
แล้ว
as
เช็ด
well
มือคืออะไร
on the
วะพี่
player cams. No surprises for a team like
เลื่อนมันมือ
BBL.
เลยเหรอ
And the thing is, when you say team like BBL, they
Mưa.
are underdogs here. I think that's the best way to put it. Yeah, we know of Liquid's choky pasts and their own issues, right? But
แต่
pound for pound,
Liquid
if you put
เล่น
your money
คอม
towards
นี้ดู
Liquid
ไม่
in
เป๊ะ
that
เท่า
regard,
พาโลดัน
BBL, it's against the odds work here for them. So they're going to get pumped up. They're going to get in your face, and that weight on Liquid will grow
คุณทารอนเล่นอย่าง
and
เป๊ะเลย
grow. Hearing the ult come through. You're already going to see Sociable trying to take all that space. There's a lot of utility here. And a bit of a madman play from Camo. Only going to get one there, but does remove Levin, which has been a heavy hitter.
Cutting through.
Yeah, almost.
หนึ่งไม่เคยพออยู่แล้ว
Full retake setup here on A side. Actually, Nat's already slipped the net. He's got a head. He's found the spike, and he's got
อุ้ย
the.
ดู
He's still going.
โอ้แนท
Even though he's a dead man walking, he still does so much damage. Profit though left in the 1v2. It's not safe yet. Oh, there it is.
Ned man-
Kiko from above.
Ned man
staring
ฉลาด
by
จัด
the
อะ
window. Sends
Muốt
him back to the
bay
next
lưới.
round.
ดูมันมุดดิ
That felt like Nat saved them then.
I mean, it looked like Nats was going to dip his toes, maybe find something on
Full
backside,
in.
but fully commits towards Sua. A smile on his face as
Yeah.
well.
แนทบอกกูสอนพวกมึงไปเยอะแค่ไหน
And you're thinking, Christ, where does he go? But he
มัน
just
ทำ
fights
สโมกออก
forward.
มาแล้วตรงนี้
Yeah, Magnum. Oh, actually almost ready for it as well.
ได้เห็นทุกมุม
Saving
ครับ
Grace being
ไง
the trade came through
มุม
quick
ไหนตก
enough.
หล่นได้เห็นหมด
Nice, guys. Good job. Yo, I got that point.
Camo gets to first, and I didn't even know actually where his TP was positioned, but it almost looked like a full retake setup here towards A.
Working off the L, this is no surprise here.
จับ
ซี
มา
เรียส
Serial.
That's a
Chặt
real
mà nói
player.
đi.
Oh,
Nì
it's
ai.
so simple for Levin.
อย่างไวที
Serial,
เดียว
that's got to feel rough. Trying to get that spam on the cross, maybe set up Kiko for a slightly lighter target. But they're trying to stick around on the side. Kiko is still here. They don't know about him as Panitek is drawing all that attention. Can he swing out? No!
หมดเลย
Caught in the end by Yampi, sending it with the Hunter's Fury. This seaside, this garage take, yes, with Levin's ult, obviously, but it looks very, very hard to handle.
Identifying here.
มันใส่
Maybe
กันมัน
Liquid
อยู่
going to
คุณ
struggle to hold down C site. Some of these hits coming thick and fast from BBL.
ถ้าลิควิดมันกันได้สัก6-7 นี่เป็นเรื่องอยู่นะ
แค่
Don't
ห้า
expect
ดูแล้
Camo
ว
to be going for this one.
This has been a bit of a brawl so far, hasn't it? As you said, thick and fast the whole time. Blow for blow almost. Feeling it. As for
Over there.
Camo, would love just to keep the rifle at this point, but it feels like that momentum hasn't settled yet, in my mind. I think as much as BBL have kind of taken a little bit more of the reins in the last couple, Liquid aren't out of the running by any means. We're still at 3-3.
No, definitely not. You think back to some of the conversations we did hear about the previous series for Liquid. I mean, particularly, actually, one of the men on your screen right now, Camo, the one that needed to be, I don't want to say reined in, but, you know, maybe brought back on track a little bit. Controlled a little bit.
Spike down. C.
God,
That's, yeah.
Yampi.
I mean, it's all encompassing.
Yeah.
Not really much of an option for Liquid to contest this at all. No surprise to see an early timeout from Liquid, because I do think even just a visual test, BBL definitely feel as if they're in the driving seat.
Well, since
Màu
you got
rang
those
mà
go
đeo.
rounds, right? Can keep in mind the 2 out of the 3 that Liquid have are off the pistol. So
ถ้ามี
and again,
ได้
if
มา
we
นั่ง
start
ข้าง
talking
พี่อเล็ก
composition, it's a little bit
โอ้
harder
โห
to
บ
be
อก
so
เลยเป็น
kind
เล็ก
of
เป็นทีม
obvious
ที่
about
น่า
it.
กลัวที่สุด
You've got obviously the deadlock and the cipher there for Liquid, so that attacking side could get a little bit dangerous for them.
ไม่ได้
It's
กลัว
more
แผ
just
น
getting
นะ
a buffer
กลัว
they're
ไว้
happy
โดน
with,
ทุบ
but
อะ
these
แต่
แต่คนทั้งสายทุบ
with that sort of composition, you want to see BBL getting stopped at the front
เล่นไม่ดี
door.
เว้ยไม่รู้ใครจะทุบก่อน
Either that or just, you know, completely
ผมว่ามินิน่าจะได้ทุบบ่อยพอๆกับ
giving
พี่อ
up
เล็กอะ
certain sites and
อารมณ์แบบเฮียเฮ้ย
you know,
ไม่ได้
dare
ไม่ได้
I
อย่าง
say
ที่กู
being
คิด
as proactive as we saw maybe on that eco round where they're walking
ที
down
นี้
mid,
มัน
but
มาดึงคอเสื้อ
Liquid don't necessarily feel as if they've got
เด็กๆกันดิ
อืม
their foot in the door in terms of how this is playing out so far.
No, and it does kind of keep me very interested in the work that's been done for this, because you look at the veto kind of split on the horizon next. If BBL are able to, let's say, really challenge Liquid here, maybe even take this one, you've got a potential map 3 really on the cards, because you put Liquid
Yeah, I mean, we would
firmly with
yeah,
the split, right?
yeah,
But
we were talking veto, and
Yeah.
it does ride on Haven, I think, for BBL.
I agree.
But then it doesn't necessarily. It's not like it's clear cut on the home stretch.
Look, we were having this chat as this is going to be Sheriffs and a Vandal right for Camo. So if Camo kicks off, yeah, we're focused up. But this looks again like BBL want to exploit that C site. They can hit some of these, but nah, you can see Ocean was so ready. But we were talking about this, it's like that on paper, like, yeah, Liquid should be fine, but then you keep kind of coming back to that weird feeling of, but what if? What if? How?
Well,
You know?
it's similar to the way you talk about Foot, right? BBL
Yeah.
can be any given Sunday sort of team. So, and already we've seen that demonstrated on the playoffs. I mean, the bounce back
Absolutely.
on map 2 versus Foot was
Unreal.
phenomenal.
Unreal.
And again, that was kind of prep oriented, yes, and Foot kind of came looking as linear as they did previously, didn't really change much up. So whether or not Nats and Sirio have a say in this, but will fall. Camo probably just going to hold on to the rifle. But to come back to that again, BBL, like I said, they haven't really reinvented themselves, but they've come with a lot of new pages to the playbook.
They certainly have, and I do want to give a lot of credit towards kind of coaching staff and a lot towards Yampy as well. Again, had a little bit of a chat to Pal because I like to annoy coaches. And he's saying again, after the game, once they knew that they were kind of up against Liquid, they were straight in the server. They've been grafting away,
คือ
coming
ตอน
up
เนี้
with
ย
some
พอ
new looks,
พอ
new
ดูรอบ
ideas.
รวมฟอร์มแต่ละทีม
And
แบบ
so
รอบ
far
กลุ่ม
so
ที่แบบ
good. This is early days, right? Anything can change. Liquid in the next
team.
one, once they get the buy back up, it could be, you know, all good. But I've got to say, for now, it's hard not to
BBL
enjoy watching the plucky underdog of BBL, right? There's something about them that does make you believe, and it's a lot of those hard to quantify. You need an upswing from a couple of these players to go pound for pound with Liquid, because I'd say if you look at it on paper, Liquid have some historic names, some upcoming talent, some heavy hits. They got all of it.
พูดเปิดมาดูดี อันนั้นก็ก้าว
Not in a game like this. You just can't. It's a deep burn.
Being a Liquid fan has never been easy.
ไซวอปมาจากไหนฝรั่งเศสครับรู้ว่าเป็นฝรั่งเศส
Man. And for Yampy to be on the other side of it, right? It's kind of hard to. It's not one of those stories that you see. They go, oh, of course, you know, Yampy up against his ex-team, revenge. It's not really like that, but it is an old org. Now, focusing in on the server here, we do see a lot of light shields. I still see that outlaw there, sitting on 5.1, so ready to farm up. This is set concept that has set them forward for Profek. I mean, he was ready for that, up on top, waiting, but Liquid doubled down on the aggression.
อยากรู้
Saw the round I was talking about.
มันยังเปิดไอ้นี่ได้อยู่อีกเหรอ
Before that time out, and actually the spam perfect from Nats. Everyone will fall as
ผม
well.
นึกว่าแนนมันโดนใบเมื่อกี้
Yampy and Sociable
มันโดนแต่มันยังเปิดสโมุกได้ปะ
find themselves in a 2v4.
ได้นะ
This
โอ้มันก็
would be quite special.
ใบ
wouldn't it?
ใบปลอมใช่ไหมนี้
Surely not, though. Should have good info here. Need a freebie. Ain't gonna get it when Nats is still standing. Kind of left adrift. Sociable. This is brutal. Nah, not gonna happen. Okay.
เมื่อกี้หลบ
Liquid
ทันใช่ไหม
back into this.
And this is
Wow.
exactly the sort of thing I'm
Hot man,
talking about. Heavily
Damn it,
focusing
bang.
utility towards one side of the map. Sorry.
ผมว่าลิควิดน่าจะได้สักราวนี่เป็นอย่างต่ำดูจากอันตีแล้ว
But then they're getting proactive and immediately you can see the
เฮ้ยเราเป็น
disengage. Retreat away from that.
เป็น
Don't
ผู้
wanna
นำทีมแปซิฟิก
overinvest.
มั้ยเชียร์อะไร
Felt
แบ
a
บ
little shaky. Looks as if actually BBL, dare I say, were
แต่อย่างแรกเราต้องมีตั๋วไปนั่งดู
exactly
ก่อน
that sort of thing.
Like, if Magnum was a little bit
It's
deeper,
not often you see somebody on top of those
Yeah,
boxes.
like, what are we doing up here? It was a couple of those
Well,
parts.
To see the,
Ngầu
play the
lên
game, okay?
ไม่เป็นไรพี่เรากระดกสัก
I think as well coming back to
ขวด
some
ส
of
อง
the things
ขวด
we
อะ
heard
เดี๋ยวก็
Nat
เข้า
say.
แก๊ปแล้ว
He's
ทำ
begging the
มัน
team
ๆไป
to be more decisive, be
Còn
more
tại vẫn
vocal,
đậm vậy.
pull from the front if you know
Yeah.
camo, but
แต่ไม่เห็นว่าใครมองมา
sort of thing when Liquid are able to be the ones to have their say in a round. This is very
Ow.
pacey.
They're going to go fact-finding early. This is a 4-1 stack. You're leaving Nats all to his own devices at A. And if you're BBL, maybe you do take, I don't want to say a
Man,
slow
du
tempo,
how
but you
now?
need to go fact-finding.
Man,
If something has
สงสัยมากกว่านี้
changed,
อีกนะ
look down C
มัน
long.
ไม่สงสัย
Have a look at what they've taken here. Already, Kiko's got a lot of space and a very deep line to play with. Big info, frees up rotation, frees up ice to now turn towards B and A. They
ยัง
still
กลับมา
have
สง
that
สัยอยู่
deadlock util pretty much controlling Garage. They've got half of this map sewn up.
Yeah, Serial's desperate to keep checking the door, but Sociable's here.
There's a gap in this, though.
There is.
คาโม่เนี่ยจะแตก
Okay, oh god, the timing!
Ui.
What just happened? Why are we walking mid on that? I don't understand! BBL just got gifted this! Camo having to pick up the pieces, but the plant's down. You've lost A as well. I mean, Camo is trying desperately. Yampy has a goal in mind, and they don't matter.
ทำไมโปรเฟกต์มัน
What
ดึง
was
หน้า
the
ตึงตลอด
mid-walk
เวลา
plan that you had
มัน
C
โมโหใครวะ
long? Were they expecting Garage? Were they expecting A? I don't know what they'd read there.
What's curious is actually the
But
catalyst
now
for this
do
is
good,
dealing
wow.
with the trip on
Yes.
C long.
ใส่
As
เมื่อ
soon
กี้
as Camo
ยังปี้ตะโกน
drops the
ใส่
trip,
หูมัน
they're ready to walk mid. to almost, but it feels like Serial's looking the wrong direction, and he's the one that takes first contact. Well, I mean, he doesn't take, he gets his head blown off. Yeah, really bizarre. Again, could have just been a timing thing, could have been a
ที่ผม
total
เห็นไอ้ริว
misread,
แต่
but
ว่ามันยิงไปสัก20
again,
แล้ว
the
ไม่
expectation
ยิง
almost
อยู่
has
คน
to
เดียว
be
เลย
that all of BBL are towards A lobby.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, every single one.
When they, bear in mind, they took contact early in garage.
12ยิง12
I'm scratching my
มันดู
head
ยิง
at
เยอะ
that,
มาก
but
ช่วง
แนท
a
บอก
quick
ว่า
turn of
สำคัญต้นเก
attention,
ม
it's
มันซัดไป
over
เลย
towards A, and this time all players are at A. You could have gone
แน
for
ท
the
บอก
mid
โอ้โห
walk.
มัน
It
เข้า
ain't
เร็วว่ะ
happening now though. Plant's going to be
เข้าไป
in.
เนียนไม่ได้นะ
Still a little bit of util
แต่ยัง
on
มี
the
แท็บ
side,
อยู่
so it's a
นะ
bit uncomfortable in that regard, but it's not the end of the world. Ults are here. Where do they decide to clear comfortably? Where do they want to send it in? You're seeing the util being invested. Here it is. Clear out the A side. Salvos go in. We've got the Hunter's Fury coming in. This is all now laying. Social Ball going to catch Camo. Lemon
Liu.
ready, catching the
อะไร
push
วะน่ะ
through BBL. Off fully.
อุ้ยริวมันบ้าจัด
Liquid left aside. An in zone flawless. That's insult to injury.
เล่นโคตรมั่นใจอะ
So well equipped, and Liquid
นี่โดน
had
ตบตา
a
แน่เลย
ton to throw at this retake,
Oh
Liu
yeah,
was so
everything.
and they didn't even get off the starting block.
หรือจริงๆแล้วต้องเป็นริว
Protocols,
วะ
the idea that okay, as soon as this happens, cool.
ผม
We're
ว่าไอ้
gonna
สุด
fight
มัน
CT,
ได้
we're
ไหม
gonna just stand here. We got this. Like they know
ไม่
what
ไหว
the
อะ
reactions are.
Yeah, looking
มันเจอการเล่นเป็นที
really
ม
well drilled, and if this is just purely from a prep standpoint, the fact that the BBL players are hitting the way they're hitting today.
Give the coaches a raise here as well. Like bloody hell, if this is what it looks like. Oh, I'm petrified here, Mike. Okay, so this is the C take. This is what the mid walk was probably for, even though it was a very misconstrued
you do the fit
idea.
then.
It's a flip of position almost.
Plenty of tools once again.
It's you and me.
Camo is going to be the information giver here. Nats actually wins out there.
แล้วปลา
That's
บ
a
วก
big
อะ
kill. An upgrade
แพ้
found as
ได้อย่าง
well.
ไร
Magnum doesn't need to overdo this. He's identified a lot of players here, but the rest of the team now starting to feel the
Inside,
pressure.
yep.
BBL being kind of strangle-held on both fronts. Magnum, passive angle is nice. Trying to work with the others, and BBL digging in their heels. It's down to 1v2. Perfect. Lemon, BBL with an outstanding first
ต้องได้
half.
ปืนพกเท่านั้นนะ
Team Liquid, it's time to wake up. Mike,
Yeah.
I'm worried.
Very worried. This is literally just built off early momentum from BBL. Liquid almost have the wind blown out of them early
Yes.
on, and they can't win out in
เสี
some
ย
of these
ทรงป่ะช็อต
gunfights.
นี้โซชิบีเสียทรงป่ะ
เสียทรงโดนสเปกเตอร์ยิง
เซนสองกันได้4เหรอคือจริงๆต้องตัดเซนเดดล็อกไปนะเดดล็อกมันเป็นเซนที่แบบ ถ้าเจอทีมรีเทคแล้วได้เข้าไปวางล่ะ เรียบร้อยเซตอัพมันรีเทคยากครับ
ผมว่าซีเรียลไม่ไหวว่ะ
ไม่ไหว
มันมาแค่บางช็อตอะมันไม่ได้มาแบบ ดูเน็ต พูดตลอดไปคอมมันลื่น ทุกวันนี้ก็ยังคอมลื่นชิบหาย แม่ง ถ้า TL แม่งได้ตำแหน่งของซีเรียลแบบอัลฟาเจอร์สักคนเงี้ย
He's playing
Bad.
up. And Liquid's, I think it was mechanical form. I don't normally question that, but it was more the decisions.
สักพักได้ฟอร์เรสเซนต์มา
They should have been more comfortable on. This puts a lot of
Fire
pressure
power
here,
up.
like now on the attacking
I
side.
do come back to
Totally,
that same
yeah.
thing though, because in the rounds where Liquid are scrapping, they are
Topic
kind of
is
taking
going
gunfights.
and bang,
They
yeah.
just weren't winning them.
Yeah.
It's almost like that
ผม
forces
เรี
you
ยกอะไร
into
คาโม
being a
เมื่อ
little
กี้
more
โซ
passive.
เชียล
But Oh, sociable. Clean on the first, damage done to the second.
เอาตั้งหนึ่งเลยปฏิทิน
Perfect now. To counterbalance that, but Patatech down to 49 HP. Could be a concern for Liquid going forwards.
Certainly could be. Liquid now looking for a man out place, right? Someone to punish. An opportunity to be grasped. Already losing out on that first kill is brutal. Oh, big shot. There it is. That's nice from
พี่ริว
Camo.
เสียเชิงเฉย
เป็นงั้น
More of
ไป
those, and I'm on board.
อุ้ยมันเดินมาทิ่มง่ายๆอย่างนี้เลย
Overcommitments here.
Profect's not moving though.
สวย
Profect's
ละ
still
โปรเฟก
chilling around here. He's still got a good bit of
Well,
space.
we'll
Don't know if he can really
get that.
complement much with Yampi, who's got his dart back up now.
Really awkward smoke that he's playing
Dead man.
around as well.
Turns flash.
Right,
Gets
okay.
pinned down.
โอ้
Nice
โห
from
คาโม
Camo. What a heroic round from him. I mean, Liquid needed someone.
ดู
They
เล่น
needed someone. If it's going to be Camo, fair play to the boy.
Fake time.
Magnum now looking like the last victim. It's all three. Backpedal away down long. They've got the plant. You don't need to be making mistakes here. One way's up. This should be
โคตรเกลียด
airtight.
ไอ้สโมกเลย
คนมารีเทคก็ไม่ใช่ตัวในสมองนี่
Is all
ตั้ง
I'm
กู้
gonna
แบบ
say. I'm going to keep saying it
ชี
until
วิต
I
มืด
believe
มิด
it.
มากอะ
No one's reacting though.
เหมือน
This
หลั
is
บ
good.
ตา
I
แล้ว
think
รอเขาต
Magnum
บ
now, you get that kind of feeling where you're like, right, the odds here have now started to sink away. So what does he try and do? Draw someone out?
นี่อะ
เฮ้ย
That was a heady, by the way.
นี่นะทุกหัว
NT,
แข็ง
dude. I mean, you're not going to get the round, I'm pretty sure. Camo's going to get the ace. That's a feel-good moment, and by God, do they need some of
นี่นะโดน
those.
ตบกระบาลไปทีนึง
As well, thinking back to previous series.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าคาโมตายบอล
The
มันได้จุด
leadership
ปะ
from Nats, it
ไม่
was
ได้ใช่ไหม
they needed to build upon some of those confidence
เมื่อกี้ถ้าคา
rounds,
โม
the
มัน
ones to
ตาย
get
บอล
everybody
เราเบิดพอดี
back on their feet, energetic, noisy on stage,
เออ
ได้
and just generally more vocal. So
อุ้ย
Yeah, Yampi, unlucky.
สรุปมันดีจริงใช่ไหมไอ้ทูสเปซอะ
ก็ถ้าคนถนัดก็ดีอ่ะ
if it takes a pistol
Man-
round
man
like
แบบ
that to get
แม่น
Liquid
แปลก
แต่
back
พอฟิลแรกที่ไปเล่นมันรู้สึกดี
into
มาก
this
เลยนะ
map.
รู้สึกเหมือนเมาส์มันตักไปตามมือตลอด
A couple of
ช็อตแบบว่า
shares to overcome once again
ช็อตท่า
on the
เป้า
side
แบ
of
บโคตร
BBL.
แม่นอ่ะ แต่ช็อตรอเป้ายิงไม่โดน
Well invested, flushed out purchase here from
แต่ถ้าทู
Liquid.
สเตซโดนมุดใต้ตีนหรือกระโดดขึ้นหัว
Well, it's not often you see somebody
ปล่อย
ปรับตัวเลยเนี่ย
They've
The
just
second
done
time
some
now.
messaging, yeah. I think pretty aware that, you know,
มัน
this could be
ขึ้นลงซ้ายขวามันไม่เท่ากัน
get overwhelmed. There are two players on that. Magnum trying to seem intimidating. It's not working.
They're still walking up to you.
Oh, afraid of my classic. Weird. Smoked off, so maybe
People
Magnum could
make
do a little
weird.
something here. Ooh, don't
Definitely don't walk the smoke.
go in there. But it's enough to dissuade them. They don't like what they're seeing. Maybe just feeling that someone was close enough that they called for that smoke to come in. It's just a guess. But this then puts it into the hands of these two, unless they go for that B approach. And it feels like Liquid are looking around for a tell, right? Looking around for something. Looking around for any sort of info.
Well, I was going to say that
โอ้
trip
โห
going down there.
ดึงชิงแล้วมาเข้า B
should
แบบ
tell
ฟรี
BBL. Liquid are going elsewhere. Time to actually maybe try and
30
burst through it,
seconds
catch
left.
somebody solo in the back lines.
Spike planted.
Patatech.
ๆนี่ไง
นี่อ่ะ
Don't know if that was
Well,
completely
don't
necessary.
fire.
And now there
Well,
might be an
don't
issue for
fire,
Kiko
girl.
here. Luckily enough, you've still got Nats firing. So they keep the man advantage. BBL mostly in the back lines, really. And Magnum's okay. Maybe they should have feared the classic. Maybe should have drawn their attention, but there's a man deeper. They've got to know about Nats. He'd already picked up a player here, so they've got to know there's still someone around. You can see that Magnum's kind of eyeing it up. But they're being as disruptive as they
Ui,
can be.
ni à.
Serial this time
Ồ,
is
hay
going to
là
make two. And Profec
คนทุ่มเท
a little bit more. That would be lovely. Not going to happen, Liquid. A second step. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Remember how the first one started. It was 2 for Liquid, and then the run came back. So, let's just take it a little easy here. But this is what Liquid needed, Mike.
Definitely. And with Camo coming into the third round with his ultimate, you've got to argue they're going to be able to set themselves up in terms of info here to follow through. Again, the equipment not necessarily suiting them. Guardian, Spectre, and 2 pistols to round things out there. So BBL definitely with the upper hand.
Cutting through. I'll handle.
Replay a stack towards A actually initially. Could get sniffed out very early
ดู
on.
ช็อตนิด
Didn't
เดียว
actually spot the player in sewers though. That
No.
could be concerning.
I'm looking at Nats here, trying to progress. And he's gone down. Now he loses that fight. Didn't deeply clear, and BBL still have the bodies on the site here. Flood comes in.
Oh,
Team
Bao
Liquid
Hurt.
winning out on the site here, making this
Don't
bonus look
wing hua.
deadly. A 3v3 with damage done as well on Sociable. That's perfect. The plan would be lovely. Oh my God, Kiko, you are a brave boy, and you seem unaware, completely unaware. BBL back in it, eyeing up double digits now.
เดินเข้ามือพีโกนี่เกือบเป็นเรื่องแล้วนะ
Feels a little reckless from Liquid on the approach. Again, there's a if you want to clear with your ultimate this way towards A, it is a risk you take. Again, maybe you'd argue it's just a gunfight that decides this, but I mean that's.
ผมว่าแนนมันตายใจไว้ที่เดินแบบเมื่อกี้ไม่คิดว่าไอ้คาโมเช็คให้แล้ว
Yeah, the pre-take absolutely perfect here from
ก
BBL.
งช็อตเมื่อกี้แบบกำหมัด
Across is pretty rough, but I mean it was one of the it felt here really.
กลางๆครับ
I mean,
ไม่เก่ง
they're
แล้วก็
here
ไม่ได้
before
กาก
the spikes
มาก
even planted, so BBL making absolutely the right decision in that scenario.
แต่มันมีช็อตที่มันเอาให้อยู่นะ
No escape.
Take back of sight, Profek. Paranoid going in and he's getting a little cheeky with it. Spots. It is the clone that we know of, but no one's cleared, no one's cleared, no one's cleared. He's still here. He's still standing. He does great damage. Magnum even taking it further away, leaving just one man. And we know what he can do. One of the great leaders coming into his own recently. But what can he achieve? Nothing. Magnum on the other side, pushing BBL up to 10 rounds.
สเตตหนึ่งฟอร์มโคตรดีเลย
Going to reset the economy here for Liquid. Concerning response from BBL here. And no surprise to see the timeout button pushed here ahead of round 17. BBL on double digits. Ultimate starting to come online as well. Liquid staring down the barrel here. Again, just to say as well, Evan has just had a lights-out performance so far.
And when we were talking about kind of BBL's win conditions, you are looking at X factors, right? Because
Yeah, but
pound
like,
to pound,
I'll
you
tell
normally
you.
go liquid side. Maybe not on this map completely, but
But it
you
lit.
need someone to step into those roles.
Absolutely, yeah. And to look at this veto and say that Haven's the question mark, I think that's definitely been answered now. It's going to take a miracle for Liquid to work back in here. It's only 4 rounds, but how this has felt, it's felt a lot more one-sided than a 10-6.
It absolutely has. I mean, those pistols certainly.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, it's pistol in round 2 on both sides.
Yeah.
Outside of that,
What, 4 rounds really gathered from them, but into the buys, it's been one-sided. And I've got a feel if we're going to get a series out of this, Split needs to be a quick course correction for Team Liquid. That is a map that has been theirs day and night. If you left it open, it was always going to be picked by them. But if BBL have done their homework, and so far it looks like they have, better the devil you know, I guess. But Liquid can't break on map 1, Mike. That's what I'm looking at here. They cannot get tilted. They can't be frustrated. They have to make it through this. And the way they're facing these rounds, into those gun rounds, it hasn't been pretty.
that's right. Their luck once again towards B. Potential to get a plant down here.
เจอ
Evan actually
ตัดแบบจังหวะ
does catch the clone.
Very
But
nice.
nothing through here.
And that's the end.
Seeing that becoming more and more popular. Very well done. Camo, though, trying to play his life here as best he can, and it's a fine margin. Liquid digging in deeper this time. Big round for them. Camo still sticking around here. They can't afford to let this one slip. They can't afford too much damage either. Want to keep it clean. They've already lost 2. How much can Sociable achieve, though?
The bonus should be Patstech being able to find a weapon here. Does get ahead of the smoke. It does eventually find the upgrade.
Thrifty.
Be a pay safe card thrifty here for Liquid. Much needed as well coming out the
Necessary.
timeout. No
จับ
concerns
ฟอร์มมา
really.
เฉยเลยเป็นลมอ้าว
Actually, yeah, looking a lot worse than you'd expect here on the side of the purchase for BBL, but see how things do settle down.
I guess they do have the ults. We've got Sociable and Yampi's there. Quite nice in combination.
คิดดูดิ
Profek as
มัน
well
ไม่
if
เช็ค
it-
หลังไซ
situation
อ่ะ
does call for it, but you're right, the buy's
จังหวะ
certainly
รีบๆอ่ะ
not
เหลือ
comfy.
เชื่อปะ
Other side of
Make
things,
it clear.
Serial,
งง
one with an ultimate to his name for Liquid. So off for Camo once again though. He's been extremely active in the second half.
Sociable, I think. Whoa, Profek! Big shot from him. And that's Camo removed.
ได้เปลี่ยนอยู่แล้วผมว่าเปลี่ยนเดี๋ยวซีเรียสก็โดนเปลี่ยน
Actually finds a tag as well. That's tech
โอกาสน้อยไปนะ
able to escape with his life though, but
Cover going out.
Kiko finds a response here. A 3v4, not done just yet.
They're struggling to get deep on these sites, right? Look where these kills have come in. Just towards. Oh, it's just a shot in the dark. Kiko's gone.
จะชนะมันก็ต้องมี
Yappy's
ดวล
done
บ้าง
beautifully with that. Patatek and Serial still trying to shuffle up towards A long, but they've got a nice passive camera there. Mike, this could be 11. It's looking real likely to be 11. Serial does have his ult.
Well, they can basically get there ahead of him as well. The salvos will slow him down. Still caution shown by Liquid on the approach.
Grenade is live.
Social's going to sniff this out very quickly.
See discipline here. Don't need to go early. You've got the paranoia ready. In the hands of Prophet, there it is, and there's a commitment. It's just stunning. Patatek's done. Oh! Patatek, the savior.
Prophet's locked out
as well. This is unbelievable. I'd love to get Patatek's POV there because it looked like BBL had done everything right. And now there's that ult. That voice line keeping you at bay. Prophet. Oh, there's no escaping.
What?
Falls to the death. You needed a moment, and Patatek's got you one.
That was absolutely ridiculous. The paranoia lands on Serial, but Patatek finds one ahead of that. A second to follow. Then Serial slows down. Sociable.
1, 2. Oh.
Fantastic work. I mean, yeah, by the finest margin, Serial clings to life.
That's what you like to see.
Yeah, Patatek on his feet, because that one almost felt like a done deal with the ultimate being invested, the paranoia being the pivotal part there for BBL. A major swing round potentially here for Liquid.
And they need a bit of that confidence, right? Those ones that get your heart racing, that makes it feel possible. Because look at the gap now. Totally different, right? 8 to 10. It feels so different in the blink of an eye. And for BBL, they can never feel comfortable in this series. There's never going to be a moment where you can fully feel comfortable. This is still Team Liquid's game to lose almost.
When in here, you've got to argue as well, Liquid should convert out of that. Sheriff's invested. Wafek and Magnum with their ultimates, but not necessarily an ultimate that's going to swing around here in BBL's favour. I pray I haven't spoken too soon.
I don't think your curse is that strong. I think you're alright. We'll see.
Well, the fact you've said that now.
I'm doubling down.
We've seen some wacky omen ults recently.
And we got a whole lot of sheriffs.
วันนี้พี่ให้ Liquid
Country and Western out here. And it's patient from Liquid. They want to get a read on everything. Everything feels dangerous. A step too far.
Nice setup here as well with paranoia. This is definitely rehearsed, especially with the timing on the TP being sent out by Sociable. Liquid are walking into potentially.
It'll be fine, Michael. You said it was going to be fine. Everything's fine. Oh no, everything's not fine. It is a trap play, and Yampi did the helm. Evan comes in. I doubted your curse and I was wrong. And look who it is again. The saviors from that previous round this time. Go even further. And they're doing it.
2v4, Lauren. This would be outrageous.
You talk about
heroics.
level of work. Serial just slowly following the steps of Patatek. The hero of the hour. It's all about timing. The ult gonna come in, but Magnum's been caught here. Tries to shift. Oh! Evan! Again! And the 1v1! Serial up against Magnum, and Magnum's been nasty with this. I've got to see composure from Serial now.
Plenty of U2 as well. Magnum already tagged down to 45.
Show me a caliber here. Christ!
I was going to say, he hit a little headshot on a jump peak earlier.
Serial looks a bit nervous, I'm going to be honest here. Taking the long way around. Magnum stepping closer. He's got a corner to play from. He's cleared close sight. Down half HP, 45 to play with. Can he read the position? Serial. It's all eyes on you, mate.
อุ้ยนิ่งจัดอะ
Nerve-wracking moments here, and
play.
It looks too easy for him. Serial fumbling.
แล้วมันซื้อข้างบนด้วยนะ
And the Clash of fate.
I mean, after the first tap on the spike here, the fact that there's no audio cue, no peak, no nothing.
ที่คอมโบนี้โคตร
I
ดี
think
อ่ะ
Magnum figures out the
Tap that in,
reposition. And I gotta say, I hate that repeat from Heaven in that scenario where there's nothing else for Magnum to really
ทำไม
take
มัน
on.
ทำไมมันถึงกลัววะ
So clumsy to jump up onto the edge.
It feels like that, right?
Heartbreak.
ซีเรียส
Just
เล
to
ย
come
นี่
back, a beautiful setup from BBL and a sigh of relief.
มันต้องกระโดดเช็คก่อนปะ
And this was even with Sociable. Like I said, he's timed the TP, but he actually gets ahead and catches the paranoia. And it's him that ultimately is the one set in motion to do damage. Testing that composure once more of Liquid. A tilting round to lose.
0%
Socials getting under their skin just to get on their nerves, it looks like. Behind them pretty fast. Liquid trying to clear out this site, but they're on it. Yampy, he's unfazed, but he's fallen. Patatek trying to lead the charge. There's still bodies here. Levin, one of them. The heavy hitter falls. Serial this time wins out the
ทำไม
fight
ช็อต
here.
ไฟในไซด์
Now
เอ็
are
น
they
แพ้ตลอด
secure?
วิ
Look
ป
at
ต
the
ลอดเลย
back line though.
Deal
Social
with that.
coming in. Magnum.
Không
Oh
quên được
my god,
ช่วงไฟ
Magnum!
แรกอ่ะ
Magnificent
Ôi,
impact. Nats feels like he's read this. He
Ôi,
has
ยังกลับมาเช็ค
glorious from Nats. But Magnum
Ui,
trying
Nat.
to go nuclear. It ain't working. Profek, you got a 1v2 and Nats is on a
Nat
heater
peak.
now. Serial shaking in his boots from that last time around.
แนทไม่พีค
Very
เลย
hard
เป็นไง
position to clear
ด้วยความ
here.
เป็นแนทอะใช่ไหม
If you want an experienced player,
không
you're
peak
looking
rồi
at
đó.
Nats.
เออ
Serial following his footsteps like a lost puppy. The double swing, and Liquid aren't out of it yet. That was a Nats round, though.
ว่าแล้วทำไมลิควิด
That
มัน
was
ไม่
a
ปล่อยแนท
Nats
ออก
round.
มา
You
สัก
get one of those every now and then. You get them more often than not, it feels like. But 9 to 11, it's getting close now.
It's just, it's unrelenting for Liquid. The way in which these rounds play out, they just don't have a chance to take a breather,
โอ้โห อะไรวะน่า
regain composure almost
แนท
ยิงได้ไงอ่ะ
by the skin of their teeth again.
ไม่เป็น IGL ที่โคตรแบก
BBL
เลย
will
นะ
be back down on a lesser purchase here. Ultimate for Levin. Guardian in the hands of Profek, who wants to stab at things. It's away relatively
ลั่น
unscathed.
สักนัดไหม เมื่อกี้เป้าเข้าหัวนะ
Brawl in garage here.
God, I hope not.
นี่ของหมดโซเชียลบี
Off ski. Yeah, didn't fancy that. Serial leading the way. Should be able to clear a good amount of this side. Even the back side feeling good now. It's 3-2 split though. Quick TP.
เฮ้ย
Takes him out
เอา
towards
ชิบ
that
หายแล้ว
OC.
ทัมมิ่ง
BBL again. You're looking at the sheriff. You're looking at Profek mostly with his
Ui.
guard.
เฮ้ย
That's so close from Camo because his rifle was
Coming
pointing that
below.
way.
The Camo's just turned
Oh.
really clean from Camo.
อะไรนี่
ใคร
เขา
จะ
ก็
กินที่มันหันมาดูหลัง
Keeping it clean. The C site littered with util now. Bolstering the defenses, but caught
Oh.
โอ้
Camo.
ชิบ
Gets his gun back out in
ของ
time.
หมดจริง
ของมัน
Down
หมดแล้ว
to
โซเชียล
the
บีอะ
sheriff
ทำไงอะ
remaining. It shouldn't
Đừng
be
có
this
bị
tense,
lo
but
bị
it
pưng à.
feels like it. He has a look. The time's starting to dwindle. Liquid, this is good. This is really good.
Definitely cleaned some things
They
up. in the
need
last few
this. They need this.
สมมติว่าถ้าแนทมันออกลิควิดไปมันจะไปอยู่ทีมมันแล้ว
rounds. Another boom in terms of the confidence
คือค
for
นเรา
them.
มันอยู่แล้ว
Patatek.
นี่
The first 11, a consolation at least.
ที
Nothing else for him to find.
รัสเซียไปอยู่โซนจีนโซนเอแพคให้หมดเลย
And I got to be honest, BBL the ones walking the tightrope in terms of the
Thế khổ
finances
tan
here.
Yep.
You almost want a reset in between here because it's very late on in the day.
นี่ก่อนเลยเดี๋ยวเวลคัมลิควิดเดมอนวัน
What's behind this? It's basically 1,500
เอามาแทน
credits.
ไก่คาโม่เหรอ
ซีเรียลไง
I'm sorry. Way off.
อ๋อให้เดมอนไปเล่นตัว
Couple
นี่ใช่ไหม
enough.
อืม
Some money coming in.
มันก็เล่นได้นะเซน
But this is
โหด
tense
เลยนะ
now
เอา
because as much
รอ
as
เป้า
Liquid is
ชิว
money, they're
เริ่
still
ม
winning
มา
out
เด
these
มอน
rounds.
บันบอก
They
เพื่อนกด
closed
ผิด
the
เรื่อง
gap
แคมเบอ
up.
ร์
เฮ้ย
And that's a steal. Nats has been caught. Levin locked in on this. Got to find him. Oh, from Nats. Dream come true for Liquid. Get the opening pick.
Oh,
Social
bye, dear.
gives away the operators in play
He
by
did
finding him,
that,
but still 1-for-1 trade. Profek now defending the line. Paranoia in. I think Serial didn't get affected, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing. Profek is
เมาส์โคตร
alive.
ช้าซีเรียล
Equal
อ่ะที่ลองดูมัน
29
สะบัด
HP. Magnum on the back of the site. Support now in. Liquid, do you carry on? It feels like Serial's on a bit of an island.
He's got the spike as well, so probably waiting for somebody to get a bit closer. regroup here for the adjustment. Profect,
Oh,
no
don't.
further.
Nice from Serial though, that calmness delivers. They wanted to clear those question marks, costing them there. Agnew doesn't really want to get away from the site. Does he slip the smoke? No, he's respected it. It felt like he was considering it for a moment. He's still trying to find a way forward here, but he's been caught by the trap, caught in the net, and it's time to play back through. Kiko does well. Gets back to his feet, clears his vision, but Yampy bulldozering the site. Serial, oh, just about getting locked in on this. Trying to fight for his life. Oh, bloody hell, Palitek, the swing from Garage just in time. And they've broken the buy here.
ดู VCT EMEA มันเวลามันชนกับ Pacific กัน
Aztec very late on
หา
this
ดู
one.
ยากด้วยใช่ไหม
Anticipating maybe somebody else from BBL repositioning.
โอ้โหโด
Big
นพี่
win
แนท
from
แล้วหัน
Nats to
หัน
kick
ข้าง
the
ให้
round
พี่แนท
off,
ก็
but Sociable closes the gap.
ไม่ชนเหรอ
BBL to call a timeout here. I think as well.
มันชน
Sirius is
ไอ้
committed
ถ้าไอ้
towards
ส
this
เตจ
fight
หนึ่ง
on
กับมัน
site,
ชน
unfortunately.
ต้องดูรอดูอันเนี้ยอันนี้
Beautiful stuff from Liquid to find 3 on the bounce. Tied up 11 apiece. Like I said, now
ตัวไหน
BBL in a rough spot in terms of the money. Again, no spoilers. There's 2 rifles on the board, but Profek and
จริง
Magnum
ๆก็น่าดู
not
นะเว้ย
looking flush. Yampy already committed to the stinger.
And I guess for Liquid, whatever
ทำไมหน้า
means it
ตา
takes,
โค้ชของ
right, they
BBL
have to take steps back.
คุ้น
You
ๆ
can
นะเหมือน
see
แบบนักแสดงอเมริกัน
now
ตล
leading
ก
the
สด
conversation there. Maybe a set piece in mind, maybe just a couple of adjustments
Eh.
coming into this one, but by all rights,
I mean, it almost looks there with his body
นึก
language.
ไม่ออก
He's reminding them of
หน้า
things
คุ้น
they've
ๆ
gone through. Not necessarily a set piece, but guys, remember, play together. Obviously, has looked a little.
ออฟซีซั่นอาจจะดูได้ไม่ชน
I guess in terms of the comparison to the first
หมาย
half,
ถึงไอรายการ
BBL
ที่เป็นเล็กแข่งอยู่ใช่ไหม
haven't got into
ฮิโร่
similar
ดูไหม
situations where they've been able to
คือ
group,
ผม
focus
ไม่
on
กล้า
one
ดูเว้ย
engagement.
หัวช่อง
เขาสุดปอดแล้วด้วยไหม
เออ
Couldn't read that. I was trying.
sub to some British streamer.
เสียเส้นเลยครับนี้
This
เจอ
is,
ความนิ่ง
this
เข้า
is
สู้
now where it changes, right? Is this the time that Liquid take the lead
แพ้
here?
กลับมา
นี่
อีก
หง
ที
อเลยนะ
BBL
เสีย
with a
เลย
stark reminder.
วันนี้ DI ชนะป่ะนะพี่
Their coaches here in the timeout.
DX
They still need to stick the landing in the server if they want this one to be theirs. Liquid showing that pedigree,
แสดงว่า
that
Pacific เรายังมี
capability.
ของอยู่
Legendary players on this side. Now
แต่
they
DI มัน
got
ดูแบบ
a make it count.
เหนื่อยๆอยู่นะ
Slow and
ตั้งแต่เสีย
cautious
แฟดแบ็กไป
steps towards C. What's the go signal?
I've been
It's
top
now.
yak.
Salvos towards the back of plat. Sociable instantly
deal.
cleared.
Oh,
Serial
Sociable.
with the bundle. Overwhelmed, maybe not. Serial does so well here. Good
Oh,
trades
what
on
did
towards
what?
Profek. Clearing out the site and they control it for themselves.
I
Ui.
was going to say,
Tôi- tôi
not
thấy
the
mình
judge
mới
though.
đồn
That's
แล้ว
just
พี่
shut
แม็ก
down
นัม
from
ไป
the
เผย
smoke.
ตัวเฉย
It's a 4v2.
That's a dream. This is an absolute dream, Yampy. This would be so much to do. He's been
yeah.
spotted here. Oh!
ฮะ
One of the only EMEA players to make those singers look so damn good. But he does need to do it all. Levin's still standing. We need to see Levin get into this. But Palitek's reposition is
Right,
lovely as
don't
well. Levin looking for his man. Nats takes down Yampy. It's really on Levin. He knows about Nats. He doesn't
Well,
know
could
about
be either.
Palitek. And timing is everything. Levin choosing his target. But surely Palitek closing in. But Nats holds this down.
นี่แหละ
It's
ตัว
12
แบก
for
ที่
Liquid.
ผิดของแท้
Facing desolation until now.
ทั้ง
Finally
แบกทั้งให้ความ
taking a
รู้
lead back.
A ridiculous turn of events here. Just map 1, by the way. Already it's this close. Liquid. I mean, this is just outrageous from Yampy. But yeah, Liquid with a course correction here. Come on. On the home stretch. The chance now to flip this on his head and close out map 1. Nats and Serial with their ultimates here. Looks like might be resorting back towards this B piece.
ตบกัน
ถ้าวันไหนถ้าวันไหนแนทมันลงไม่ได้นี่สวยนะลิขิต
Hello. Oh my god. He didn't
เอาเดี๋ยว
switch it. Oh, Palitek's got
ดี
it.
ทีว่ะ
แล้วภาพตัด
Surely
เถ
this
อะ
is enough. Team Liquid. Looking like they're back from the dead.
อันนี้จริงๆ BBL
Revitalized
มัน
and
ชนะแล้วนะ
back in charge.
มันโยนทิ้ง
Mark
เอง
being
นะ
toyed with.
Nats
You're
as well.
Nats' position
มา
should
แล้วครับ
be the
ไฮไลท์โอ้โห
checkmate, right? Vintage, classic. Serial, gotta be careful though. That's a freebie there.
Hey.
Profek on the follow-up. Hold on. Nats! They need him, and he's right there.
GG,
When
yeah.
they need him most. Team
แล้วมันไปจับได้ด้วยนะไอเมื่อกี้ที่ก่อนมันจะตาย
Gauntlet.
แล้วไปตะโกนให้เขาสุดเสียงเลย
แมกนัมเอ้ยไม่ขอขึ้นแท่นเดี๋ยวเขาตะโกน
นั้นบอกมึงดูกูเห็นไหมมึงเห็นปะมึงดู480เฟรมมันเล่นกันอย่างนี้เว้ยเป็นไงมึงเห็นปะ
พี่โกรธทำหน้างงบอกหรอผมว่าแม่นเหมือนเดิม
พี่โกรธเขามาทำไมมึงต้องมาคุยกับกูวะคนเยอะแยะเอ็นอ๋อ
วีเบเตอร์ว่ะ
ไอชูเลขสองนี่20บอกมันไปเทคมันสปอยไปละเดี๋ยวโดนกู20วิชูนิ้วกลางในวงการวาโลมันมีแค่ซัมติงคนเดียวปะผมเห็น ผมไปดูไฮไลท์CSมันชูกันยับเลยไหมอ่ะ
มันเถื่อนเสีย
แม่งแบบผูมันจีผูให้กันแบบอย่างนั้นเลยวะ
มันโหเหมือนดูมวยปั้มอ่ะไม่อีกอารมณ์หนึ่ง
ตุยเดี๋ยวพี่ตุยใช่เหรอพี่ตุยก็เคยไปไอ้นี่ด้วยเหรอไปชูใส่เขาด้วยเหรอ
มีบ้าง พวกมาใหม่อ่ะ
ล่าสุดโหCS มันทั้งกองเชียร์ทั้งนี่เลยเถื่อนแม่งเอาทำเป็ดเข้าไปเป่ากัน
ใช่เหรอซีเรียลคอร์เมื่อกี้
เคยสังเกตป่ะเวลาจังหวะที่ฝั่งตรงข้ามเล่นแล้วแบบว่าเริ่มเสียราวไปทีละหน่อยแล้วแม่งเล่นไม่ละเอียดอะแม่งโดนแนทหมดเลยนะแบบว่ามันไปแบบโพซิชันแม่งอันพีดิกจัดอะแบบเหมือนแม่งไม่ทันได้คิดอะว่าจะต้องเจออะไรแบบเนี้ย
อ่านเกม
แม่งโคตรล้ำเลย
T1 นะครับสแต็กครับผม ไม่โอเค
ใช่เหรอหมายถึงถ้าจะเอามาแทนอะเหรอ
ผมไม่ใช่ไม่น้องถาม T1 ใคร
อ๋อ
เป็นในเกม T1 หรือ TL TL ด้วยวะน่ะ
เดียวนั่นน่ะแนทปะ
แมท
อยากรู้มันพูดอะไรอยากไปดู แต่มันคือสั่งแผนอะแม่งไม่เอาออกมาให้ฟังอีกเลยแต่แม่งพูดเยอะใช่ไหมก่อนเริ่ม
มันต้อง
เริ่
ดูไวคอมลิควิดเป็นเอามาลงบ้างในช่อง YouTube อะ
อืมส่วนใหญ่จะลงแค่ช็อตแบบปกติทั่วไปไม่ได้แบบตอนมันพู
แต่
ด
ถ้า
จริง
ถ้าไปฟังดูก็จะรู้นะว่าแบบใครแกนน
อืมผมไปดูไวคอมของทารอนอ่ะ ผมเห็นแม่งคนคอแม่งมีอยู่วันเกือบทั้งทีมอะ ใครตายแม่งกลายเป็นคนคอ ไอ้สัตว์วันนี้ทีมฝั่งขวาแน่นอน
ำ
ครับ
เขาบอกคนที่ไม่ค่อยตัดมันลงคืออินเกมอินเกมพูดแผนไง
อืม
ตอนนี้ EWC Vitality โดน GX Map 211
ฮะ
รายงานสดจากขอบสนามข้างสนาม
GX ผมว่าวิทย์หนักเลยตอนนี้ ใครก็ได้ช่วยวิทย์ด้วย ตั้งแต่มันเอาเทรคออกอะผมรู้สึกมันแปลกว่ะ ไม่ใช่ว่า performance มันดูดรอปลงนะ แต่มันแพ้อะ
ดูเคมีไม่เข้ากันนะ
ว่าโลมันจะเป็นอย่างนี้เสมอเลยนะ เวลามันเปลี่ยนคนปุ๊บอะจากที่แบบได้ไปงานใหญ่ได้ไปอินเตอร์ผลงานดีแม่งจะเปลี่ยนไปเสมอเลยทั้งที่ฟอร์มการเล่นแม่งดูไม่ดรอปนะอ่ะตัวอย่างเลยฟุตเนี่ย คือแม่งเปลี่ยนซุดมาแทนซีเน็ตคือแม่งทีมแม่งเก่งขึ้นอย่างเห็นได้ชัดอะแต่แบบ แม่งก็ไม่ได้ไปอะงงแต่ตอนมีซีเน็ตแม่งได้ไป
ทีมอื่นมันไอ้นี่ไง
มันเฮ้ยเอาหมุนไอ้เหี้ยละพี่เอ้ยหมุนมาอ๋อหายละ
ไม่เหมือน
จะมีทีมหนึ่งที่ได้ไปเสมอคือเซนมันไปบ่อยอยู่นะ
เล่นเหมือนแบบมันมันรู้ว่าตอนไหนมันต้องเอาจริงอ่ะนึกออกปะ
ตอนไหนต้อง
คือ
มันแข่งเอาอะไรถ้าจะรู้ต้องเอา
จริงๆสังเกตดีถ้าแบบว่าที่มันต้องเอาอ่ะ มันจะไปอ่ะ
ต้องบอกว่าเซนทุกครั้งที่มันชนะมันจะชนะในแผนที่สำคัญเสมอ
นั่นแหละคือมันรู้ว่ามันต้องเอาจริงตอนไหนไงเซนติเนลอ่ะสังเกตมันจะมีแมตช์แบบติดตลกอ่ะกับแมตช์แบบต้องเอาอ่ะ ไม่เหมือนคนละทีมอ่ะ แล้วดูเซนแบบโอ้โห
ไม่ สมแล้วที่เป็นชื่อทีมหลอกเด็กไง เนี่ยเดี๋ยวสมมติว่าเอาจริงถ้าเซนแม่งเปลี่ยนเซลซิตออกอยากรู้เลยโมเมนตัมทีมแม่งจะเป็นไงแต่ถ้าเราลองคิดดูจังหวะที่มันได้ไปอินเตอร์หลวแล้วอยู่ดีถ้าเปลี่ยนปุ๊บแม่งไม่ได้ไปก็แปลกๆ
โอ้โหแปลกอยู่ทีนี้
ไม่เลยมันเป็นอย่างที่พี่บอกนะมันอยู่ทีมอื่นเนี่ยทีมอื่นมันก็โหดขึ้นเนี่ย
ใช่ที่มันโหดขึ้น
GE เนี่ยทีมเกาหลีทีมที่5 สเตจ 2เจอกันขาดไททันสัตว์ป่า
ดูซีไม่มีให้ดูแบบเอกไม่กล้า DX มันเสริมโหดไงดูดี
แนทมันพูดเลยเกโกะอยากรู้แล้วแม่งแบบดูหน้าแม่งดูเน้นมากเลยอยากรู้จริงแล้วเมื่อกี้แนทมันพูดเลยเกโกะน่าจะแบบว่ากูสอนกี่ทีมึงไม่จำเลยใช่ไหม
แม่งเหมือนเป็นพี่ใหญ่คนเดียวแล้วแบบคนอื่นแม่งแบบสอนแล้วไม่ค่อยฟังอ่ะ เดวันทานฝ่ายไม่ได้ตามเลยครับ เปลี่ยนคนมาใหม่น่าจะดีขึ้นนะ
กูเปลี่ยนยับเลยวิธานตั้งแต่แอสปาร์ตออก
แต่แอสพาร์ตออกเลยก็บอกเลยว่าไม่ไหว
ชายผู้ที่เป็นโมเมนตัมให้กับทุกทีมแม่งไปทีมไหนทีมแม่งโหดขึ้นงงๆจริงๆแล้วมันมีแบบดูเอลที่แบบจริงใจอ่ะแบบเข้าไปเปิดไซส์ให้เลยแล้วแบบทีมเลยเล่นง่ายปะงี้ปะ
ใช่
จริงๆมันก็น่าจะทำกันได้ทุกทีมนะ
ถ้าคนนำมันทำได้มันโหเพื่อนมันชิวไง
ลองมา DFM ได้ไหมแอดปาร์ตโอ้โห เมย์มันก็ภาพเดียวกับแอดปาร์ตเลยนะ มันโหดมากเลยนะ แต่มันไม่ไหวอยู่ดีวะงงวะ GE เป็นทีมเกาหลีทีมที่5จริง ไม่เกินใจไม่เกินตัว แล้วทีนี้เริ่มแบบว่ามองไปก็จะมีเกาหลีเต็มไปหมดเลย ตั้งใครนะ ได้พี่บ้านได้โยแมนใช่ไหม
ไม่ไม่ไม่เก่งขึ้นหรอก
มีอุดรธานี ถ้าจะเก่งต้องเกาหลี5ผมว่านะ
ยากอยู่ดี คือถ้าโยแมนโหดคงไม่โดนดรอปออกมา
ก็จริง แล้วซักเจนอ่ะ
โอ้ซักเจ๊มันห่างไปนาน
It's
นาน
like
เกิน
fresh.
สงสารทีเอสในกลุ่มไม่ได้เกาหลี เอ้ย ไม่แน่นะ เนี่ย เดี๋ยวทีเอสปล่อยของตบเกาหลีหมด
ยิงราวจะดึงซาโตะแต่โดนเลยมันทานปาด อ๋อเอาแล้วราวเพิ่งดรอปตุยไปทำไงทีนี้ตัวยเลย
ผมไม่เข้าใจเลยที่ทีเอสไม่เอาเจเรมี่ออก ผมว่ามันดูมีทรงพอๆอินวี่เลยนะ แต่ที่ดูมัน
ใช่
แตกบ่อยคือมันเป็นดูเอลไงธรรมชาติอะก็เสียดายเลยเจเรมี่นี่ของดี
แปลกใจที่มันดึงไอ้เนี่ยสิงคโปร์มาอีกคนหนึ่งอะเป็นไรนะ ตีบิวปะ
ซีบิวไงบิวบูมเก่า
เจเรมี่น่าจะดูดีกว่านะ
ก็ต้องรอดูครับเผื่อมันมาซ้อมแล้วเข้ามือไงนี่ก็รอดูผลงาน แต่อย่าคาดหวังถ้าเห็นไลน์อัพแบบนี้ เฮ้ย ไอหมอ สปิดกับไอหมอ
เฮ้ย
ที่มึงลงแรงปะเนี่ย
เซน2 ตัวเป็นเสกกับไอเนี่ยนะ
แล้วมาเจอพี่แนทที่เลื้อยไงเดี๋ยวรอเซนชั่นครับ รอทีมไทยเข้าลีกไปอีกทีม ฟูเซนป่ะพี่เอ๋ย
ปูเซนรอบนี้แต่ตอนนี้แนทรูปปากอยู่เนี่ย
แนทบอก เฮ้ย มึงดูเอเจลดิ
มึงดูดิเยี่ยพวกมันไม่เลือกไซเปอร์มา
เดี๋ยวเจอกูเลื้อย
จับซะแล้วพวกมันหมิ่นเองโดนละ
ไอ้ต้องแพ้มีแบบ3 ยัมปี้หลังคิดโหยแม่งไปตะโกนมาซะเยอะเลยกูทำไงทีนี้
เดี๋ยวกลายเป็นตอนแรกมาถึงเสกวอลใช่ปะสักพักแท็กเดดล็อกมาวอลต่อ
ไม่ต้องเข้า
เด
เลย
ดรอวอลเสกละลายอยู่อะสักพักเดดล็อกมาวางต่อ
พอได้ล็อกเราแนทบอกกูไปเดินที่อื่นกันแหละ อยากรู้ว่าเทนจะไปไหน อย่างน้อยไปเป็นคอนเทนต์ครีเอเตอร์ที่ไหนก็ได้สักพักเซอร์ไพรส์มาแข่งอยู่ซี
Let's see how it goes, shall we? BBL have been in the kitchen cooking up something brand new. As Team Liquid have been prolific on this map. On the attacking side, let's see how they handle it. Ready? You can see what Liquid are eyeing up here.
เปปเปิล
Because if they want to entertain the idea themselves,
ยูทารอน
someone come through, slow things down.
เอาเทนมาทารอน
Actually
แม่งคนไทย
prioritize
ทั้งแก๊ง
the bot
เอา
here.
เทนบอกกูเหงาเลย กูคุยกับใครได้บ้าง
Figure anything out on the back of that. Again, these
สักพัก
early
เทน
rounds
กับ
look
คาว
towards
นายครับ
Liquid
จะอ
trying
ยู่
to
แบบ
figure
ออก
out
ซี่แบบ
some of these setups. I mean, how early do BBL want to show their hand in that regard?
So what? It has now been removed.
This is the thing as well when an agent isn't
Cloud
playing very
Nine,
often,
Cloud-
you're really testing
Cloud-
the
CLO
time protocols and
WBL
when
Cloud.
parts of the map will open up.
ไอ้ญาติใครมันขยันตั้งชื่อ
Oh,
ให้
you're going to have this 3-2 split for the defending side here. Team Liquid have been spotted. Sociable is going to be under pressure up towards heaven now. I don't know if he can really get away here. Maybe banking on the utility coming out from Yampi, but this is going to be tough. Liquid trying to make this home, well, this site their home, as Sociable should be considered, but Yampi takes ahead of one. Lovely little synergy there. Good chip damage too towards Serial. Isolated by on Kiko. Lovely little back and forth from BBL. But Patatek's still alive. This man is deadly. And he's got a 1v2. He's got 14 seconds though. Really tough here. Gotta find a fair fight. Does Magnum giving it? Oh, lovely from Magnum. A little bit of a fade away on the end of that, but BBL, I love that synergy
เก
there.
มตอน
That
นี้
was
ได้
a
ไปแบบ
lovely
ที่
back and forth
GG
between the
IQ
two.
ไปยังครับหมายถึง EWC
Even on the back
ยัง
of
ครับ
actually
ต้องไปคั
the
ดครับ
fault line going
ทีนี้
completely
เราก็ต้องลุ้น
wide.
ว่าใครจะได้ไปบ้าง
I think as well, because Sociable
ซึ่งแม่งมี
catches
ทั้
the
ง
first cross, I
DRX
think,
ทั้ง
and there's a little bit of hesitation, potentially maybe thinking it's one player lurking in.
Yeah.
At that point, you've got to think Sociable's the one that's, dead to rights.
ใกล้ทัวร์ที่เขาแข่งกันตอนเนี้ยที่เปปเปอร์เล็กไปเจอไอ้นั่นอ่ะที่เปปเปอร์เล็กไปเจอลาก้า
I
เนี่ย
think Yampi has one of the best landmarks.
คือตัวแข่งไปไหนวะ
That's the experience there. That's a veteran. For Liquid though,
ตัว
I
แข่ง
think it
เอา
is
เงิ
going to be
น
that
ของ
learning
จีนเฉย
process,
ใช่ไหม
right?
ไม่เกี่ยวกับ
And
EDC
also
ใช่ไหม
the second half of things too, bringing all of this onto that attacking side eventually will be most curious. But for now, we look to see how this kind of affects the next couple of rounds. Camo has managed to navigate past a lot of that early utility, and what a banging shot.
Classic
But
lane,
Liquid, there's that combination, right? That's what we were looking at, this composition with the trips, the traps, everything thrown down with that paint shell on top. Camo, yes, he hit a great shot. I doubt he's going to get more of that. is one of the really strong points of this comp. I'd love to see that back. Sorry, EVS, I keep putting you on the spot. But again, this was something the desk was kind of talking about here.
มันเป็นผู้เลย
Yeah, there's those sort of set pieces that, again,
จอยมัน
BBL,
ไม่
depending on
ไม่หมด
how
ไม่
many
หมด
of
เวลาเล
them
ยวะ
they've got in their
ว่า
back
ยูทูบแก้
pocket.
ผมเหรอวะผมเขียนจดหมายขอ
But
ไป
early on, I mean, the choke points just
น่า
become
จ่าแล้วมั้ง
ยังไงวะ
deadly.
เนี่ย
You can't draw out some of this utility on the side of BBL.
Banging.
Walking into the blender,
ปืนแม่งแรงมาก
especially with the way some of these rounds play out on split traditionally.
นี่อะแม่งวอ
Right? This is
วอ
where-
เอเมน
So,
Oh,
quite like
got
that.
that.
Take a couple of risks in this round. You're on the bonus. You got your SMGs. Why not have a little bit of a go on things? Nats is there just chipping down at this wall.
แอดบอกสิบหายละ
Doesn't need to be
เจาะไหนวะเนี่ย
conscious of obviously these angles and these
Good idea,
newer
maybe.
positions that could become available. Obviously with the utility in middle being put into play, does slow down the approach from Liquid, and it slows down the entire game plan, really.
It does, yeah.
โอ้แต่บีเมนดูเข้าได้แล้วนะ
Doubling
ไม่
up.
มีอะไรเลย
Turns-
Paint shell.
Oh,
Net just
Yeah.
missing there.
I'll see a Nats. Going to potentially catch a timing here, but in
อุ้ย
mid, trade off. And then Camo will
นี่
fall
ไง
in. Sociable
นั้น
has
บอกวอล
been
หมดเดี๋ยว
found
เจอกัน
on the back of the wall dropping.
เรียบร้อยเลย
Sociable's going to have a tough time dealing with Nats. He's such a
Ling is
diligent
in
player in
wall
these
water.
solo efforts. Magnum as well only has a
Game
ghost
ni na
here, so
yaw-yaw
should be
นี่ให้เห็น
outgunned.
ลูกวินอ่ะ
My word, Magnum, very nice, and he knows Nats is nearby.
จังหวะกระ
Just
โดด
missed
พอ
the
ดี
timing.
อ้าว
He wanted to get up on that box, maybe get a slightly different angle, but Yampi trying to fill the void. But it is a 2v3. Now, obviously, we know all these players are heading over
30
towards A
seconds
now.
left.
Support coming in from Profek, but Liquid facilitating the cross.
It won't land. Yeah, now it gets a little awkward when you're locked out, but actually, despite
Oh.
it,
Down A.
Okay, that's a mad one, because that's 15 seconds. It removes a
Stop it,
player away,
style
so it almost
level.
encourages you to work forward. Nats is unaware! Completely unaware!
เอาชิบหาย
And
แล้ว
now it's on Serial. A little bit shaky in the first
So, I've
upgraded
put
weapon
Toton
there
up.
for Profek too. Let's see if he can hold his nerve this time. A big opportunity, big timing, and a big kill. The 1v1, it's Yampi on the other side, and Serial closing the net here, closing the gap, and Yampi chose wrong. Simply put, Serial now has the upper hand. It's a shot in the dark, and it's a
Ui,
great
จังหวะ
shot
พิ
from
สูจน์ตัว
Serial. Well
ตีเลี้ยว
controlled in the end, but a dangerous round nevertheless.
absolutely, BBL almost disrespecting the smoke there. Nats just not expecting anybody to push
ต
through,
อนแรกนึกว่าแจมปิดจะเอาครึ่ง
sponging the
พ
decay.
อการจะถึงครึ่งปล่อยรู้เลยแพ้ละ
You're right, I
Don't
think as
turn
well,
down.
Sociable is going to be tasked with just, you know, one, but and again, traditionally,
โอ้
you
โห
see
สเปกเตอร์
Sage to lock down this A main early on and proactivity
Michael,
elsewhere,
you
which is
see?
what we see
You
in this
see,
round.
Michael? Incredible, Michael.
And it feels like Nats is aware of map one, right? He's
Yeah,
not a
yeah.
silly guy, and it feels like you've got to be ready to follow Nats straight into hell and back. And if he can get these players
You
feeling on
see?
the same page, feeling confident, that is a
My
huge
luck.
boon
Oh,
for the
okay.
Liquid side.
แนทแม่งอยู่หน้า A ตลอดไป
Straight
Well,
away,
the
see
cloud,
Sociable
they don't know
adjusting
Japan.
towards mid.
โดนหูตอนหลัง
Flash
ทีม
through
เจอที่คิด
to
มา
try
เอา
and
แนทตลอด
isolate
อะ
Nats.
สองคนมาเอาอะ
Draw another snake bite, forced him a little deeper here. 11
แต่
almost
หลังๆ
looking
น่า
as
จะ
if he
ยากแล้วแนท
wants to
ไหวตัว
continue.
แนทไหวตัวแล้วไม่เหมือน
นี่
ก่อนหน้า
She
นี้
wins out here,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, but-
Nats dropped very early on in
แล้ว
this
บอกกู
round.
ตายเลยแล้วกัน
เอาริวมา
Not
ฆ่า
necessarily in a position to spring off the back of that.
เอาอีกแล้ว
Well, I think they know where Sociable is.
บอกอย่างนี้ดูไม่ค่อยดีเลย
Looks, there is a player obviously over on the catwalk, right, which was Yampi, so kind of a complementary angle. As much as they'd love to clear Sociable, there's still layers to this.
Ui.
This seems very heads up. I've got to say, it feels like BBL have come in very prepared for this, kind of understanding the protocols that Liquid like to run here, and Yampi has been having a belter of a first half already. Only into round 4, 11. Gonna go absolutely nuclear on that. In zone flawless. And this feels like a very strong read, Mike. We know that Nats likes that solo pressure towards A or his mid lurks. They identify it early. They even put, who was it, to the test? They're 11, right? Left him out there in that 1v1. Here it is again. Set up by Yampi a little earlier, but still, and then so prepared for that mid pressure coming in off the back.
There's so many ratty little spots that BBL can reset back to after initial aggression being shown.
แต่ยืนนะ
That's where some of these trap plays, the utility can be really overwhelming. Like I said, it requires a lot from Liquid in terms of footwork
ปา
early
ไปไหน
on.
วะน่ะ
And the key things being the paint shell being drawn out, the wall.
อุ้ยปามิดเหรอเฮียพี่แนท
Like I said, this first stretch of rounds probably going to be the most punishing for Liquid. in terms of lessons to learn.
And I guess I like the idea of the pressure this puts on Liquid to show us a little bit of that mid-rounding, that learning on the fly, their ability to decipher some of those weak points. Did Yampy see someone there? I feel like he did, because Levin's very locked in on this. Yeah, definitely spotted. And Yampy's gone a bit more confident, to say the least. Serial in the 1v1 now, and Yampy correctly not wanting to outstay his welcome. He's just controlling this area. And Serial might be screwed here, trying to stay alive, but Magnum wants him dead, yeah. This is very diligent from BBL
Very
again.
decisive as well.
And I like that confidence, kind of taking the, I guess just taking that confident approach to things, not allowing that comfort on the kind of single side of things. Profek gonna have to back away from this. Gets a little bit scary on the side, because they are very close by. That is a recovered weapon, I'm pretty sure. Yampy's here, don't worry.
แยมปี้แม่ง
He's
ปืนนี้ไม่อย่างอร่อย
He's farming it up, Levin to close out. So now we start looking at Liquid.
ไม่เอารออยู่ไปกี่คนแล้ว
Quick
เนี่ย
enough.
This has got to be a bar. They have to hit almost here. If BBL are leaning more so towards making this a successful defensive half, yeah, could argue we're already doing here. Yampy leading the charge from the top, 10-2, Levin at 8-1 as well. Both now with their ultimates in play. Magnum one away.
ตีสอง
Liquid
เดี๋ยว
who have a couple of their own. This looks like again, some aggression here on the back of the showstopper. Off rip here. Does he get spotted? He doesn't.
โอ้
He's not clear in the corner.
Oh, that's a fumble.
อุ้ยไม่น่า
And
เกิ
a
ด
big
ขึ้นมา
chance here for Liquid to
ไม่
actually
น่า
get
เกิด
really
ขึ้น
on
นะ
the
เนี่ย
board properly in these gun rounds.
เอ้านี่ก็ไม่น่าเกิด
Profek's there quickly pick
มึง
up
เพิ่งโดน
the
ยิงไปเมื่อกี้
solo endeavor.
ไม่เห็นล่ะ
Camo gets
Why
ahead
you
of the
leave
wall.
peak?
Still, they get through the wall and look what's in front of them as well. More
พี่
utility.
นัทต้องไปเตือนแล้ว
And the
เลิกรี
concern
พี
being
ที
if this isn't cleared early on, so BBL can just kind of
ไม่ได้
sit
ดิ
back,
จิตใจในดูเวลิต
rely on some of these deeper positions. Reset here from Liquid towards mid. Magnum did retrieve the orb, so ultimate now available. Say, Profek, you don't want to see him get too overzealous here.
โดนละ
Stun will come through, potentially setting social emotion. He's going to find Camo.
Yampy is being such a savior, even from the back lines. And look at this delay, look at this stall. Yampy knows exactly what he needs to do, but they're looking for other options. And Magnum's now aware, potentially catching Nats here.
Oh, we don't.
How did it not?
How did it not?
I don't know how he's gotten away with that.
30 seconds.
Somehow, still standing, but Yampy spotted two. That should be big info for Magnum here, but he looks shaky on the aim, and Liquid need to get moving. They want to get across the site, but Magnum ready, waiting.
อู้
Yampy
จัง
on
หวะ
the
เดินจังหวะ
catch.
รอเป้ามันแค่ของกระ
BBL
แทก
quick,
โคตร
thinking
ดี
on
อะ
their feet there. It
แต่อัพ
got
ของ
deadly.
BBL อ่ะ
ของดีจัด
Now almost in a financial chokehold. Oh yeah, just
Luminac.
another step forward and he would have full cleared that, but when that timer runs low, you're almost desperate to just get it somewhere. But yeah, the stall is insane. Fault line comes through, the slow orb comes down from Sociable, Rolling Thunder behind that. Liquid will be left really scratching their heads here, what BBL have pulled out.
God, this is such a conundrum for Liquid to figure out. And again, a lot of us were waiting to see if a team could punish Liquid here. This has been a stronghold for them for some time.
Absolutely.
A cornerstone for them, and they play it beautifully. I mean, there's nothing too cheesy or quirky about it necessarily. They just play a good split, right? And it looks like BBL have identified a lot of those strong suits, a lot of what makes them tick here. And the punish has been pretty profound. Also, gotta say, Yampy's having an absolute tear of a start. Now, yes, it is in the kill department too, 11-2 early on. However, we saw that supporting utility coming in. That felt like that round could have spiraled away. When Profek got caught up there in heaven, it felt like the floodgates opened, right? But no, shut again, very well handled. Now, this gets put onto the kind of coaching staff and how Liquid can make their minds up of how they want to deal with this. Now, it does feel as though, obviously, BBL's comp is mostly complementary on the defending side. But you need a bit more than one.
No, I think you really, well, dare I say, you aim towards getting, 3 or 4 on the board, which now seems like they have to move mountains to achieve. How the opening 6 have panned out in this first full ult cycle, kind of coming a little late for Liquid, but also it's not really rounds that you'd say, you're expecting Liquid to put a set piece in much because they just can't early on. There's so many obstacles for them to overcome.
It's a lot of presence. heard in middle and a lot of pressure on Magnum, but he's been playing this well actually. And again, Magnum kind of returning to glory has been something that I don't think we can understate here. You know, a lot of people thinking maybe his time in the sun had dimmed, but his recent performances with BBL have been magnificent. Now, this time around, though, we focus on what Liquid can achieve here. 5 together, looks simplistic, and that paranoia is stunning. Really well handled by Profect. Does he get caught by Kiko, though? That is the question. However, it's sociable from up on towards the rafters. Well maintained, Serial. Trying to get a little bit dangerous here. And the spray doesn't quite get the target. This is still game on. This is a big ult invested, Mike.
Sociable almost locked out using his res as well, but actually Levin and Mackham both find kills.
เรียบร้อย6-1เข้าไปแล้ว
And it's 6 on the board here for BBL.
2 ults used there, Mike. 2 big boys as well. Bloody hell. I'm a little lost for words at how well prepared. Again, this was something we were talking about at the start of the day, right? Before we even got to cast, it was like, well, you know, if they're going to go for split, they've got to have antied it. But we were like, okay, let's compare it to the foot game.
Yeah, the concern would have been if there wasn't a comp change and feeling as if the same thing was going to work versus Liquid, because there's 2 very different approaches between Liquid and Foot to split.
Absolutely.
And like I said, Foot were basically, it was almost like BBL had their playbook.
Yes, on the table, left open. And to see this have repetition is just terrifying. And I'm sure it's a little bit unnerving for Liquid, because this was meant to be the comfort. You win map 1, you're thinking, oh, maybe we're away with a 2-0 here. But at a 6-1, you're certainly now locked back in. And Liquid still have a couple of ults. They've got the divide to play with, and they've still got camos here. So there's options. But Kiko, with that attack inside operator, is going to have to do some serious work with that.
Yeah. Starting to see the adjustment now from Liquid, keen to deal with the utility as early as possible to remove some of that security from BBL. Again, there's so many layers to this.
They seem so aware. Magnum's been bang on with this, and once again, this has to add to the protocol list, right? But you can see Yampy complimenting.
It's beautiful.
I am blown away by this. It's layer upon layer. You think maybe you've got the solution on the first, get rid of that deadlock util, then you still got layers of Yampy coming in to punish and sociable. I was going to be a bit worried he was fighting with that res, but in reality, he's fine. Liquid do not have an answer. It's simple. It's as clear as day. They have not found a solution. They can't break through vents. They can't have that singular lurk. They need someone to come up with a miracle soon enough.
Looking to apply more pressure here as well. Levin punished for a natural 5-1 as well.
Excuse me?
ได้เล่นเลย
Can't get there with the
เชื่อแต่มันไม่วางไม่ทัน
spike, but
ตอนแรกจะเซฟ
unfortunately not doable. Magnum just has to sit this one out.
อะไรอ่ะทำอะไรกันอ่ะเดี๋ยวมัน
นี่ถ้าบอมอยู่ที่เน็ตนะผมบอกเลยแม่งวิ่งไปวางแล้ว
For BBL to find their 7th.
สวัสดีค
And
รับ
I love the juxtaposition then between kind of Nats and Yampy, right? You've got Yampy on a real all-time high. This has got to feel so good. It's all good in theory, right? You can go there, think you've done your
ถ้าพูดแบบให้โอกาส
anti-strat,
เลย
think
ผ
you
มว่า
feel
ซี
good
เรียล
about
มัน
it,
ได้อ
got
ยู่
a plan in mind. To see it in motion so
มันก็
perfectly
ได้แต่
is unbelievable. And for
แบบ
Nats, I'm
น่า
sure
จะ
this is
มี
incredibly
เทียบกว่านี้
frustrating. This is a very
ให้เวลามันพิ
hard
สูจน์ตน
puzzle.
กันไม่ได้จะขาดประสบการณ์
Yeah, just a little bit.
แต่ถ้า
Just
ถาม
a
ใน
little
การยิงอะไรมันก็เทียบ
Let's
แห
not
ละ
throw. Let's not throw this one away. We're 7-1, guys. You don't get that against Liquid in a game like this. You gotta keep your head about you. Yeah, God.
They're in
Contextually.
uncharted territory right now. Liquid back down on a broken purchase. Sheriffs
BBL คนลุกเลย
to round this out.
มาถึงไม่ใช้2 วอล
Pretty active around the map.
มี
Switched
น้อง
off this
ถาม
wall
ว่า
time and time again.
พร้อม2 เซนตั้น
Again,
ไป
the
ไหม
concern being that Liquid
จะ
can't
สั้น
really
เหรอ
figure out some of the
เปลี่ยน
setups
เป็น
behind.
คอม
There's
2
not really
นิ้วแท
clear
นให้ใหม่
indicators for them.
เฮ้ย
This
ผม
feels
เล่น
tense
โหด
though.
เลยเหรอ
They made it up here. This is the first time they're really kind of testing ramp, I guess, this side of things. And it feels like an inverse of the round, clearing through vents the other side. This could be the answer.
I was going to
วอ
say
ล
the
ตัวนี้เป็น
awareness
โคตร
seemingly
โคตร
there,
แส
but
บเลย
actually
ว่ะ
Sociable
เห็นนะ
falls to
ดู
Kiko.
ดิไปไหนก็เต็มไปหมด
เออ
And he did actually drift a little
น่าไป
further
เล่นบ้าง
back,
ว่ะ
but there's a big info
ก็
that
ต้องมี
Levin
คนที่
finds
เล่นด้วย
nothing
ที่
in
แบบ
B
ดี
main.
Oh,
Wow,
Kiko?
should have been.
I'm still a little bit worried here. This is exceptional from Liquid. There we go. There is the
3 จริง
path made, Mike.
ทำผล
It
แล้ว
felt
กัน
like it was
นับเลย
all over the shot. It felt like a reversal of a round almost.
Yeah.
Take up through ramp, dip through the
ของจริง
vents, and then punish the player in towards mail, I guess. But it works wonders.
That's what they've got to do. It seems a rough objective to set is to catch BBL off guard with a composition like this. Like I
ไม่
said,
ต้อง
Evan,
ไม่ต้องไปไอ้นี่หรอกบ
he
ริจาค
has a lot of
เฮียอันนี้ผม
space to play
จัง
with him.
เรา
Maybe
เปิด
it's the
สำนัก
TP
กัน
from
เปิดวัด
Perfect
เลย
that keeps him just at the edge
เปิด
of
เราจะรวย
EMEA.
บ้างนะ
วัดเลยเหรอ
Yeah, the second
เปิ
on
ด
the
วัด
board.
Now, it feels like BBL's aware that there was maybe a fault towards ramp, but that looks like it's
That-
really close again.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, a little
Well,
Nashville
yeah.
jump there, gonna catch Yampy on the back pedal, but I feel like he was dead anyway.
Oh, look, I'm
Camo
there
on
for
the
the-
clear and Magnum alone, but he's gonna capture one. Panitek on the other side would love to save his teammate, but this is looking like it might be lost.
ปล่อยไปเลยว่ะ
Camo's dead. He's been snatched away down to a 3v3, and the support system doesn't work.
Ui.
He couldn't get through the vents this time, Kiko. Panitek and Serial can't do the reverse anymore.
จับตายครับ
Looking for the C's, and Magnum looking to be dragged into their eyesight.
จับ
But
ตาย
Magnum's
จับ
still
ตาย
alive. The res gonna come through. Yampy back up on his feet. Quickly put
Yampy
back
บอก
down.
ดำ
Dead
กุยทำไม
again. Sociable on the spray, leaving just Serial in a 1v3 here. Can't get past the starting blocks. BBL
Yampy บอกอันนี้กู
instantly
จดนะ
on the reply.
That's the problem. Try and get aggressive against this composition. You will be punished. A really awkward timing here for Nats to drop the wall. Whether or not the call there was to maybe show us 3. It's just almost out in no man's land here. Rough really for anybody else from Liquid to
Nice!
counterbalance that. The guttural nice.
รอบนี้ออกตัวแรงไม่ได้
Yeah.
แมกนัมบอกโอ้รอบที่แล้วมีบทเรียนอุ้ยบอทใช้ได้ยาวๆเลยรอบนี้ไอ้ Google มันส่งเมลมาให้ผมแล้วแบบ
Like this, but be impressed by this. Deserve it. Bloody hell have they run that lower bracket. They've put in the work here, but Liquid, there's still, if they win this, it's not ideal, but it's possible.
ผมซักบอย
Maybe. Say that with no confidence.
โดนแนทสวดไปชุดหนึ่ง
Serial's
stack.
ultimate, I think actually maybe a shift of focus here. Camo.
He's been caught.
Again, the problem being there's so many things to separate the front line of
เงินรางวัล
Liquid
ล้าน
from
สองครับ
the rest of the pack. So you've got to be
น้อย
so
กว่าแชมเปี้ยนมั้ง
cautious
แชมเปี้ยนมัน2 ล้าน 2
on these more aggressive rounds.
This is tough for him. As much as Yampy is nearby, this is still kind of in Magnum's hands. And he's been, I mean, he has been really marvelous at doing this. Now we see the support system kind of shuffling a little bit. The amount of guns firing, it's going to keep Yampy here. Damaged up, that's huge from Kiko.
เอ้า
ไอ้ยังสแปมจะ
Back
ตาย
in the
ผ่า
go,
ไปเล
but
ย
still slowed down high. So
เอ้าแนท
wow, you don't see that every day. Nats.
หน้ามันโคตรเซ็งอะแลนด์ด้วย
Both seemingly lost on the timing of the wall dropping.
Well, here we are. And as you said, agents were not used to seeing, and Kiko just hoping he had the corner. It's not to be. BBL still on face, still unmoved, and Liquid still held by
เพราะแนท
ramp.
โดน
There's
ปุ๊บ
been
เตะ
no
ข้างบนเลย
solution in sight. Levin's still up here. The boombot should show. Gives away presence, and he fancies it. The flash
Ow.
didn't quite make it through the smoke, though. So doesn't get the fight he wanted.
Who's
Gotta
that?
maintain discipline here. We heard it
Oh,
before
but
from
then how
Yampy.
it all,
Nothing's a given at this point.
Well, I know
Serial
them.
and Panitek, we saw what they did before, and are they doing it again? Sociable will find Serial. Is this all down to Panitek? Very hard angles to clear. He can't do it.
Right.
Big round from Sociable, and a big scoreline for
I would say
BBL.
It's rough to see Nats fall in that sort of manner, but like I said, neither of them seemingly reading the wall cracking.
หน้าไม่
You
เซ็ง
can see immediately on the player react, it's almost like, yeah,
Well.
is what it is. Perfect able to hide away from this reveal as well. A big moment for him to come alive, but it's Sociable with 4. Sit at 12 and 5 on the Sage. Going to round 12 here. Finally, divide being invested is off rip.
ทีเด็ด
Maybe
ที
sell
เด็ดเลย
something or
ทีเด็ด
put something in motion towards mid.
But with that deeper position coming out, and they see no further pressure even behind that kind of, attempt to break in the wall. This puts Magnum on red alert, right? Like, he's got to know there's a chance they've walked mid. He's depending on that util to give it away if they do come up.
This has constantly been a problem, though.
It absolutely has, and with the support from Yampi, he's been generally very good on that second layer, but Magnum are once again surrounded. He's in a really tough spot here. How much can one man do? He has been marvelous, and from CT, it's stunning! Levin with 2 massive kills! And Kiko can't find a target. They've already gone away. There's no one to connect to as Serial down low on 14 HP. And 4 standing for BBL. This is looking like it's all but over. Kiko would have to become the hero of the hour. And he can't get past the start. 10-2. A magnificent scoreline here for BBL.
ถ้าแพ้พกก็
This
GG ได้เลย
has been brilliant to watch, Mike.
มันเอามาแก้ไวเปอร์ว่ะเล่นไม่ได้เลยอะลิควิดอะ
No lurk for you
Close it in the second.
ไม่ว่าคู่ไหนแข่งแล้วก็จะเห็นหน้าโบเตอร์ตลอดไป เห็นหน้าลีโอด้วย2-0เลยคู่ที่แล้ว
10.
ช่วงพักฮาล์ฟไทม์มันนานจังวะงงวะ
มีแค่โซนเดียวนะ
สุกแล้วมั้งนะเดือดเองเดือดเองเดือดเองพอทักว่าไอ้โซเชียลเบอร์ไม่มาเราจะยับ
the importance of Team Liquid picking up this pistol. If you want to have a map here, it starts with this. And they were good on that point.
เดี๋ยวไปทักเก็กโกะนะแต่มันไม่ค่อยมาเลยอันเนี้ยไม่ทักก็ไม่มาเลยอันเนี้ย
Towards a set piece here onto B.
เงียบไปนานมากแล้วตั้งแต่ซื้อแล้ว
Liquid.
Oh, they're flooding.
Here
ใช่
they're
กลับ
out
ไป
here
กรุงเท
early.
พ
And if they've been slowed down, you can see the success of BBL here. Nats is still up there, but the fight's been
จี
won.
เลย
โอ้โห
That
หมด
was
ปะ
everyone flood through the heaven smoke and hope for the best. Patatek. Okay, Yampi's on 36. Magnum 42. But Profec's sitting healthy. And that access point through heaven gets denied. And you can already see the post plant set up. It feels like you've got to fight them early almost. Don't allow them into those post plants. That's where it becomes strong. Maybe.
นอกจากคอมแม่งจะกันโหดแล้วคอมแม่งสมุกโหดเลย
Patatek now, he is it. That's probably not what you want to be hearing. Time is starting to dwindle. He's got the horn. Oh God, look at it. It's just so all-consuming. Layer after layer. Standing there with a grin. BBL. They have done so well here.
ทีนี้รู้ผลแล้ว
I can't stress it enough.
Yeah, and you can see now that the value of that prep on display
ให้
fully.
BBL ไป
Yeah, it's just all encompassing.
อุ้ยน้ำแข็ง
I mean,
โคต
even
ร
if they wanted to burst out here, they're caught by the slow orb. It's just off camera from what we saw in the round, but
น้ำแข็งโคตรบ้าพี่
there's just no way in for
ยืนเล่นไม่ได้เลยไซส์อะ
this pre-take to try and flood out. lovely pistol round and might even just open the floodgates here to continue applying pressure towards B.
I don't even want to start having to talk about pressure because you just, I mean, potentially going to be blown out of a map. They forced up here, right? You're about to get absolutely smacked about in map 2, and then you got Fracture coming up. And we've already seen that Liquid looked a little stressed at times. It puts all that pressure back onto their shoulders, but for now...
เฮ้ยเห็นหัวมั้ย
Kiko did, yeah, he did just spot.
อุ้ย
Well, not on the second
นี่มัน
peek.
ทำเป็นไม่เห็น
First you saw him, second he's dead. Brilliant from Kiko.
There'd not been many early wins for Liquid. Do now one to the
โค
good.
ตรแสบ
Very cautious on approach here from BBL, rightfully so. Don't want to give Liquid any room to breathe.
Hello. Camo.
Moment there, yeah, Camo.
Yeah,
สะดุดละเริ่มสะดุด
Better of the scope.
เอาแล้วไง
this is nice. Well, they could do with a couple of these. This is, you know, this is small steps on a
ซี
long
เรียลเขา
journey,
ไม่เชื่อครับ
but it's one they need to take. And they're
30
certainly not across the
seconds
line yet. BBL still with 3 players looking for a play to punish here. Yampi on a solo adventure towards B. You can see the other 2 wrapping through spawn. I like this. Again, you got to kind of play out of the odds here. They've missed that opportunity. 11 couldn't quite find the shot he wanted, so it's time to try and force towards that A site. But time, it's 13 seconds. Camo on the pre-fire is
ใจ
perfect.
มันสู้จัด
Yeah, this should be okay. It is. Nat's
โอ้สติงเจ
making
อ
a
ร์
spike drop, gonna make Yampi just too far away. They can do the dance all day. It doesn't matter. Time.
Holy
The
shit ส
end
ติง
goal
เจอร์
there, and Liquid survive.
So we'll actually retrieve the rifle as well. Yeah, one back on the. That was actually on the
มัน
second.
ทำเป็นไม่เห็น
Spot
หร
it
อ
on the second
จังหวะ
there,
แรก
but Kiko,
ผมว่า
beautiful
ไม่
punish.
ไม่มั่นใจเลยมันเลยไม่ยิงใช่ป่ะ
Said a little dicey once these stingers are able to tuck into a position, do some damage late on. See how BBL can shrug that off. Went here with just the one sheriff in the hands of Levin.
ซีเรียสอยู่คนเดียวซะด้วย
Obscuring vision.
Not the scenario you want to see a Guardian, actually. Pretty committed up close.
He doesn't really have a way out of here. He's just hoping
Wee.
for, yeah, okay, supporting
Like
utility
what?
buys him some security. Sociable has slipped through.
ตอนแรกผมนึกว่าไอ้ซีเรียลจะโดนโถมแล้ว
How much he's going to be able to get from this? Maybe some good info. But Serial stuck around here. Even in all that stall with the smoke still up, he's decided he wanted to commit. Camo's going to catch
ไปหัว
Social.
ขาด
So it does feel like they're just kind of walking the map, getting a feel of it. They've got rounds to play with. So why not try and get as much information as you can?
Absolutely. Testing the water here. Liquid find their third. And really for them, you want to see them hold on to
เก่ง
every
นะ
single
แม
one
ป
of
แร
these
กนี้เห็น
weapons.
แล้วนะ
So if they can get themselves a bit of a buffer, and things do descend into madness, get a little scrappier. Building back into a comeback here, you don't want to be worrying about the finances.
เนี่ย
Tech
เป็นทอมซูมยิง
this down. Yampi on the first, clean on the second, and
One enemy
Perfect, not
remaining.
able to get away with
Dom
that
Sung
TP. Just Magnum left, classic in hand, 76 HP. I was going to say no more than that, but
Yeah.
Nat's quick on the trade here. Liquid will find their fourth. Long road ahead of them, Lauren.
It is. No mistakes. That's the simplicity of it, right? 11 rounds has been marked on the board. That is the margin of error that they can have is pretty much what? 2 rounds. That's it. Now we know that Liquid can be capable. That first half was probably a fright. It was a brutal wake-up call. But here, good step.
Yo, lock in, because
นี่ถ้าเป็น
I
ใน
wonder how the second half of that.
เป็นเอนี่มันจะตะโกนละ What are you doing
sentence went.
Liquid do have Camo's ult here. Yampi's got his, and they've been generally pretty spot on. It should have won them the site, as Levin does get free access. That second layer to it also now approaching freely.
ต้องได้บิน
Go
ต้อ
up
งได้
nice
ครับ
and early as well, inside
พอ
the
ปิดเรีย
smoke.
บร้อย
We're locked out of this for the time being. Camo's ultimate available, but nothing
ช่วย
else
เขายิง
here.
วอลด้วย
But tons of utility at their disposal.
They put so much pressure though on Liquid to keep this faultless,
Nen-
and it is
nen-
good. That's a great start. Take away Magnum, that's the back line. Now Prophet up
Do
next. Good
alaya.
utility
Do net
under
yeah.
pressure. Gets cleared. Nat's doing well. Striding back in. It's all
นี่
looking
คิดว่าเน็ตจะมาหลัง
Team Liquid now.
มันรีเทคแบบ
Locking in.
ชิวๆอย่างนี้เลยเหรอวะ งง
Only
ว่ะ
losing now.
เดินมายิงแบบ
Two here. This is exactly what they needed. 5 now found.
ตรงเหมือนเฮเว่นเมื่อกี้เนี่ยคัมแบ็ก
If you're a Liquid fan, looking very composed, not thrown off kilter.
Nope.
Pacey
That's the
execution
comeback.
here towards 8. Reinforcing.
เอ้าอ๋อว่าแล้วมันดู
Yeah, gap here.
That's what it was.
Didn't catch that.
แพ้ภัยตัวเอง
That's why Magnum's just not expecting this
yeah.
at all.
Wow.
One enemy remaining.
And I think Magnum, you left the gap by the window.
Just in case you didn't know. I think Magnum probably realised pretty quickly.
He's made it down ramp.
Something's not right here.
นั้นบอกอร่อยเลยครับ มีรูให้แบบ
But
นี้
BBL instantly on the timeout. These 3 rounds have been enough. They don't like what they're seeing. Now we know that Liquid burnt their first 2 in the first half. So this does actually give an opportunity now for Liquid to also check in, right? This is a good chance for them, maybe just to compound what's being said. And for the other side of BBL, they need to not let this get too far. Yes, they've got rounds to play with, but it does become, as much as I hate the whole round by round, we'll just play our own game. You've now had, what, 3 back-to-back, very clean, very focused up, no errors. It does start to become, it feels possible at that point.
Yeah.
And it's small, it's in 5.
Especially in the previous round here where the Rolling Thunder's invested, it's one of the things that really is the catalyst to this composition outside of Levin on the showstopper potentially or any other round with the satchels, but like I said, the objective for them is just to get into a post-plant situation. You have to feel. It will only bring a Bulldog in here. Sheriffs across the board elsewhere. Nats does have the pip.
No escape.
I mean, same kind of opportunities around Sociable and Magnum on the attack, yes, but
มันเดินมาเก็บไม่กล้าพีค
certainly stalling out in some of these rounds doesn't really benefit BBL too much.
Perfect,
Ui, Nat.
looking readable.
Yeah, noted previously.
ไอ้โปรเฟกมันเล่นมุมนั้นบ่อยจนแนทมัน
Simple
พลาด
stuff
เป้าเลย
here.
เหรอ
These are good signs for Liquid. Very good signs. Leading from the front, Nats. Lovely from here. Yeah, really clean Liquid.
เอาแล้วนะ
Doing what
วิ
they
นหน้า
need.
นะ
It is track by track, step by
ถ้าวิน
step.
นี้ไม่ได้นะ
The gap closes.
บอกเลย
Buy
ห
is
ลัง
now
เปียก
back
หมด
in
นะ
for BBL.
A little bit away from some of these key ultimates here. Said not expecting them to
Enemy remaining.
come out swinging once again. Didn't see the stat pop up earlier.
พี่เอ๋ยว่าใครยิง
I
แฟนทอมค
believe
ลี
it
น
was
ที่สุด
the
ตั้งแต่ที่เห็น
fastest
ป่ะ
time to plant the spike on their attacking side.
น่าจะเป็นเมเท
This
โอ
composition doesn't
เหรอ
scream
ผม
pace.
ให้ไอ้นี่ไอ้แบงค์อะ
Throwing next.
Speaking of pace though, this looks like
Mang
it's very much
ไม่เป็นคนที่ยิงแบบ
all
คลีน
in.
แบบ
BBL fancying their go up towards ramp. We saw that being the destination for Liquid. Mostly the final destination didn't go too well, but we got Nat and we got Patatek now holding it down, and it's already going to be Patatek holding that line. Beautifully set into motion by Nat's
เออ
utility.
เทคเจอร์กัน
This
เม
is
เทโอเทค
great
เจอร์พี่
stuff
ว่า
from them.
ระดับเดียวกันเลยครับผม แยกให้ไม่ออกเลยอะ
Sociable trying to find anyone, but he's not being gifted much here. Liquid
Tao
all
nhiều
too
đứa
aware, and they even know about that
เหมือนแบบมา
position.
จาก
Nobody
สำนักเดียวกันนะครั
entertaining
บ
the
สำนักเดียวกัน
peak onto site either. They're happy to now just rely on the numbers. Well, maybe
เป็นดอลผมยกให้ไอ้
some
ซุป
of
เลย
these
ตอนนี้
cooldowns potentially in the retake.
แต่ต้องชนะด้วยนะทีมต้องชนะด้วย
คีนอย่างเดียวใช่ป่ะ
Ultimate to
เป็น
rely
ดอล
on
ผมให้
as
ปิม
well.
มี่อยู่ปิมมี่โคตรคีนอะ
Paranoia still here for Perfect though.
They
Well,
need a
I'm
pick,
not
though, it feels
Yeah, they
like,
do.
right?
They definitely do.
And Liquid are playing super disciplined, which I love.
ถ้าเป็น
It's
ท่อง
like
เว
the
ลา
idea
ยิง
of
คีน
knowing
แม่งฟิน
BBL would desperately love
They're
a
holding
hit king
key.
or an
Yeah.
untradeable kill. That's the dream. Now they're stacking up to
Ui.
Oh my god, social ball.
อุ้ยนึกว่าจะได้สาม
Thank God for that.
Yeah, it felt like he could have done some serious damage here, but in reality, this has slowed the roll. It wasn't a
Oi,
clean enough
Yampi.
pick. Still 4 players against the 2. Can Profek and Yampi become the heroes of the day for BBL? That's not sharp enough. And Yampi, he's desperately trying, but 14 HP ain't gonna stop him. Team Liquid.
แล้วพอออกมา3คนไม่รู้จะยิงใครก่อน
7 rounds. It was only 2 at the start of this.
เฮ้ย
And was 2
13
gonna
ตัว
be
บอก
enough?
13เนี่ยดูตั้งแต่พี่เคยบอก13หนึ่ง
Composure.
พี่รู้ว่าตั้งแต่พี่บอกว่า13เนี่ยทุกอย่างก็เปลี่ยนไปเรื่อย
Focus
Maybe
towards
we
ramp
need
here,
it.
but Patatek, sorry,
Having
punishing this choke point.
โอ้
I mean, the
ไม่
dicey
เน้น
moment
เลย
here with
โซเชียล
Social
ต้องได้สอง
drifts through.
Yeah, there was a world.
Oh.
There was a world.
Let's go!
That's 5 now.
โคตรโมเมนตัม
5 back-to-back, still a buy for BBL.
Right there.
And it looks like rinse and repeat, right? This looks like, look, just throw it at the wall until
Song-
it sticks and
Song
hope for the
Win
best.
มันจะ
But
ไม่ได้
the
จริ
gap
งๆหรอ
is closing.
เดี๋ยว
Pan's gonna call in for
ประ
support.
สานหน่อย
We've seen that him and Nat have been coming together really well. Lovely synergy. They can't disrespect this Viper till they've been trying before. And
เฮ้ยมัน
once
ดู
again, rinse and
ฝืน
repeat
ๆ
this
วะ
time. Sociable 11 though, hit the
Down
shots.
low.
Nats does not want to allow access here at all. Magnum on the res, back up
Hey.
on his feet, but barely. Pops in the ult, doesn't get what he wants. It's getting messy,
Nia.
but Profect dives up towards heaven. Gets down 2, leaving Serial in the 1v4. BBL finally make it stick.
ไม่วิกฤตแล้วครับ
Almost
ผมวัน
feels
นี้
like they're playing mind games here with Liquid. Not expecting them to run through, fully commit towards this A take once again. But the utility is
พอขึ้น
just
12แล้วมันแบบ
beautiful
ว่า
for
เสีย
BBL. Nats
วาง
tries to
ใจได้
swing
นิดนึง
things
เงี้ย
back in their favor with the pit, but 2 beautiful kills from Profect
Nice! Damn it, nice!
to swing this back in their favor. And now on 12.
God, right on that verge
Level
here,
up the
taking us
champion,
to the
man.
third map.
Throwing net.
Fighting for that final ticket to Toronto. You want to see it go fracture. You want to see them brought to their limits. But BBL, that was a break in what was the monotony almost of
That's
Liquid,
not
just
the way.
round by round, polishing.
Wee.
And Serial can land it in time. Levin gets to live. Nats has fallen. BBL on the verge, doing the damage. Biotech last one alive. And that run back might just be crushed.
Spike planted.
And that map 3 becomes a reality. As BBL doing the
คิด
unthinkable.
ว่าเมื่อกี้ไอ้คนที่อยู่รับเตอร์แล้วโดนน้ำแข็งอ่ะโดนโชว์สต็อปเปอร์รู้ชะตากรรมเลย
Steps
ตั้งแต่
forward,
ไม่
he
ถอยเลย
faces his fate. BBL are taking us.
ตอนลาวพกมันก็เข้าท่านี้นะสงสัยมันลืมมันลิควิดอ่ะ
โซเชียลบีเหมือนโดนบังคับให้วาก
ใครไม่วักเดี๋ยวจะเปิดคลิปเยตูเจวนไป10 ชั่วโมงให้ฟัง โตลอนโต ผมว่าไอ้ที่คัดไป EWC แม่งไม่มีงบจัดงานป่ะมันเลยไม่ถ่ายทอดสด
นี่
มันไม่ถ่ายทอดสดด้วย
เวลามันกระชั้นชิดด้วยมั้งมัน เขาต้องมาทำงานของไอลีกก่อนอะ
อืม
ให้ BBL ไปครับผม
นี่กิโกะไม่ตื่นเลย พี่ว่านาออสฟูเซนแล้วก็ไอคิตตี้ แล้วก็ชาร์เปอร์เนี่ย ถ้าเข้าลีกมาสู้เทียร์หนึ่งได้ปะ
โอ้ตอนแรกน่าจะไม่ได้ มันต้องแป๊บหนึ่งอะต้องโดนนวดก่อน
น้องชิมตอนแรกก็ส่งสู้ได้นะ พอเริ่มมีกลางๆไม่โดนรัวๆเลย
เหมือนแบบที่อื่นพอเริ่มเครื่องติดอะมาตรฐานมันต่างกัน แล้วมาพลิกฝั่งเอ็นเอมีใครไม่ได้ตามเลยครับผม
NA ทำไมนะ
เอ็นเอเทียสองมันมีแมตช์พลิก
อ๋อ ไทยได้เข้าทีหนึ่งไหม คิดว่าได้นะ สมมุติว่าถ้าเขาไม่ทำเป็นลีกอะเขาจะจัดทัวร์ยังไงวะมีมาสเตอร์สองแชมเปี้ยนหนึ่งเหมือนเดิมใช่ไหม แล้วก็จะเป็นทัวร์เล็กๆใช่ปะ
ก็ทำเหมือนปีแรกอะ
ฟูเซนเคยไปมาสเตอร์ไหนนะผมจำไม่ได้อิตัน
ไอ
บูปะเอ้ย
ตุรกีอะ
เคยได้ไปด้วยป่ะตอนนั้น
เฮ้ย ไม่ได้ไปตอนนั้นเฮ้ยไปแชมเปี้ยน ลาแชงเนี่ยได้แชมป์ลาแชงเขาเลยไปได้ไปแชมเปี้ยน
ก็ตอนนั้นฟูเซนได้แชมป์จะเป็นยังไง
โห น่าจะอยู่ในแฟรนไชส์ตอนนี้
บัตน่าจะคุยยาวชุดบัตได้แต่ซูเปอร์บัต คนที่แม่งเป็นโปรเพลเยอร์แล้วเก่งวาโลจริงคือคนที่ฟอร์มแม่งสม่ำเสมอ
ใช่
ที่นึกออกก็มีเท็กเจอร์แล้วเนี่ยแนทอย่างเงี้ยแต่แนทหลังๆนะแอดปาร์คมันถึงได้เป็นโกดเนี่ยเมทิโอก็เอาอยู่นะแต่หลังมาสเตอร์นี่มาไม่ ดูเดี๋ยวตลกไปหน่อยโคตรน้อยเลยนะพอนึกภาพออก
ไม่โดนในหลังจากคิกออฟเนี่ยชัดเลย
มาสเตอร์แบนทอกอะ
แต่มันก็ไม่ได้มันก็ไปทั้งทีมเลย ได้แชมป์แล้วฟอร์มตก
ที่นึกออกในแปซิฟิกมีใครบ้างวะมีไอยุนมินเนี่ยแต่ยุนมินนานๆจะหลับทีก็ถือว่าฟอร์มมันใช้ได้อยู่
ต้องบอกว่าดีขึ้นเรื่อย
เจสันก็ฟอร์มตกตอนแพ้เพิ่งมาดีเมื่อตอนได้มินิมาเทรนเนี่ยตอนนี้ฟอร์มก็กลับมาแล้วเปเปอร์เล็กจริงถ้าเทียบตั้งแต่ปี2025ขึ้นมาคิกออฟขึ้นมาคนที่ฟอร์มดีคือมีน้องจริงอยู่นั้นด้วยนะในลิสต์
น้องจริงก็ดี
น้องจริงฟอร์มดีอยู่ถึงแม้เปเปอร์เล็กมันจะดูแพ้เยอะแต่น้องจริงมันก็ยังดูแบบฟอร์มดีแต่ก็ยังเป็นตัวโดนอยู่นั้นพิมมี่นี่ไม่ว่าทีมแพ้หรือชนะก็จัดให้อยู่เชี่ยไอคอมนี้แล้วอ่ะ
แต่คอมเดิมทั้งคู่ครับ ไม่มีใครเปลี่ยน
EMEA ก็มินิบูเลย
โอ้ย
ไม่นับวันนี้
แต่ดูมันยิงก็ยังน่ากลัวอยู่ดีอ่ะดูตารางยูซีแปซิฟิกยังครับผม รู้แต่วันนะว่าเท่าไหร่27เท่าไหร่นะปลายเดือนมั้ยแปซิฟิก
เอาไงเดี๋ยวเราไปรู้อีกทีก็คือแม่งรู้ว่าใครไปแล้วแม่งแบบแข่งกันเงียบจัด
แต่เดี๋ยวต้องดูโซนอื่นว่ามีถ่ายทอดสดเปล่า
พวกเกาหลีฟอร์มสม่ำเสมอมาโกะอย่างเงี้ยโอ้โหมา
ใช่
โกะ
ปลายเดือน
ไอโกะด้วยไอโกะฟอร์มดีมาโกะ
มาโกะต้องเอาแล้วแบกน้องๆไว้บนบ่า
ยังไงผมก็คิดว่าชุดแฟตแบ็กโหดกว่าตอนนี้ว่ะ
หนาวแน่นอนดิมันเป็นแบบเหมือนแบบ DIF พยายามจะเล่นแบบใหม่ด้วยกำลังจะเซตเหมือนแบบเมตาใหม่ทำมาให้เข้ากับผู้เล่นศาสตร์เลยทีนี้
ยุนมินปกติเป็นตัวยิงอยู่แล้วอะพอมีแฟตแบ็กมาดูเอลคู่นี่โอ้โหเหมือนมีคนมาช่วยกันบอกสบาย
The home stretch
ฟอร์มนั้นแม่งตบเจนจีแบบไม่ยากอะ
kind of slipping away from map to reignite. It feels nail-biting throughout. We go into this BBL on the defending side, Liquid on the attack, and it is a pacey start. Levin instantly takes away Nats.
Camo able to get ahead of the utility here to potentially catch somebody in spawn, but nobody there. Kiko is the one to find the response. Patitech to follow through.
Just bullying their way towards the site. I like this decisive from Liquid after that. A little bit of a
เกิดอะไรขึ้นมากมายถึงก็ต้องลองเอา
For Magnum and Sociable, this is a really hard retake. Good post-plant positions. Maybe get
ไอซีเรียลมันเล่นเทโฮอ่ะดัน
free, but beyond that, you feel like it starts getting sewn up. Kiko, the first challenger, really to catch the cross, gets dealt with. But good trade from Patitech, good spacing, and good awareness. Liquid instantly put in the first here.
Another situation. I don't want to call him out, but Nat's caught off guard. It's not often you ever say that.
คิดว่าจะโดนออกมา3
เหมือนจะดีตอนแรก
The response is so fast, though. Like I said, all the way to potentially catch a rotation in spawn. I think at that point, it's a ton of information to not see anybody there. Post plant holding up beyond that.
ที่แบบได้แล้วอะ
I mean, a very confident round 2 buy here from Liquid. Sheriff in hand for Levin once again. certainly
สรุปไอ้
want to see this
เน็ตหรือ
get
ซีเรียล
clean.
มันเป็นเซนติเนลแน่น่าจะเน็ตปะ
เน็ต
Tricky one.
แต่คือหลัก
Here, I think.
ไอ้ซีเรียลมันเล่นโลเลยนะ
Liquid
ส่ง
making
ของ
the right
สโมก
choice thus far.
มันเบรกใช่
Right, you're going to hear that door open.
มันคือเซนมาก่อนนะแต่มัน
We
มานี่
obviously
มันก็
know where these
ต้อง
players
ต้อง
reside.
เปลี่ยนโลวะ
Magnum seemingly unaware so far, actually, as
He's
he's
actually
still
still in
in
the
the
camp, I
camp.
believe. Yeah, just hopped out
เฟก
now.
ครับได้ต้องเล่นทุกอย่างที่ไม่มีคน
โลเฟ
เล่
ก
น
เป็นโลที่วัดฟอร์มยาก
There's
สุด
the body landing actually.
Yeah, he's a lucky boy. He's not be
Spike
singed.
planted.
As it stands, though, nice for Liquid. Good read, good call. Clear-cut approach, not really having to fumble their lines here. And it's just can BBL causing the chaos. This is a very big investment, as you rightly highlighted. So you don't be losing many of these.
ว่าตายบอมหมดเลยวะ
That's and Serial really the two.
ริวบอกซื้อเชอร์รี่มาฟรีเลย
Actually seeing PBL don't even want to entertain
ดักนี่มันยังใช้เจ็ตกันอยู่เหรอพี่
the idea of giving away progress
Maybe
towards
BBL
his
เนี่ย
first ult cycle.
ผมนึกว่ามันจะใช้พวกเลสพวกนี่มากกว่า
Thrilling viewing here over in the spawn. But
มันคง
understandable
มั่
I
นใจ
think as well for
เจ็
Liquid.
ตอะ
I was pretty thankful. Do try and catch
พี่ได้ดูเปเปอร์เล็กปะ
somebody with utility on the way out.
เป็นไงบ้างฟอร์ม
Everybody from BBL will fall to the spike.
ลาก้าโหดปะ
Those rifles kept
Oh.
in hand
เนี่ยเดี๋ยวดูวันอาทิตย์อะ
for Liquid, which is the big objective here. To come into round 3 pretty flush actually.
น่าจะเดือดอยู่วันอาทิตย์
That Outlaw is still about for Nats. Well, in Nats' hands, but only Levin would be the one to be susceptible to
Yeah,
it.
sure.
So see if that gets
Alaya.
any sort of
Here
value
go.
going forward. But as I said, a very simplistic round. It felt like BBL gambled and lost pretty much in that, and that's completely fair enough. So we go back in. And now the challenge begins. Can Liquid continue this? They want to look clean after that second map. It didn't feel good, obviously. Mechanical as they can be, they are humans, I promise you. Levin is instantly going to be suppressed. Big info here. Could be tempting, tantalizing for someone like Camo, but a lovely reposition. Levin! Right in between the smokes and all the util. Stunning work from him. Now they've got the first blood drawn, but Liquid have got sight control.
My camera is destroyed.
เล่นกันเยอะมาก
Removed as well here, so no spam on the back of the
Spike
tag.
planted.
Liquid resetting to some sort of comfort here. Plenty of util. Profex actually found an opening here.
อยู่ตรงนั้นแม่งเดทแมน
Serial
ถ้าไม่
was
รีบออกมา
drifting around side. I don't know if he just got caught there and unable to reposition to the post, but now Kiko gonna have to really dominate this cross, but have to turn the flash. Forces in Panatek, it's lovely. Nats can only do so much with the Outlaw. BBL looking clean on that retake there, knowing their steps.
And with 5 surviving, obviously there were, well, you could argue, a slight advantage in terms of the equipment brought in here, but decisive retake here from BBL. I think, yeah, Serial maybe, I mean, he's tucked into the corner, maybe just feels a little uncomfortable. An awkward engagement here, but Levin able to get either side. Punish on the back of
คา
the
โบ
tree.
แม่งแทบจะปล่อย
He
เมา
got
ส์
the headshot as well,
Yeah.
the swing, I believe, so
แบบไม่หาแล้วอะขี้เกียจ
situation if he's
ไม่หา
going
ไม่หาด้วย
1 for 1.
นึกว่าเพื่อนจะยิงให้อะไรเงี้ย
Tense stuff, isn't it? Because I'm waiting to see if it starts really tailoring away towards one side, or if we get this even affair. And I kind of hope we do. I want it to be more map 1 than map 2 in a way. But for now, we go back in. And it looks like an early stake of claim towards that A main side.
มึงเล่น
whereas the
อาร์เค
trade-off
ด
is
รัวๆ
obviously
เลย
Liquid then get arcade and build forward.
Got to figure out this cipher setup though early on. Camo's really the one
โคต
that's
รอยาก
gonna
มา
get
จาก
punished
บี
on the
เบ
back
น
of that.
แล้วก็ยิงไอ้กล่องเนี่ย
Forcing them up through tower, really. They're not willing to try and break towards this. Magnum waiting for anyone to be outlined, right? Is there anyone willing to fall for this? And they have again taken sight here. And it feels like it's almost a
วิ่ง
willing
เกับตายคา
succession.
โม
Yeah.
And there's a good bit of chip, unconfirmed towards Camo, but you can see the rest of the map being wrapped on now. That should confirm attendance on the flank, but it's Profit to find Camo this time. A similar position punished. As we saw last time around, it was Serial to fall down, but this time Nat's holding his own back here. Yampi should be noted, with the flash going to facilitate the pickup of the kill. Now the site being swarmed, Panatek under pressure.
โอ้ยเพื่อนมาช่วย
Though, he gets Serial to try and save him, leaving Kiko to try and deal with the spike. Someone needs to deal with this spike. They've already got it halfway. Salvo's going to come down relatively early, but they're all tucked towards tower. Mike, this gets dangerous. Kiko, Serial,
โอ้โห
nice
จะลัก
work
ไก่
together. Playing it out from tower
โดน
very
ส่ง
well.
ตันส่งแฟนออกมาเรียบร้อยเลยครับ
It's rough for Liquid to keep running dry at this site, but we're almost expecting somebody to adjust here and commit towards that hold. BBL leaning
โอ้ยคม
much heavier towards any sort of opportunities they can get a kill, whether it's ahead of the spike being planted, but you can see Magnum again looking to punish off the back of the trips. And really the thing you look towards is how much can Liquid really achieve whilst Kiko's first wave of smokes is up.
Watch out
Whether that be the plant or a kill or anything. Regardless, now BBL, 2 sheriffs, similar setup. I guess we're seeing something like what we saw on Haven.
A little bit.
On Eco round here.
They'll come be eventually.
I almost want them to now. One of these anti-ecos.
Stuff here. Unable to get much of a
เตรียม
punish
ตั้ง
going.
มากินนะ
So, wait to see if that second wire was going to maybe prove a little bit more fruitful. Not to be. So Liquid going through the motions. They've got the right read on this. They're doing exactly as they'd like. Kiko, nice little position. Might get spotted out by the drone. You can see Camo just spraying away, hoping for the best. But I don't want to say it's a formality. It never really is. There can be danger in these. But you've already got the rifles. You've got a very deep post plant. And it looks like Liquid are keeping it clean. This is good for them. This is something that they probably needed after map 2. It's just very step by step, right? I hate saying that sentence, but it does feel very on the money with these guys. And that's wants to punish a bit. I don't blame him really. Not allowing them to get away with exactly what they want every time. Yeah, clear cut stuff.
นั่นบอกตอนแรกกูก็ย่องอะแต่พอได้เสียงเชือกเพื่อนมากูดึงวิ่งเลยเลย
4 on the board now. 3 separating them. BBL will come back in with a purchase here. Already seen Levin entertain the
หรือว่า
idea
Liquid
of an
จะได้ไปมา
operator.
สเตอร์ต่อไหมพี่
Just a couple of
น่าจะได้แล้ว
points away from some of these ultimates starting to come online as well. Both teams actually. Kiko does have his at the ready.
Nice. Yo, wait. Richard was.
Yeah, 1 away for Levin, 1 for Profek. Some of the key tools here in this composition, but a pace change here for Liquid. Again, it's a 3-player stack up towards drop.
We saw that before the smoke bloomed. So his focus really shifts towards CT.
อู้มันมาได้ลึกขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ
Try and catch him in the drone here, yeah.
Yep. BBL out and about. I mean, they don't fancy coming back in this way.
And a clean open plant here.
Yeah, well.
Serial's ultimate
ตอนไหนก็
available in the post.
To play back into that operator, but maybe considering the amount of players up towards that rafter side, might
One
have a
yep.
shot at it, but
Well, they would have
Con
heard
check
that
lang.
rope as well.
มีคนมาเก็บ
yeah,
นะข้างห
patience
ลัง
paying off there for Magnum and Co. Going to force them forward, and Kiko makes his appearance very late in the day over by the back of Dish. Camo finds his success towards CT.
โอ้โหรอตันมา
Every fight
โอ้โห
here. It's dreamy
บ้า
work from Liquid, and it's
Liquid
needed.
That is fantastic as well. Serial's ultimate pushes them back in towards the flank from Kiko. Like I said, if the rope was caught, potentially revealing the plan here. So well-rounded in this post plant.
Bye-bye.
Liquid looking a little more composed than they have previously here.
It's over.
Kiko actually the one leading the charge, 9 and 2.
Let's go! Okay, chill.
ชิว
That's desperately trying to keep everybody
นั่นชิว
cool, calm and collected.
ชิว
BBL, again, the timeout, you can understand it. The scoreline probably
ผมว่าเน็ตมัน
is most concerning here.
มันบอกทุกคนยกเว้นซีเรียลแน่นอนในซีเรียลแม่งชิลอยู่แล้ว
I said this has almost been the intention to kind of give up B and lean heavily towards a cheeky kill here and there, much like Levin did previously on Camo, but it can't be a win condition in a lot of these rounds. Again, finances haven't really been there, still not there now.
No.
Levin's
พอดี
playing
เขา
smart to
ดูคู่แรก
offset
ไม่ทัน
that
จบลง
potentially,
ไปก่อน
but
นี่ไงคู่สองแล้ว
curious now because actually, Patstek's 1 away. Nats will have his potentially for the buy round as well to
ผมว่า
follow.
คอมมันเป็นเรื่อง
One thing
คอ
I
มโบ
do like is that Liquid have really conditioned this approach so far, right? The knowing anti-ecos, how they're playing it, on their buy rounds, how they're playing it. They don't look particularly affected by BBL's preparation by any means. So credit where it's due here to Liquid on that factor. Very well prepared. It's going to take a lot of adjustment from BBL, something we were asking from Liquid in map 2, really. Can they adjust on the fly? A very early investment of these knives coming in.
แต่นีออน
Oh
มัน
dear,
มีมัน
Levin
ดี
might
ตรง
be
นี้
in
ตั
a
นเบรกอยู่
whole
แล้ว
lot of trouble. He is! Camo on the clear. They've read him like a book. Serial catching Yampi.
วางงาน
This
จัด
is
ไอ้
looking all
Sociable
too easy for Liquid. Prof Profek and
ริว
Magnum
บอกโอ้
formalities
นี่
at this
นีออน
point.
เก่งกว่าแล้ว
They
ตอน
want
เนี้ย
that 6th round, and they're probably going to damn well get it.
Aztec to find the plant, so Rolling Thunder will be available
Spike planted.
behind this. Profek and Magnum left to try and recover something. I mean, again, with how this timeline looks, damage to the finances would be big. Nats will fall here, but he's not really the target you want to look for in terms of damaging the funds.
Last player standing.
Profek will fall as well. Magnum, obviously, position revealed. 4 rifles will stay firmly in the hands of the Liquid players.
ผมว่าเวเลเนี่ยได้เจ็ตมา
Number 6 for Liquid. Camo.
ด่านนี้ผมว่าเว
Beautiful
เลยัง
opening
ดีกว่า
here.
เจ็ต
The fault line shutting down both
ใช่เวลา
players pushing into A main.
เข้าไซส์อะไรโหเยอะ
Not much of an upgrade, but let's get rid of the Stinger Alpha.
คงแบบว่าอยากให้ริว
almost
เล่นแบบ
thought
มั่น
he
ใจเลย
found the first, but just to completely reset.
One enemy remaining.
Bloody hell. Yeah, and again, these two have met here before,
But
right?
look,
That
that's a bit
13-7 on Fracture that they had in
ไอ้
regulation
BBL นะ
back in the group
Right.
stage.
เพราะว่าริว
This is already looking much different. A lot more on the line here, a very different look in the times these two are meeting now. And all the pressure really comes onto BBL. Yes, you had a close game.
จริงๆพี่อเล็กวัส
You
ไล
could
ท์
have wanted
ว่า
it
แบบ
in two if you wanted an
They bang
easier
top job,
affair. You wanted it the distance, now you got to go. Levin, lovely, good for one, good trade for
นี่อ่ะ
Profek.
มันต้องช็อตแบ
Takes
บ
it
นั้น
further away.
B.
Forced down to respect off the back of the ult, but it puts it on Nats and Kiko. This is one of those classic maps for the likes of Nats. And for Kiko on an absolute heater, but Profek denies it. There we go.
แล้วดีนี่ต้องสงสัยปืนทำไม
Get one back.
Just able to get ahead of
แต่
this.
เห็นไกอาร์มันสวยดีก็เลยก้มดูซะ
Stop
หน่อย
Liquid before they can really
Yeah,
get
but he
rolling. And
can
the fact that
win
actually the
anyway.
spike has to be covered from so deep. What's that fear from BBL? It's the second really from Profek that
One enemy remaining.
seals the deal.
Nice! Let's go, guys! 6-6.
ซิกป่ะ
ซิก
Love it. Love it. Or a couple of
Magnum
ults
and
here as well,
Jim doing
and camos.
Flip side,
My God.
BBL everything except the Blade Storm
They're going
available.
again. They're going again. Oh my good God. Time to scramble. Serial can't get out in
I
time.
can't
He
see
should
that.
be dead. I think he
Oi.
is. He gets away for only a second. It was all covered up here. A set piece to set them in motion, but the response might be coming in. But layers to this. Nat's going to find Yampy. It's all gone topsy-turvy. How is Nat still firing off shots here? We're down to a 2v2.
One
The
enemy
Nats just
remaining.
slowly creeping up. They don't
know
know
about-
about sociable.
They should do.
They really should do. They certainly do now.
Oi.
Whoa, up on top of the box.
Oi.
Oh, it's outrageous from Sociable, denying Nats the momentum builder.
Yeah.
BBL back in the game now.
ใครจะไปคิดว่ามาอยู่ทั้งทีมอ่ะ
They're going to have to watch that back from any player of Liquid, but I thought maybe somebody would have noticed Nats with 2 beautiful kills here, but
Just on the
เหลือคนเดียว
warpath.
คือหมายความว่าไงวะ
One enemy remaining.
it's actually only Profek that's spotted here. Big clutch
Let's go!
from Sociable
จนเลย
to
ครับ
get himself on
BBL
the board as well.
มันยังไม่จนอีกเหรอ
Operator
นะ
now passed across
ใส่ฟาร์มมา
to
เยอะ
Levin.
They don't go again, do they? Certainly do.
แม่งซื้อปืนเลยบอกว่า
4-1 split here. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we'll see it again. But this time they don't have the
Doing
bodies
game,
here
doing game.
for BBL. But Magnum's playing on the side. He's been generally off-site, right? Maybe looking for a fair fight on towards Nats. But is it ever fair when you got a
So
shorty
Nat
up
did
against
lie.
you? It certainly isn't. Nats breaks in, but oh, what a banger of a shot!
โปรเฟ
Profek!
กออนไฟว่ะ
Stunning 3 kills from him, leaving Panatek and Kiko to try and stay alive here. Kiko, does he get locked on the site?
Well, he's
Boys
got
are
so you
low,
almost
Kiko.
want him to get out of dodge. He's got the molly as well.
ตายเนี่ยตรงเนี้ย
Feeling
เดดแมน
comfortable enough.
โดนไอ
Try
เท
and
โจยิง
maintain some sort of crossfire
Nên
here
mà
on
cái trục
site,
là-
but it's not pretty, Lauren.
No, it's not. Kiko forced to move now.
Yeah,
He
that
takes
was
him
a
away.
repeat.
Panatek
Ow.
fighting with him.
กลายเป็น
Double.
Perfect units.
โอเคขอโทษ
It doesn't matter what you throw against them. Team Liquid still coming out on top.
Beautiful recovery. Up against the ropes, Kiko 14 and 4
เดดแมน
currently
ได้2
on the Brimstone.
มุมนี้โดน
In
แดด
the waiting game, patience pays
โคตร
off
ใกล้อ่ะ
for Nats, but this
กำลัง
was
ว่าแล้วเนี่ยถือ
absolutely
เข้ามา
beautiful
โด
from
นแน่
Profek. Ahead of the smokes and Liquid desperately swinging on,
ปิ้งอย่างนี้พกช็อต
but
ตี้
it's
แล้ว
one by one. Profek
ไม่
able
สื่อ
to
เอารอ
isolate
ช็อต
them.
ตี้งง
BBL
ว่า
now
คิดอะไรอยู่อ่ะ
timeout called their second in the
Double.
first half, yeah. So maybe feeling a little rattled in terms of, well, maybe the game plan or how some of these rounds are panning out.
Gotta say, I know that right now it's eyes on BBL, but Kiko, Christ alive, that man is having a whale of a time. 14-4, as you said, and you're seeing the value he's getting in that round. It felt like he was screw tucked on site, right? You think, okay, when the salvos come in,
back.
cool, forced.
That crossfire, it almost feels like it's so easy to dismantle, but the timing on that first swing, well, the hand was forced. The aftershock comes through the salvo as well, and Patatech to find the first. Sets Kiko in motion.
สิ่งเดียวที่ทำให้แนทเลิกเล่นวาโลแล้วไปเป็นโค้ชไม่ได้คือ
Feel it.
ลูกทีมแม่งไม่
That
ฟัง
excitement, you can see it.
แม่งดู
That's
พูด
trying
เย
to
อะ
keep control of them though, keep them calm, keep them
พูดเยอะจริง
focused. Just like any other game, we know the stakes. Man, they're running again. It's like Icebox Simulator. 4-1 split here towards B, but this time around BBL do have the numbers here.
คนเล่นบิมแม่งส่งพ
Generally,
ลัง
we've
อยู่
been seeing
ดัน
this stack on this
ยิง
side.
เยอะกันตลอดเลย
All missiles away.
ของจริงอะเกือบ
Catch
30
sociable early.
30ด้วย
เทียสไวๆก็
Playing a
ยิง
little deeper to avoid,
Hey,
maybe
Demon One
mitigate
cái
some of
gì
that
nữa
risk early on, but I believe Yampi
รับครับผม
actually
ด้านนี้
pulled the trigger on the fault line.
เหมือนจะบุกนะสถิติรับ
ซัมติงก็ยิง
Obviously,
ยิงไปหนึ่ง
lesser weapons here, so BBL can find something off a cheesy setup with some of this util. Be a big win for them.
พอกันซัมติงมาเล่นก็ยิงไง
เอ้ยแต่หลังๆมันยิงแล้วดันเนี่ย
Was the hero from this spot before. He ain't gonna be again. Liquid all too aware. Nats feeling like the Grim Reaper, slow and inevitable. Approaching.
โอ้โหเป้าเยอะ
Never forced away again. Repeat, rinse
Ui,
and
nó
go
lộp đập.
again. Kiko still finding success. Liquid,
Ôi,
they
trời,
are
phụ huynh sẽ lấy lộp.
jumping through this.
ลอยครับ
Dealing with anything BBL are throwing at
อัด
them.
กันแต่กันไม่อยู่
That's gonna be another. And this is looking decisive.
ใช่อย่าดัน
Mike.
นี้มันดันกันเหรอพี่
กัน
On the brink of
ผมคิดว่ามันคือ
potentially
ด่านบุกมาโดยตลอด
a
Okay.
9-3 half here for
เอ้ยแต่
Liquid.
ตอนแรกคิดว่าดัน
What a way to
But
come
maybe
alive in
it will
map
be.
3. Kiko and Nats have
ผี
their
หลอก
ults.
อินดิออน
Profek and Magnum on the other side.
Enemy remaining.
Nice!
Let's see if Liquid can
กัน
maintain this sort of
แต่ว่ามันกันแบบ
momentum.
แทบจะแบบแทบจะบาลาน
Close
ซ์
out the first half, looking like it might be pacey once again on the back of.
พี่ดูดิ BBL มันก็พยายามแก้นะไม่โดนตีบีรัวๆมันก็แบบ
It's going to draw the rotation. You can already see two more players from BBL
โอ้โหตีเบรกเลย
They've fallen for a hook, line, and sinker, haven't they? Now,
โดนหลอก
util here, so
They've got to go fast. Yeah, now on the back of the trip.
but the salvo's got used, so
Well,
they
Mao
do
Wei.
get
Beam
the red
Siente
carpet,
เลย
right? Nothing can really deny this. Spike isn't committed yet. That's with Patatech. Now it is.
Ui.
Shot in the dark from Sociable isn't finding a target. Close, but no cigar.
Well, Kiko and Serial have their ultimates here.
Drone is
เพราะไลน์มันโดน
They
เร็ว
can run the clock down a
Đồn
little
nâng
bit.
Potato.
BBL are fast to retake though.
Yeah, you got to fight the back line. That has to be a priority.
Huh?
And Callow
Ui.
did his best, but Magnum comes out on top in that. A little surprising. But
Đẹp
forced
lắm.
forward to
Ui.
find. And Kiko looking to collect. Serial there as well. And the numbers sifting so well for them until Magnum is still on a charge here. Looks
Lại.
like doesn't
Bùm
spot
hồng.
the player, doesn't see Palitech, but it's Nats you got to be worried about. Sociable now tries to
Con
play
biết
his
rồi,
hand.
chắc là-
Liquid on a
คือคนทีมเข้ามา
roll.
จะไม่เห็น
9-3. It is decisive this
เป็นผม
half.
ก็ไม่เช็คนะ ไม่รู้
มุม
BBL
นั้นมุมอร่อยได้ตลอดอะถ้าอยู่นิ่งๆอะ
ทักจิโกะหลับแม่งตื่นเลย กลายเป็นแบบนี้ยิงเยอะเชยสงสัยชอบลุง โอ้น้องทักแล้ว6 เดือนนะครับ เฮ้ย รวยว่าแล้วทำไมรวยจากคลิปคิด
User disconnected from
พี่ดู
your
สปอน
channel.
เลยคอยเบสฮอนด้า พี่ว่าถ้าสมมติคู่นี้ลิควิดเข้าไปที่ทีเอลไปเจอเฮเลติกพี่ว่าเฮเลติกมันจะเอาคืนมั้ยทำไว้แสบรอบที่แล้วทำให้ไม่ได้ไปคิกออฟไอ้มาสเตอร์แบงคอก
นอกคืนว่ะรอบเนี้ย
ทำไว้แสบ
เอาแน่
รูปผมนุษย์ต่างดาวคือเอเลียนแวร์ครับเดลก็ใหญ่อยู่นะเดลเป็นแบรนด์คอมพิวเตอร์แบรนด์แล้วของดีๆนั่นแหละเดลเป็นแบรนด์แรกที่มันมีประกันออนไซต์อะประกันที่แบบในยุคที่ผมอยู่10 กว่าปีก่อนอะประกันที่แบบว่าแค่โน้ตบุ๊กพังแม่งเอามาเปลี่ยนเครื่องใหม่เลยประกันประมาณนั้นมาเปลี่ยนให้ถึงบ้านเลยในวันรุ่งขึ้นอะทำไมผมถึงรู้อะเพราะผมเป็นเซลล์ของเดลก่อน เคยขายของเดลมาก่อน
Just playing a
ไอคนซ้ายมือผมคิดว่าเป็นอัปเจอร์ไอคนขวานึกว่าเป็นคนดีขึ้น อย่างเหมือน
Steely focus on the. They mean business now.
Tell Patetek's words took effect here, locked
ไม่
in
นะ
for the decider.
ไหนละ
Within touching distance now. BBL. And no secrets about the approach
Ui.
here. And actually, well, that's like Kiko.
นี่ครับมาแล้วครับ
Real nice.
มันแดด
ไฮไลท์
หันแบบ
Nats, though,
Highlight.
plays this out as long as he can, kind of over towards Canteen. Slip away, doesn't get given much here. So we look towards the extremities. Where's that next layer of the hit coming in? Patetek could be overwhelmed here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe he's okay. He does eventually get traded on by Levin. BBL making this
เฮ้ย
difficult.
เอาดิได้เถียงว่ะ
They made that incredibly hard to find fair fights on. Everyone operating together.
First tick in the box for sure. With a shorter runway back in here. What Liquid were expected to do on map 2.
มันน่าจะเป็นฟิลแบบว่า เป็นบิมอ่ะพอสโมกเสร็จกูว่าไม่มีอะไรให้เล่นแล้วก็ยิงอย่างเดียว
โฟกัส
The same position once again. The pistol.
It all starts from now. Let's go.
แล้วความหนาว
And
อะ
be desperately trying to rally the troops. In here. Guardian and Spectre and just the one
นี่ถ้า
rifle
โด
for
นวิน
Levin.
นี้นี่คือดับฝันเลยนะ
Let's have a look. Anything catch him off guard here? You can see the same trap play being set up by Serial
Wait,
here,
have-
but the plant not going to be placed for it. So
Yeah,
smart work already from BBL,
Yeah.
knowing what they're up to. The wall doesn't get tripped, so they can't lock him in there. We saw that last time they played. So BBL clearly have already been in the lab, kind of working this one out. You can see on the B side what they were trying to do, but
Một lời.
BBL, that's 5 alive. It's an in-zone flawless. And look, there it is. The observer's showing it to us. Love him for that one. It is something that was costly for BBL in the past, now already aware.
And almost the second tick in the box here. To get a flawless on round 2. Unable to really sniff out anything ahead of that site here.
Yeah, they can't let it linger now, though. Have to keep
นี่
that
ถ้ามี
momentum up.
นีออนนี่คือแม่งสไลด์ไปยิงแล้วไอ้ตรงอาร์เคดไอ้
Can
ตรง
BBL
ดอก
really close this scoreline?
ตรงอะไรวะโลบอะ
I love the idea of it. Make Liquid work for this if they want it. BBL,
ที่เป็นโบนัสเรา
tenacious
ที่
in approach for sure.
ของแน่น
นี่แหละ คือถ้ามันจะไปต่อมันต้องบริหารเงินอย่างเงี้ยแหละ
Handling of the wall.
ถือว่าทำได้ดี
Adjustment though, on the side of Liquid. BBL almost anticipating a little bit of aggression here. Just a bit of a standoff. That's what we're giving a little bit of info on the back of the util fall in, but
Blocking sight.
there's the side hit once again from BBL. Levin
อุ้ย
paved the way.
Bloody hell though, look at the floor. It's so hard to find any comfort. And Nat's so controlled under pressure. It doesn't matter how many
We
there
Nat.
are. Nat will stand, takes down 3. Magnum out of nowhere though. He was just trying to do
Ow.
what he wants. How are we back here? Serial now in the disadvantage. Can he keep control now? Yampy
30
with the
seconds
rifle.
They're both tucked in.
Both on this side. Does Serial even
ลู
expect
กเตอ
it?
ร์
The double swing!
Okay.
Magnum's there! I thought Nata's done enough, but no!
แนททุ่มเท
BBL
เพื่อนทุ่มทิ้งหมดเลย
bringing this back!
แนทเก็บไป3อ่ะโคตรคลีนแพ้
Bonus converted.
Oh my
เพื่อนทำอะไร
god.
อยู่
Their
ก่อน
sights
ยังไม่
firmly
โดน
set.
ตันด้วยโอ้โห
This
จริง
is
ปะเนี่ย
heroics of Nats as well.
Getting through
I mean, almost
this.
getting the fourth through the
ตัว
smoke.
ขาด
Yeah.
ตายเบรกได้
Magnum
ข
was
นาด
down
นี้
to
ทีมต้อง
33
ชนะ
HP.
แล้วนะเอาจริง
And then finds 2 to swing it back in their
เป็น
favor.
ไปได้ครับผม
ไม่แตก
Bloody hell, you can feel it, can't you? They needed some of those though. They needed a couple of those rounds to bring some life because I've got to say, Liquid was so locked in on that first half. It felt like they knew exactly the plan.
I mean, here, the first timeout comes from them
Yes.
ahead of round 16. Didn't even need to let their foot off the from B, and they're going to get to their first ult cycle.
It felt like business, right? It was just like, yeah, cool. We're here to do our job. I'm not expecting wonders from Liquid. I'd like to see a fight back. But I want to see that next round, Mike. I want to see that next bite. Where they can find stability, maybe. Being held from double digits for now, and BBL eyeing up their 7th.
Blinding.
Yeah. Focus towards B once again. Farm will come through.
เฮ้ย
Flank here pretty quickly from Liquid, but
Don't hold, don't hold.
Reina unable to pin down the first, and now punish the lineup. Beautiful from Profek.
I thought Magnum was going to be kind of screwed there, down on 33, kind of being hunted down, but it ain't pretty for Profek, but it's fine. Job done, Kiko gone. Serial now. At least make it cost something to him. Financially, Sociable's up for the fight, but well, he's going to
ขอ
fall
ลอง
short.
ขอลองหน่อย
Two more bullets to play with. Now one. Yampy, the one to take it a step closer. To Yampy, so close to sliding in that dagger to Liquid's back. Held on 9 now, right? We look to see those next steps. These are the key rounds, Mike. This opens up the game, or it shuts it down.
Unfortunately, Liquid need to find a couple in succession to now chip away at the advantage BBL have created in terms of the economy. Like I said, Profek, ultimate available now. Magnum 1 away. 2 for Sociable, 2 for Yampy. So looking in a bigger picture-wise, looking in a really, really good spot here for BBL. Especially if they, I mean, if they can squeeze out another victory without using an ultimate.
ต่างใจเย็นชอบใครครับที
Utility
นี้
will
ใคร
obviously
ฮีโร่
alert
ติก
its
อะ
presence. Camo does have the operator
ใคร
in
มาแล้ว
hand.
นี้
Seeing proactivity
ดูแล
initially
ว่าเอ
towards Arcade and BBL. Playing with the space now.
จับกลุ่มครับ
Oh, good for the first. Levin will fall, but
Yeah.
Magnum with the backstab. Serial just stuck behind the smoke.
Had to pop the ult here. Oh my god, had to pop every ult, it looks like. Oh, this is about to get chaotic, isn't it? Magnum trying to hold that line. Serial hasn't re-glanced at that. That feels a little bit unconsidered. But Yampy, that barrel might show as Nat seems very aware. Apparently not. Swings it, Yampy wins it and finds security. That should be the slam dunk, right?
Yeah,
By now.
online for Yampy here.
They're backing away.
Yeah.
They know it. This is going to be 8 BBL. Oh my word, Mike. I think we got a game on our hands here. Team Liquid unable to get the ball rolling in the second half, and BBL back in business here. I can't believe that they've come alive now. 8-9, almost tied all even.
Really looking towards somebody on Liquid. To be decisive, I mean, Camo's just, he's under so much pressure. Or feels as if he is. There's really nothing behind that first player. Like I said, Serial unfortunately stuck behind the smoke. If there's, I mean, I don't even want to say a pause for thought or further consideration, but Camo has no get out of jail free card there. Well, not even free. He has no way to get out of that situation unless Serial swings through that smoke.
5 in a row. Good lord. And Kiko, though, opens up the account. Nice work instantaneously, but still, you can see the pressure on him, but no availability to trade back in. Panitek tries to make a quick escape, but I think Kiko's screwed. Yeah, a lot of util to get the man down, but Magnum working up slowly. And he's going to get the reaction of 2 here, trying to get the better angle on him, but forced to respect here. They felt a lot of presence, and Liquid are hunting.
Gotta be careful here, Magnum will fall.
โดนจับกุม
MP is the one with the
มัน
spike.
ไม่แบบว่า
You're looking like they wanted to fight back
นี่หรอ
against the
ถอย
stack.
ตั้งหลักดีๆมันไปยืน
Concern's gotta be.
ตะกระตุกอะไรตรงนั้นมัน
Not
เป้า
one of those rifles
หลาย
gets
ทีแล้ว
retrieved, but BBL almost have to
โอ้แล้วแม่งมาร
shift
อ
their
เอเลย
focus towards A now. Man advantage, yes, but
โดนว่ะ
it's only Patatek with a rifle. He's got to do the heavy lifting here.
ต้องซื้อ A เลยครับ
Might actually get ahead of this because
โอ้เราไปหมดเลย
not watching anything from drop.
God, look at this. Yampi gets dealt with Liquid.
พีกไปช็อกเลย
Desperately trying to cling on to this one. They've got the spike. They've done
เราอะ
everything they needed.
แผนกรุ๊ปอัพ
BBL caught, a little asleep at the wheel, punished to try and take those fights. Liquid now well equipped, well armed, and Profect forced to back
วิ่งไปเอา
away.
ปืน
There
นะ
is no
ช็อป
access back into this now. They are defending that spike with their life. With 15 seconds, Profect would have to do something.
Got the spike.
Nothing short of a miracle here. 10 seconds now. He wants one. He gets one. Takes a bit of damage, but not too much. Gets a wow. Okay, he gets away in time here. And Panatek wants to sacrifice his life, and he will. Doesn't even matter. Bounds through the fire and the flames, keeping this on track. Liquid are not done yet.
Double digits for them. Oh, I love
God.
that approach there. In the eco round, winning out early on it. It's Nats actually to find the crucial kill here. Eco isolated
อ๋อ
at that point.
ผม
You
นึก
feel
ว่ามัน
as if BBL
สแปมไอ้นี่
themselves
มัน
back
รู้
in control.
เนี่ย
Yeah, very proactive,
ไอ้นั่นว่ะ
walking all the way back over towards
Nice,
Huang
Buddy.
Ying.
A site.
Well played. Beautiful.
Serial with 2
Ning
crucial
Yos.
kills as well himself.
มันห่วง
There've been some
ห่วงยิง
question
ไอ้
marks, but
แม็กนัม
เป็นจังห
นะ
วะที่มันมันถอยมาแล้วอ่ะแล้วมันก็แบบไปเปิดมุมกลางลาน
โอ้
มันจะ
pacey
โดนเขาแบบทีมายิงเป็น
Everton,
เป้า
oh
กลาง
my
ลานเลย
word. How's he alive?
เหมือน
The
จะถอยก็
bullet's so close to him, but Leonard makes it out with the man to the good here for the
ห่วงจะ
The BBL
ยิง
side. Patatek, where'd you run to? Magnum on the punish. Gonna catch Magnum, but then the ult's gonna come in. This is back and forth. This is just pandemonium. Nats and Serial want to slow the tempo just a touch. Plants in, but Yampi falls. And now who's remaining? Profek for one, Sociable on the other. The ult from Serial. Clearing out the space, Profek! He misses! Serial with an opportunity, but Sociable unaccounted for. This could be everything for him. He's not even waiting for it. He takes away Nats. Oh, but he got
Serial
in time!
2 crucial kills in the previous round. And a huge clutch out for him
มัน
here
มันเริ่มพิสูจน์ตัวเอง
in
เรื่
the
อยๆแล้วอะ
follow-up. Liquid on 11.
God.
They've chipped away at that lead, Lauren. And it's only 2 rounds, but it feels like
จริงๆ ถ้าบิมเนี่ยถ้าช็อตได้ตัดได้
massive
คือ
swing
จบเลย
back, yeah.
ใช่
God, Serial, wow.
ดัน
4 on the round for him.
Getting
จะ
pumped
โหลด
up
ด้วย
now.
เมื่อกี้จะโหลดรีเซ็ตพอดี
Panatek trying to lead that charge. But gotta give credit there, Serial standing up under the true test of pressure. Still a buy for BBL. And it's pacey from the very get-go. Camo wants to be an instigator, but he hasn't checked behind him. He's been traded. 1 for 1 on that one. Does take away Sociable, but still looking at Magnum making progress here.
Try and get something done from drop. draw some of the attention.
หลอก
But
ว่ะหลอกว่าลงมาแล้ว
Aztec here, don't expect him to be stepping ahead of this smoke.
BBL พอจังหวะอันนี้แม่งรัดเลยอะจังหวะ
Wait
เก
things
ม
out
เริ่มเสี
here,
ยเปรียบ
Kiko. One off his ultimate. Only one smoke, but still has the molly.
ด่านที่แล้ว
So close by. Liquid forced to respect
มีเทค
this.
4-4
Plants in. BBL set the timer now. Make it back in time. Serial can set those into play, but it's actually needs to find Yampi almost instantaneously. This puts Levin under a lot of pressure. Profec's fallen, and he misses the knives. Magnum can't stand the
ไอ้นั่นไปโดนยิงที่ไหนอะ
Team Liquid so close now to looking in that final spot here.
Let's go Liquid
Just like that. Liquid on the brink. Almost feels a little overzealous from Camo, but Liquid follow through here. Can't even really argue with the orbital strike being invested. Throwing something to secure this. And the purchase just about
แต่
still
เห็น
there
มันอยู่คนเดียวเลยวะ
for BBL, but there's certainly
ไอ้ที่เหลือ
gaps
เป็นสไตล์แบบ
in
ว่า
the
นิ่งๆ
utility.
เนี่ย
มันจัดเลยเพลเทค
Sorry,
Well,
the
don't be
delay
put
going
the
to
up-
game. Not
away
sure
from
what the cause is.
Bangkok,
Maybe
funding.
player standing up having a yell might have pulled something out, but let's wait and
It's
see.
usually people getting ahead of
เดี๋ยวให้จังหวะโดน
pull
ข่มจะได้มีคน
something
สู้
out.
หน่อยฮะ
I'm looking at you, Panatek.
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
ไอ้เหี้ยเทคบอส
He's been out of his seat a fair few times.
ทีมไหนมาแบบมาว้า
but
แข่ง
hopefully it's
เจ
resolved
อลิ
quickly.
ควิดนะปฏิเทค
But
กบ
God,
ในรถนี่ ดูจะไปแล้วโตลอนโตเนี่ยเสียดายคอมที่นี่นะ ยกไปด้วยได้ไหม เอาเสียงเพลงเพราะแต่ว่าทำเอา
เรียกเก็บอาการครับเอาเนียนเหรอเนียนเหรอ
เนียนเนียนเอาเทคพอสมาหลอกหรือมันเทคจริงวะ
sit in silence. There's no
ปฏิเทคให้ยืนมันไปหน่อย ปักเปิร์กหลุดลงนะ
wait for that timer to start ticking. A
That's
little bit more.
that's what confident.
Wait and see that hit 26 rather than sat on 27. 20. The ones that have mattered for are running this back, but it comes down to this. Can they close out now in the... Can Liquid make it their own and make it back to those internationals? Or is there still hope alive for BBL?
Set up here. 3 to the north, 2 to the south here for BBL. 3 members of Liquid once again. They're proactively trying clear towards Arcade Camo. Stunned up, but
อะไรมันจะเลือดร้อนกว่านั้นนะ
Yeah, they're just gonna push. They're gonna just take a fight.
Ooh.
And Camo's taken down all
เลือดร้อนจริง
three. So Sociable and Magnum with a brutal task. Herculean task and Camo wants to take them to Toronto himself. Can he do it with an ace? With 30 HP in a dream. Sociable has to face the music.
yes
Position will be given away. There's no two ways about it. And Camo
ไม่ฮีทว่ะ
stakes his claim and
ของจริง
waits.
ต่อได้เหรอวะ
Sociable has to check every corner, every angle. And Camo, it looks like
Hey.
it's gonna happen. Team Liquid on Toronto.
what a way to close things out here. Liquid
ไปอีกแล้ว
ผมเป็นโซชิเบิลผมเซ็งสัตว์อ่ะเดี๋ยวแล้วแม่งต้องเหลือกูคนสุดท้ายที่แบบว่า Welcome to Toronto ครับที
เกือบหลับจะกลับมาได้จริงๆนะลิควิดอ่ะ
ไอ้เราเดาถูกป่ะที่นี่เดติกเฟนาติก TL ถูกสามทีมแล้วที่ได้ไปโตรอนโต
BBL มันทำตัวมันเองเนี่ยจริง
ทำไม
ๆโดนทิ้งหลายวินจัดอะครับถ้าแบบว่ามันมาย้อนดูรีเพย์มันอะพอผิดพลาดอะแม่งเสียดายแน่นอน
พี่เอ๋ยเข้าคู่หนึ่งผมเข้าคู่หนึ่งผมเข้าคู่ลิควิดพี่เอ๋ยเข้าคู่เอ้ยพี่เอ๋ยเข้า2 คู่ แสดงว่าพี่เอ๋ยเข้า2 คู่ใช่ไหมนี่
เลี้ยวหลบ2 คู่เลย
สูสีอยู่นี่
สักพักลิควิดเข้าชิงเป็นแชมป์
ไม่ต้องเถียงกันเนี่ยแฟนติก
ไม่ต้องเถียงกันอ่ะลิควิดกับพวกมึง2 คนไม่ต้องเถียงกันไฟพาวเวอร์โหดจริงนะลิควิดอ่ะมาเพื่อไฟพาวเวอร์จริง
ถ้าทีมแม่งไม่มีเน็ตจะเป็นยังไง ตอนนี้ไอ้3 ทีมที่ได้ไปโตรอนโตเนี่ยฟอร์มใกล้ๆกันอยู่หมดเลยนะ
ไปมันติดกันเริ่มดูโดดกว่าคนอื่น
มัน เวลามันแข่งกันอ่ะ3 คู่มันจะสูสีตลอดต้องลุ้นว่าใครชนะ ไม่ค่อยมีแบบขาดนานๆจะมีดีเพราะไอ้ตอนที่เฮลิติกชนะฟนาติกก็ตบขาดเหมือนกัน แต่วันนี้ก็เป็นไรก็ไม่รู้ก็โดนขาดเหมือนกันงงยันผีเข้าผีออก
เจอกันมีสิทธิ์ผลออกไม่เหมือนเดิม50-50
ไอเฮเลติกนี่คือตอนตบเฟเนติกนี่คือฟอเจอร์เป็นเยี่ยวเหนียวเลยผมแบบไม่ลั่นแหละ วันนี้แม่งมาแบบโหระเบิดฟอร์มเหมือนแม่งมาทวงแค้น
Even in the last game, I was getting a little bit shaky, but I had my teammates to support me and back me, and they guided me through it. And I mean, without them, I think I'd be in shambles, honestly.
No, I don't believe that because some of those clutches that you were in, I think the Paddy series.
เอาวะคามิกตอนคามิกก็ได้ไปใช่ปะ
The 2v4
มาเตอร์ตอนมานี่ก็ได้ไป
So talk me through the comms in those moments and how you kept your cool and working with some of these players in those clutch moments.
I mean, they all have so much experience. They've been there many times, and they've won a lot of them. The comms don't even get hectic. It's very calm. We know what to do. We play off each other. We're making sure we're on the same page.
อันจริงถ้ามายืนคู่พี่เลยนี่ผมว่าไอ้นี่เก๋กว่า
What happens. We end up winning them a good amount of times also.
Oh yeah. Do you enjoy those clutch moments? Because I think some players
Serial.
love being in those clutches and some kind of like, oh, I'm
ตัด
kind
มัน
of
ไว้หนวดเดี๋ยว
I'm
โห
a bit
เขอะไปหมด
annoyed that I'm the last one alive, boys. Why have you done this?
ลุกมันดูแบบว่า
I enjoy them, but
อาจารย์
I'm not fully comfortable in them just yet. So I think with
อยู่แหละผมว่าตอนนี้มันก็พิสูจน์ได้เห็นแล้วว่ามันก็ไม่ได้กาก
it puts a player up to the test.
มันเหมือนมันต้องการประสบการณ์บนนี้มันเล่นดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะ
You guys have passed almost every single test. I think it's particularly
เป็นทุกอย่าง
impressive
ที่เป็น
that
เกม
you've had to come in and play some things that you've never played in your career before. We're now starting really to love the Astra, the Tejo. You still get the Killjoy sometimes, which is fun. How are you finding coming to such a, I guess, complicated system and having to change comms, week in, week out, and be able to play with these players?
Adapting to some roles definitely was a little difficult. But I had the guidance. I mean, I've had guidance through everything, support fully. I mean, all the teammates have experience on certain roles, and they can help me and guide me. It's been rough.
ต้องไประเบิดฟอร์มในมาสเตอร์ผมไว้เนี่ยแหละ
And slowly but surely, I think I'm getting there. I'm getting comfortable, and I mean, it's showing.
มันดูเหมือนพยายามเริ่มจับจุดได้ว่ามันทำยังไงบ้าง
I'm happy to be where I am.
You guys have made it. So what do you think you've been able to bring to this team to help your team make Toronto?
I think it's just keeping it grounded, just stable. stability, I guess, is the
Someone
best.
has to be, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes
so
with these guys.
I'm just making sure that we don't throw the rounds we shouldn't throw. And
Discipline.
That's about it. Exactly.
Make sure you keep the discipline up.
Exactly.
You guys at home, make sure you remember that because are very, very important in games like this. Now, the last time Team Liquid played against Team Heretics, you won here. You've never actually played against Team Heretics.
Nope.
Have you been watching their games? What do you think about them?
I've been keeping an eye on it. I mean, there's no doubt Heretics is a really good team, and they've solidified.
Patrick Wu
and they have incredible players. and
แพทริกแวร์แล้วตอนเนี้ย
They're just incredible, and I think the game is really entertaining and also close.
Yeah, I like the entertainment part that you mentioned. You also said that it's IGL best, and I think this lower bracket run, we've seen.
ไปแล้วครับเจอกันพรุ่งนี้บ๊ายบาย